Oh, look at all you piling in. Is my little circle guy moving? Do you hear me good? Check, check. Oh, hi, Mimi. Hi, Pert. Hi, Paula. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I will turn the music off, but I figured I'd just play it for a little bit. Well, I turned it down. How's that? How's everybody today? Do you guys feel like you guys ready for some bedtime stories with Shibby? We're gonna probably read Tony Ligget's Deposition. So unless I don't think I've read that because I believe Teresa and Goosey on Criminality read it, but I'm thinking it's worth another read. Cool. Getting the thumbs up, always good. Oh, TJ, hello TJ. And Ja Rule, Ja Yotan, hey, Anarch, 00141. Damn, somebody keeps telling me I can, I'm gonna turn the music off now, sorry. Somebody keeps telling me that I can change it to show the usernames instead of handles, but I can't find it. If I can control that, I cannot find it. So I'm so sorry because it drives me bonkers. But hey, Rebecca Ann is here. Hello, hello. Alrighty then. We'll just give a few more minutes to let the stragglers come in, because you just know the hordes of people now, like they're all fighting to get in the door. So they're all kind of like pulling each other by the shirts and climbing over each other just to get in here. So I'm glad you guys made it in here nice and early. I have a feeling they're all fighting each other now for a piece of Shibby, right? And Paula, it's nice to see you. So maybe I could just start reading if you guys, how about that? I will just start to read. And, okay, so what I've been doing, guys, is if you want to help me with the page numbers and stuff, it really helps me if you, and try not to abuse it. I mean, I'm not saying you'd abuse it, whatever, but to use the little, here, I'll put one in chat. Because for whatever reason, that little warning sign thingy catches my eye. And put like, page 243. So that's just an example. And I always see that, but, don't abuse it. Oh, Nicole's here. Hey, and Carol, hello. Nicole and Carol have been come. All right. I think all these people are my loyal top dog fans. So we're going to start now. And the rest of those scrubs, when they get here, they'll just have to play back and listen to old Chipmunk Shibby on 2X to catch up, because you guys are here and you're loyal and I appreciate you. Despite all the stupid shit I say sometimes, I really do care. That being said, alrighty. We are going to, good question. We are going to read Tony Ligget's Deposition. So, so it's good I went back here. So I'll go right back to the beginning. Just to scan. Okay, so this is where Jerry Holman's is left off, and I believe I haven't done that on this show, but on Peggy O's we did a whole lot of it. So if you after this, if you want to catch up on Jerry Holman's Deposition, I believe, and I listened to me and Peggy and I read that for two or three different lives on hers for like one was 3 hours and one was 5 hours. So after, if you want to go to Peggy's and catch up on our Jerry Holman read, or if you can't find it on her channel, I downloaded it and put it in my videos. So you'll see it. It's got a big ugly face of Jerry Holman. It says like part 1 or part 2, but Peggy said it was okay and she did all the work. So if you can watch it on hers, please. If you can't find it, then I'll be your backup. So this will be the deposition of Tony Ligget. And we don't need all this stuff. So to let you know, Nicholas McLeland is the plaintiff. The defendant is Bradley A. Rossi and Andrew J. Baldwin. Representing Richard Matthew Allen. And also present is Matt Hoffman. So there's going to be questions by Andrew Baldwin, questions by Bradley Rossi, redirect questions by Andrew Baldwin, and redirect questions by Bradley Rossi. Tony Ligget was sworn in, and even though he had his hand on a Bible, he still loves to say, just like when he swore himself in to read for Richard Allen's probable cause affidavit, he probably had his hand on a Bible then too, and lied his ass off. But hey, Judge Gull's no problem with that. Judge Gull's biggest concern is Bradley Rossi sitting beside Andrew Baldwin, who accidentally sent an email to the wrong bra. That's the big trouble. You know, we have to hold a contempt hearing for that in the Supreme Court. Forget about these guys lying in sworn PCAs or affidavits like Jerry Holman, or losing 70 hours of evidence, or doing a whole bunch of other stupid shit. Gull has her priorities set, and that's Rosie catching shrapnel because Baldwin sent an accidental email to some guy, Brandon, who she called Brad. All right. Have I spouted off enough? Am I missing anything? Oh, I want to pick one of you guys. Who gets represented? What I'm going to do is I'm going to try and, like, if I take a break, if you guys hear me go away, I probably should, I've been saying it every time, and I should just mute my mic, take a quick drink. I'd probably be back before I can even finish saying I'm leaving. So if I go away and come back, it'll be, if I'm going to go away for a longer time, I will let you know. So if you guys ever don't hear me, it'll be for just like 5, maybe 10 seconds to catch a drink and clear my throat or do whatever. And if I'm going to be gone for longer, I'll let you know. So if anything happens to the audio, fear not. If I'm not back almost immediately, then you should worry. Send out search teams. Now, then maybe something's wrong with the audio and let me know. But other than that, I should probably stop telling you I'm going to pause because it might get annoying. So, again, if you're coming in late, Tony Ligget's deposition and Mr. Baldwin asking questions. 1 second. Oh. Of course, my YouTube on my iPhone went all screwy, so I got to shut it down and reload it. 1 sec. Dino, what's up, buddy? Oh, retracting messages already. Great start, Dino. Did you spell howdy wrong? I would like to see. I should go back and watch that. I'm going to find that retracted message and stick it up on screen. I want to see how Dino spelled howdy. By Hootie. Hootie and the Blowfish. You know, I liked Hootie. So, where's the, can I? Ah, there. Gowdy, everyone. That's a great start to the show. Gowdy time. Gowdy? Everyone say Gowdy to Dino. I'll switch it to the other one. I'm not a jerk. But I do like to bust your balls because I know you're going to be doing the same. There. Let's fix that. It's howdy. Howdy, everyone. On behalf of my Sam Squanch friend way up north in Wisconsin. Way up north of me. I'm in Canada, and this guy is like way up north of me in Wisconsin. So do with that whatever you want. All right. Damn, look at all these people. Who have I not said hi to? Oh, unindicted. Welcome. All right, guys. I'll start reading. Sorry. Let's do this. Okay. Oh, my YouTube crashed. Fuck. Okay. I got this. Ooh. Turn my volume down on my iPhone. I like typing on my iPhone into chat. So, all right, let's do it. Full screen. Boom. So, the questions are going to be Baldwin, and the answers will be Ligget. I will try to I'm not going to. I will basically when I speak with the Baldwin, I'll be cheerful and gleeful and kind and thoughtful and cordial and charismatic. And when I speak as Tony Ligget, I'll be just a dope. I'll speak just straight because I can't see Tony Ligget having any of the riz that Baldwin has. So there you go. State your name for the record. Tony Ligget. Could you spell first and last for the record? TonyLigget and T. I'm guessing this is not your first deposition. Is that correct? Correct. Okay, so everything I'm about to tell you is stuff you already know, but I'd better tell you anyway. Obviously, she's recording. Sharon is, right? The court reporter says, mm-hmm. So the question. So the uh-huhs and the uh-huhs are the main problems that we run into with deponents and head shakes versus yes and no. So if you're doing the head shakes or the uh-huhs and the uh-huhs, I will say, quote, is that a yes or a no? And that's not me busting your chops. It's me just saying I'm just trying to create a clear record so that later on when I'm reading it, I don't have to interpret whatever was written down or typed in. That would be one thing. Secondly, so Baldwin's laying down the law here, but in a charming, nice way. Secondly, I know we are going to be here 3 hours. Oh, jeepers. I better start reading faster then. Kind of long. If there's a moment in time that you need a break for any reason, bathroom break, you want to talk to Nick outside of our presence, just let me know. You're not being held hostage. Thirdly, there's lots of times where in my head there's this great question to ask. By the time it comes out of my mouth, it doesn't make any sense at all. So I don't want you to answering any questions that don't make sense. And it does not offend me at all if you say, that doesn't make sense. I'd prefer you just say, Andy, that doesn't make sense. Can you reword it or rephrase it? It'll be shocking if that doesn't happen at some point in time today. So I think that is it. So he's being humble. Mr. Humility. What, if anything, have you done to prepare for today's deposition? Well, since we had a couple of different attempts at it, I've reviewed what I believed I needed to review. Okay. Now I know because we have 10 hard drives. I don't know how many hard drives we have of info. I know that therefore that you have also a ton of paperwork that you could be reviewing. Was there anything in particular that you were reviewing? Only the things that we wrote are the notes of other people or the reports of other people? Mostly just general stuff that I know or had some involvement in with. Okay. And we'll be talking later on about trying to understand the process of how this whole investigation happened. I mean, are you considered the lead detective on this back in the day? I know you're a sheriff now. No, back in the day, actually, I was a second fiddle detective of our department. Kevin Hammond was the big boss. I was just a lowly dipshit. Okay. And then he retired in October of 21st, 21. Okay. So then it was just me, or so then it was just me for our department. Ooh, sorry. So then it was just me for our department. Did somebody replace you as the second person in charge of the Delphi? No. Okay. So that was October of 21. I believe it was somewhere right in there. Anyway. Okay. All right. Well, I'm going to start with a series of questions that kind of focus on the search warrant affidavit. So, is it your contention that Richard Allen's black Ford Focus was parked at the old CPS building at 1:29 roughly p.m. on February 13th, 2017? Yeah. Is it your contention that Richard Allen's black Ford Focus was parked at the old CPS building at 1:45 p.m. on February 13th? Yes. Is it your contention that Richard Allen's black Ford Focus was parked at the old CPS building at 2 p.m. on February 13th, 2017? Yes. Is it your contention that Richard Allen's black Ford Focus was parked at the old CPS building at 2:14 p.m.? Yes. Ooh, is it your contention that Richard Allen? Okay, so there's a lot of contention here. Yes, yes, yes. Holy shit! I'm glad I skipped this. Okay, so he asked some. Oh my fuck. Ooh, you guys get the gist, right? It's the same damn thing over and over. So he's trying to round it. So I'll start back here. So he asks them basically every half in 15 half or 30-minute increments, the exact same thing, trying to break him like a horse. Okay, so I'll read this last one. Okay, what time do you contend that Richard Allen's black Ford Focus was no longer parked at the old CPS building? Around 4. Around 4? And what are you basing that on? Last witness that saw a small black car parked there. And who was that? Sarah Carba. Sarah? Okay. Do you find Sarah to be a credible witness? Oh, yeah, she's great. All right. How important is it to the timeline that Rick's black Ford Focus would be the car that is passing westbound on 300 North on the Hoosier Hardware Store camera at, what was that, 1:27 p.m.? I don't think it's highly important. Why? Well, why would it not be? Because he said he was there at 1:30. Okay. How do you know that Richard Allen said that he was there at 1:30? I read a report from Lieutenant Doofus Doolin with the DNR. Is that the same report that says Mr. Allen, quoting off of what I think is Doofus Doolin's report? Quote, Mr. Allen was on the trail between 13:30 and 15:30. Correct. Okay. And so your interpretation of that is that Mr. Allen, the time frame that he was on the trail was between 1:30 p.m. and 3:30 p.m. Yeah, approximately, yes. So I said I was not going to tell you I'm taking a break, but I feel I should tell you I'm going to just mute and take a break and drink. And then I'm going to update this. So I won't tell you this again, but I'll just tell you from now, if I go away, I'm taking a drink, I'll mute, I'll be gone for 10 seconds. And if I don't come back, then, you know, send out a smoke signal or something. Ooh, and I'll say hi to everybody. So 1 second. And also, don't forget the big warning sign. If you guys put that big warning sign, and if you want me to pause, the pause too. Don't forget the animal pause, and I'll stop. If you guys really have something you want to address in what I'm reading, I'm game. I'm open. 1 sec. All righty then. So, Becky B, welcome. Everyone, welcome, Becky B. And so let's pick. Oh my, did I miss what? Where? I don't see Peggy. Did you block me, Peggy? Who sees Peggy? You're saying, hey, Peggy. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I'm going to look on StreamYard. Oh, I do see. Okay, I see you on StreamYard, Peggy. Where are you? Why don't I see you in the regular chat? Whatever. Okay, so now I can't go full screen. I've got to watch the chat. Oh, here we go. Spit that out. Hi, sweet dude. Hi, Peggy O. So Peggy dash O dash T9E. Hello. I don't see you on my other chat, so. Oh, I'm in top chat. Oh, I'm such a dipshit. There you are. Shibbers, peggers, hello. I see you now. I was in top chat on my super serial secret alt account. Okay, I should stop. Ooh, I picked a new one. Yeah. Hi, sweet dude is going to stay on the screen. And Fishy. Oh, here, look at this. Fishy just showed up. So hi, Fishy. And now, so this is where Peggy left off, pretty much. Colin saying, so picture Peggy saying, hi, sweet dude. And then Fishy comes in and, oh, wrong one. There it is. Fishy comes in and corrects the record. Fushy. Dude. All right. Look at you guys already having fun. So nice to see y'all. All right. Let's do this. Yeah, approximately, yes. Okay. Was there any evidence from any source that Richard Allen was not on the trail between 1330 and 1530? Not that I can recall. No. What about Richard Allen's own words? Did he ever say what time he was on the trail? When we interviewed him, he changed his time to 12 or 12:30. This report from whence you are making this assertion that Richard Allen said he was on the trail between 1:30 and 3:30. Where did that conversation occur with Doofus Doolin? In a parking lot. I don't recall off the top of my head exactly where he said, but in a parking lot. I believe it's a Save-A-Lot. Save-A-Lot? Did Doofus Doolin record this conversation? No. He did not have a recording of it. No. Did Doofus Doolin handwrite notes about this conversation? I don't know. Okay. Well, this is a pretty important thing, right? You sound pretty blasé about this shit. Whether Richard Allen was saying I was on the trail at 1:30, whether I left the trail at 1:30, whatever might have been said, that's pretty important. I would think that you would be looking for those notes. Have you looked for those notes? One sec. Okay. I've looked through the notes, and I recall asking Doofus Doolin about those notes, but I don't recall if he did or did not. Okay. Would you have provided the defense with handwritten notes of Doofus Doolin about that interview with Richard Allen if those handwritten notes exist? I believe so, yes. Okay. Do you believe that those handwritten notes exist? I don't know. I would have to go back and review myself to give you an accurate answer. Okay. Did Doofus Doolin make any mistakes on the report that he drafted following his interview with Richard Allen? I don't. None that I'm aware of, no. You don't know of any mistakes he made? No. Why was it 5 years before this report of Doofus Doolin's made its way into your purview to the degree that you brought Richard Allen in to talk to you? Could you ask that one more time? That was one of those questions. So the interview of Richard Allen that Doofus Doolin says he conducted was on February 16th, 2017, according to what I'm looking at. Richard Allen was not brought in for a second interview until October the 13th, 2022. Why was there a 5.5 year, or whatever that is, delay between the time of Richard Allen's first interview with law enforcement and his second interview? Someone fully cleared that lead or that information in Orion. Was one of the reasons that Richard was a 5-year delay between Richard Allen's first interview and his second interview in October of 2022? Was there a clerical error involved? I'm not sure what the definition of clerical error is, but somewhere along that lines, throughout Orion, someone fully Someone marked that as fully covered in Orion. And that was the problem. Was it fully, what does fully covered mean? Completely done with. Nothing else needs to be done. We checked him out. We just knew he wasn't the guy. We knew he was the one guy in this whole damn town that has nothing to do with this. So then how if it was fully covered, how then did it get back on the radar screen? Richard Allen, how did he get back on the radar screen in October of 2022? One of the ladies that works with us at our investigation center, was going through all the files and everything. And when she would come across something, she was not part of the investigation at the beginning. So as she would find information, see, look at his first lie, the first thing where he could possibly, in my opinion, be lying is an answer with way too many words. Every other one of his had like 5 or 10 words, right? Now, when he starts answering this, he's got a whole lot of words to say nothing much. As she would find information that she wasn't aware of, she would bring it to me or one of the other investigators, and she was not aware of that. So she brought that to me. Dan, Doofus Doolin's report. Okay, and who was this lady? Kathy Shank. Can you spell that? Kathyshan. K. Okay. I think the question I started outlining was, how important is the timeline that Rick's black Ford Focus would be the car that was passing westbound on 300 North? And your answer was what? Not overly important. Pause. 1 sec. All right. Let me look over here. Everyone having fun? Everything good? Let me scan back. No little warning triangles. Nobody needs my attention. Oh, Hebby's here? Where? Heather. Hey, Hebby. Woohoo. Ooh, let's put this one up. Heather, I missed you. Sorry. You're here now. That's the main thing. Ooh, my security blanket. Herbie, the love bug. Beep, beep. Where is that? Oh, here it is. Let's say hi to everyone. Boom. That's a great one. Keep that up for a bit. Oh, you guys love the voices? My voices? The ones I'm doing? You guys like this? Yes, I autographed my avatar. Yes, I saw Peggy had that and I thought, look good. So I thought, I'm put that because I do like that writing. It says the handwriting thing. I just used my computer. So anything good happening? Did I miss anything? You guys, carbs make Peggy very irritable. Take note, everyone. Ooh, unindicted is making baked faux ziti. Right on. I had a big smoothie beforehand. I put a frozen banana. I break it up. I put 10 frozen cherries, and I put 2 scoops of vanilla protein powder, 1/2 teaspoon of, or 1 teaspoon of, maybe 1/2 teaspoon of coconut oil, and I use skim milk, and I fill the rest up, and I make a smoothie. Oh, I put a scoop of yogurt in, a plain 0% yogurt of that Greek stuff, the thick stuff. It's almost like cream cheese. But I put a scoop of that, and then after I smoothie it, I blend it all together in my little Ninja blender in the individual cup. I put 2 huge tablespoons of the yogurt, the plain yogurt on top, because it looks like whipped cream, but it's not, right? Like it's only 0% yogurt. But then I kind of use the big straw, and I don't stir it in, but I kind of marble it in, so it adds a smoothness when you're drinking. Yes, and I know you're all so interested in that. Yeah, Biggie loves thick stuff. I have the right mind of putting that up on screen, but I will not. I'm going to keep heavies up. And I'm going to carry on. How confident are you that the vehicle that you have identified as Rick's black Ford Focus is the vehicle that ultimately parked at the CPS building? Confident. You see, like when he's telling the truth, he's just like one word, 2 words, 3 words. But that whole Kathy Shank thing was like, you just know when people are lying, they say way too much. Okay, is it your contention that Richard Allen was the person whom Betsy Blair observed on the high bridge from 50 feet away? Yes. What evidence supports that answer? Here's another lie. Look how long this is. Again, kind of going back to the timing, the 1:30 to 3:30 time frame that he said he was there, the fact that he passed the girls that described him, what he was wearing. He had blue jeans on. Who wears blue jeans? Nobody, just him, and a blue coat. Like, where the hell can you get a blue coat from? Must have been him. At approximately 1:30, when he said he was there, he was heading off towards the bridge, and he himself said he was out on the bridge. Okay, is there any other evidence that supports your belief that Betsy Blair saw Richard Allen on the bridge from 50 feet away? None that I can recall right now. There's an honest answer. He has a shitty memory. Takes him 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 words to say the truth. Okay. Oh, sorry. Okay, how many times, if any, have you ever talked to Betsy Blair? I believe I've talked to her 2 or 3 times. Were any of those videotaped? Yes. And how many? Probably all of them. Okay, so we should have, if every time that you've talked to Betsy Blair you believe was videotaped, is that correct? Correct. And then we should have video of those conversations with Betsy Blair. Is that correct? Correct. What other officers do you know other than yourself that have ever talked to Betsy Blair in some capacity related to this case within your personal knowledge? I don't know who else. I know others have, but I don't recall. How would I find out that information? I'm sure there should be reports of something that was given to you. Okay. When you talked to Betsy Blair, the times that you didn't talk to her, were there any other officers with you or law enforcement people? Yes. Who? Who were they, if you remember? I believe Kevin Hammond was with me one time, and Steve Mullen. He's our genius IT tech guy. When was the last time that you talked to Betsy Blair approximately? I guess, let me make it, I can ask it so it might help you out a little bit. Have you talked to Betsy Blair anytime in 2023? No, but that was, well, we had a phone call when maybe you subpoenaed her or wanted to talk to her. Wait, we had a phone call, but that's not true because in 2023, sorry. Right. Oh, sorry. Right. She called me. Okay. So there was a conversation telling her to call you? Okay. So there was a conversation telling her to call you. Other than that, not in 23. No. Okay. What about in 2022? Did you talk to Betsy Blair? Probably. Okay. And if so, it should be videotaped and we should be able to get that. Witness nods his head. Is it your contention that Sarah see, I was nodding my head there and you guys couldn't hear it. Is it your contention that Sarah Carbaugh observed Richard Allen walking westbound on 300 North? Yes. I'm surprised Baldwin didn't bust his chops there, because he gave the whole soliloquy at the beginning about being clear and not saying mm-hmm. So if a witness just nods his head, I figured Baldwin would have jumped on him. Yes. One of the things I'm confused about there is where exactly did Sarah Carbaugh say that she encountered the person on the road that the PCA says was muddy and bloody? Do you know where she encountered that person? Between the Mears house, there's a brick house, right? And the cemetery. My recollection is it was a little bit closer to the cemetery along the road. Okay, and I believe the PCA says that she saw him. Ooh, this is my favorite part of all this. I will be stopping and jumping in soon. Okay, and I believe the PCA says that she saw him, that Sarah Carbaugh saw this person who was muddy and bloody on the north side of the road. Is that correct? Correct. Okay, and did she say that person was walking west? Correct. All right. Okay, that answers that. I know that the Hoosier Harvester has a camera, and if the person that Sarah Carbaugh saw walking down the road continued to walk west on the road, he would have passed this person, the Hoosier Harvester, and its camera. Was there ever a person seen walking westbound on 300 North that was caught or captured on the Hoosier Harvester camera between 3 and 5 p.m. on October 13th, 2017? Not to my knowledge. Okay. Do you have any theories on this person, on why this person that Sarah Carbaugh claims to have seen walking down the road in muddy and bloody clothing would not be caught on the Hoosier Harvester camera? They could have went off into the field back into the woods. What evidence supports Sarah Carbaugh observing a man walking westbound on 300 North other than what Sarah Carbaugh says that she saw? So I'll stop here. And so I'll say his answer. Just her saying that. That's what she saw. Okay, so I'll stop here. It's definitely like a weird thing. Obviously, if anybody did this and anybody knew this area and that person needed to get back to the CPS building where they alleged his car was parked, why wouldn't you just run up the side of the creek bank and then up that, or you would maybe take the path, but if you're worried about taking the path of seeing somebody, you wouldn't walk down the middle of the road during the day. You just wouldn't. Because I've seen, I believe, Julie Melvin or somebody, between the pathway and the road, they walked along they walked between the pathway and the road through the trees, the tree line, about, say, 20 or 30 feet off the path to the, between the road and the pathway, but about 30 or 40 feet off the path, the trail, there's like a separate, and it's kind of like a trail itself, like an off-road type of trail. No, just like a small path, skinny path, and it goes right to the same area, basically through the trees. So as if anybody wouldn't have done those two. So you murder, at the murder scene, you would either run up the edge. You could even run up the creek itself. If in some areas, you'd be washing, you'd get water on yourself, but who cares? You'd probably be good washing blood off if you had it, or run up the creek bank or the pathway. But if you didn't want the pathway, you would definitely not use the roadway. You would then go between the pathway and the road, right along in the tree lines, back to your car. And I'm going to take a quick drink. One sec. And we're back. What's going on in chat? Anyone new? Oh, Dana. Rotting Jewels is here. Hi. Everybody welcome Dana. I'm sure you did. And who else we got here? Let me see. Nobody else new? Cool. Dino's still saying Gowdy. Gowdy, everyone. That's howdy in Sam Squanch. When you hear Gowdy, that's Dino pronouncing howdy with his Sam Squanch accent. And if you don't know what a Sam Squanch is, well, you really should watch Trailer Park Boys, because it's Sasquatch from Wisconsin. And who do we get to highlight here? Oh, let's get Abby saying it. There we go. Gowdy, everyone. All right. Where was I? And you find her to be credible, Sarah Carbaugh? Yeah. Yes. How many times, if any, have you ever talked to Sarah Carbaugh? I believe twice that I've talked to her. And were those, I almost didn't switch back. And were those on video? Yes. Were there any officers with you when you talked to Sarah Carbaugh, if you remember? Yes. The first time there were Indiana State Police was there. I don't recall the names. They weren't guys I was too familiar with. The second time, I believe, Steve Mullins was with me. When was the last time that you talked to Sarah Carbaugh, if you remember? I believe 2019. I'd have to review, but 2019. Yeah. In my narrative now, I remember it. My narrative, I talked to her on, I believe it was March 7th or 17th of 2019. And then 3 weeks later, I felt necessary to write out a whole bullshit narrative of how I remember what she said. And not exactly what she said. It was my narrative 3 weeks later, just in time. Just in time for me to go out on stage at a press conference. And when I wrote my narrative the next day, Betsy Blair, oh, I'm thinking of the wrong person. Ooh, I shall just stop. Yeah, that was Betsy Blair. So everyone forget the last 2 minutes. I just totally embarrassed myself. I was talking about when he talked to Betsy Blair. So I'm an ass. Fresh start, take 2. And I'm joking here. And one thing you'll learn about me is I don't, unless it's something super important, like time-wise, I don't bust anyone's balls later on about, oh, you said 2019 and it was August, but it was September. I'm not going to do that. I'm just trying to get to a feel more than anything, okay? So you think it was around 2019, okay? And do you know if any other officers have talked to Sarah Carbaugh since then, since 2019? I don't know. Okay, you said that you believe Sarah Carbaugh was credible. What about Betsy Blair? Did you think she was a credible witness? Why did I think she was a credible witness? No. Or you're asking me if I thought she was a credible. Thank you. Let me rephrase it so it's clearer. Do you believe that Betsy Blair is a credible witness? Yes. Okay, why? She was just a random person that was out there. She came forward to us. I can't think of any reason why she'd make things up and come to us. So why didn't you believe her when she said the car was square shaped and looked just like her dad's Comet from 1965? I mean, one of the things I don't like surprises at trial. So one of the things, and I'm usually too transparent about stuff. So what I don't want to learn about Betsy Blair, for example, is that she's a meth head or that she spent time in the loony bin or anything like that. Surprised he's using that kind of wording. Loony bin. I mean, meth head's fine, but I think you could say asylum or something. Is there anything in Betsy Blair's background that would cause you to think that she's not credible? Nothing that I'm aware of. Same with Sarah Carbaugh. Why do you think that she is credible? And is there anything in her background that would cause you to think that she's not credible? There is nothing that would lead me to believe she's not credible. Okay. And you already answered that you thought she was credible. So knowing that this Frank's motion is out there in the nether, in the ethosphere, I'm presuming that you went through your probable cause affidavit for the search warrant with a fine-tooth comb. Do you own a comb, Tony? Heather took mine away. She just buzzes my hair and trims my bangs off and takes all my combs away, so I don't need them. At least in preparation for today's deposition. Is that a fair statement? Ooh, redaction. Ooh. Other things were. Guess we'll never know what's written there. And pause. Okay, we're back. Who's here? Who's new? Oh no. Where do I see the numbers of people? Oh, 21 people. That's cool. Who hasn't been on stage? Highlighted yet? Ooh. Yes, the Looney Bin comment was directed at you. Hello, Charles. Welcome to the show. Oh, did you get here and I missed you? Sorry, you've been here for a bit. Hi, Charles. My bad. All right. Let's do this. Okay. Were any of the mistakes that were in the probable cause affidavit that you identified today that what you would label major mistakes? Like finding the phone, yeah, we all knew where the phone was found. That particular one. One of those things where when you read your stuff, you just assume what it says then. Yeah. So there's no other than the phone mistake that was contained in your search warrant affidavit. Is there anything else at the top of your head right now that you think, yeah, that's also a mistake that I made, and it's to such a degree that it's on my brain right now, and I'm here to tell you what it is. Is there anything like that? No, I would have to review it again. And I may have you do that, but there's nothing that stands out. I mean, you read it last night. Like, oh, this is a big mistake? No. Okay. I do want to ask you about the process of the search warrant affidavit, because I find that in different counties and it's done differently. In some counties, the law enforcement officer does it and the prosecutor doesn't have any involvement at all. In some cases, the prosecutor does it and the law enforcement doesn't have a whole lot of involvement. In some cases, the judge gets involved a little bit and starts saying, well, I need this and I need that, and you need to rewrite this or that. In this particular case, with this search warrant that was drafted on October 13th, 2022, who drafted it? I drafted it. Uh-huh. So he's going, oh, Baldwin is saying, uh-huh. Against, he stood up for a full 5 minutes in the beginning and so told people to answer with yes and no. And then he doesn't even do it himself. Tisk, tisk, Mr. Baldwin. Please try, be better. And the prosecutor put together the final product. Okay. And where is this report that you drafted and handed over to the prosecutor? You should have it. Okay. And I have a lot of reports, but I don't. Do you know what it would look like or what it would say at the top? I don't think it said anything at the top. It would have been just being in Word. Okay, I'll have to figure that out later, even though the prosecutor may have drafted the boom, redaction. Search warrant affidavit. Did you receive it in written printed off form? Hard copy, in other words, or did the prosecutor email you what he drafted and you printed it off and then you signed it? I believe it was email. And if you had a chance to review it and there were some inaccuracies there that you did catch at that point in time, what would you have done? Would you have called the prosecutor up and said, hey, I need to make some changes, or would you have just changed it? Correct. So, correct. Would you have changed it? And would you have had any problems changing anything on the probable cause affidavit if you thought it was inaccurate? Here comes the coat. Are you asking if I would have changed it, or yeah, if I had gone back to him and changed it? Yeah, I'm just trying to get that. Yeah, that's not a great question. I'm just trying to say, oh, if you saw, oh, this is a mistake, would you have just made it and then called him? Or would you have called him first and say, hey, you need to change it on your end? How would that have been handled? Probably have him change it on his end. All right. So Baldwin says, can we go off record for a second? And there's a discussion off record. Mr. Baldwin is back. Why was there a second interview of Betsy Blair? Here's the good one. This is fishy. You guys pay attention here. This is going to be him having Betsy Blair come back. So I'll give a quick one. This is where I was talking about earlier. Betsy Blair had to come back in, I believe, March 7th or 17th of 2019. And it's probably March 7th. Yeah, March 7th, because Ligget's narrative was on April 1st, April Fool's Day. So on March 7th, 2019, Betsy Blair comes back in and says all her stuff. And he then, 3 weeks later, on April 1st of 2019, feels the need that he has to write a narrative of what she said. And then who's the, oh, that's where I mixed up too. The next day is Liebert's sketch of Liebert's witness. What do they call that when they identify the person? Whatever. She identified the mailbox guy with the baggy eyes and all that, and she didn't remember what coat he had on, this Liebert, but she did remember that he wasn't wearing a hat. And then you look at the sketch and dude's got a hat on, so it always bothered me too. But anyway, sorry, I don't want to conflate the two. So basically what happens is in that narrative, 3 weeks after Betsy Blair's second time coming in March 7th of 2019, where he didn't know the time that she, on the 13th, saw where it started and where her, like she didn't know, he didn't know what time she saw BG walking, approximately, a start of that or an end of that on the 13th, but he knew it was 11:30 a.m. He talked to her. Then he puts out his narrative, and then, a few days later they have the thing. So here, I'll shut up now. Why was there a second interview of Betsy Blair? Was there a particular reason? I was curious about that, if you know. In the, I don't know how many interviews there were. Oh, right. In general. So to say a second one, I don't know. Thank you for saying that. Yeah. Why was Betsy Blair interviewed more than the first time? Maybe that's a better way to say it. Here come, oh, look at this. Lots of words. This means he's lying. When I decided to re-interview her, my role in the beginning of this was I was a tip guy for a long time, and I wanted to, and I believe it was 2019, I wanted to start looking through the timeline again and look at the Harvard store and decided to bring her back in. Okay. One of the things that we received in Discovery was a second, what I'm calling the second sketch, which was, let me see, did I bring that with me? It's a sketch of it looks like the first. I'm struggling here. The first sketch was the guy with the hat, right? You mean the first sketch that was released? Is that what you're talking about? 1 second, sorry. All right, quick look in the chat. Everything going good, guys? Everybody having fun and being nice? And if I'm annoying you, you feel free to mute and put on your favorite playlist and just enjoy these lovely people in chat. Ooh, yes, I will, Peggy. I will take that off the screen. Good call. Oh, don't you start. Not if I get there first. Who gets on? Who's not been on? Who has not been on? Here, let's put Nicole up. Deano, I didn't, whatever that is, he loves me. Oh, I didn't know he loves me. Let's go on. You mean the first sketch that was released? Is that what you were talking about? Yeah, the first. Thank you for saying it that way. The first sketch that was released was a guy wearing a hat. And then there was a second sketch which was of a different person. The second sketch was of a different looking person. And I believe it said Betsy Blair was the source of that. Is that what we received in Discovery? Was she the source of the second sketch, Betsy Blair? The second released sketch, yes. Thank you for saying it that way. I need to write that down. Second released sketch. And when was that released to the public, roughly, that second sketch? I believe that was also 2019. Okay. Why was the second sketch released in 2019 to the public? Because it was just another sketch that we had. It was, to the best of my knowledge, it was the original. It was the first sketch, I believe, that we had done We had done. We had done. Okay. And we decided to release that one. Why was the second sketch not released in 2017? I don't remember the exact conversation, but with the mask and everything, I believe we just decided to wait and not put that one out. Okay, with the mask, what do you mean? I believe her sketch had something covering the mouth. Are you talking about Betsy Blair's sketch? Yes. Okay. And because Betsy Blair, the sketch that came from Betsy Blair had some type of covering over her mouth, you thought that's really bugging me. What does that mean? SIC. Over her mouth. You thought that's doesn't reveal enough of the face. We'd rather have a full faced reveal. That's my recollection. Again, we had a unified command system, so it was not a Tony Ligget decision. He refers to himself in the third person. It's a command decision. Thank you for saying that, because that is one thing I also needed to ask was who was making the decisions about what was released related to the case, what was released to the public related to the case. There was a unified command set up, and it was a group. They were group decisions. Okay, is that the actual formal name of it, unified command, or is that your own kind of way of saying it? No, I would say it was a unified command, multiple agencies. Okay. And who was was there a leadership portion of this unified command? Yeah. Unified command was just the leadership of this investigation. Okay. Who was in the unified command? From our department, Kevin Hammond and myself. Okay. From Indiana State Police, Jerry Holman, Jay Harper, and since then, I believe Dave Vito got on board. Okay. In the beginning, Mike Peasley from the FBI and excluded from public access per rules in access to court records. Redacted, a whole page redacted. Richard Allen on the trail based upon the evidence? Yes. Okay. Do you think that Bree Wilbur ran into Richard Allen on the trail based upon the evidence? Yes. Do you believe that Anna Spath ran into Richard Allen on the trail based upon the evidence? Yes. Did you ever talk to any of those girls yourself? I sat in on an interview of Bree Wilbur in 2020. 2020? Was her story consistent in 2020 the way that it was in 2017? Yes. Was that videotaped, that interview in 2020? I believe so. Okay. Here was another question from reading the search warrant affidavit. We've been on the trail, of course, a few times trying to figure things out. Like when I first got on this case, I thought that the famous video was on this side, and then Brad and I were like, what is going on here? We couldn't figure it out. And then it took us a minute to figure out, but now I'm fairly acclimated to the trail and where the high bridge is and all that. Oh shit. Of course, my dumb alarm goes off. Shut up. Throw it over there. I just had to take my watch off. Yes, I have an old school watch. I wear an old school watch. It's because I like to leave especially when my battery's charging and low, I try to leave my phone and go without it. And just, if I have to go in the backyard and, because most of the time I usually just have my phone to, check the time. So I have one of those regular old school watch, a dumb old watch. No smart watch, just a dumb watch. So before I interrupted myself, shit, where was I? Okay, yeah, I read all this. Okay, couldn't figure it out. And then it took us a minute to figure out, but now I'm fairly acclimated to the trail and where the high bridge is and all that. One of my questions that we've had is in the PCA, it talks about the girls that I just named and identified, Bree Wilbur, Anna Spath, and Rayleigh Voorhees. Took a photo of near a bench or at a bench at 126. I'm trying to figure out which bench that was. Is there any, did you ever like go out there on the trail with them and say, which bench was it? Went out there with Rayleigh Voorhees? Yes. Okay, great. If I could get, where's my probable cause affidavit? And Mr. Bowen says, I'm sorry. You don't know? Oh, here it is. Oh, he's talking to somebody else. I've only got like 1,000 things in here. Oh, here's my version. Okay. And back to Mr. Baldwin asking the questions. I'm glad that you did that because now it helps me understand which side of as I'm heading from the Freedom Bridge to the High Bridge, which side of the path was the bench that from where the girls took the photo at 126. Would it be on the left? Which side is the bench? Right. Left side. Okay. And was it the very first bench that you would encounter from the Freedom Bridge on the left? It was a bridge directly behind some of the houses. It was probably most likely a bench, he's trying to say there. It was a bench directly behind some of the houses that are on 300 North. Off the top of my head, I don't remember if it's the very first one. Definitely talking about the bench. But it's one of the first ones. It's behind the house. It's okay. Thank you. That will help out too. And that'll give me a marker. The bench from whence these girls, Rayleigh Voorhees and Anna Spath and Bree Wilbur, took this photo at 126 is, you think that it's kind of in front of a house? Behind a house, I said. Oh, behind a house. Yeah. Is the house as I'm headed toward the High Bridge, is the house on the right-hand side or left-hand side? Left-hand side. There's no houses on the right-hand side. Okay. It's a creek. But there's some woods there to the left, and you can see the house through the woods. You can see the house through the woods? At the time I went out there with her, yes, you could see the house. Do you know if this will help out too? Do you know if that bench has been moved or is it in the same location as it was back in 2017? I don't know. Okay. If you went back there, and would you be able to figure out whether the bench is in the same location? Yes. Okay, great. Okay. When you went out there with Rayleigh Voorhees on the trail, what year was that? If you know, was that like 2020 or was that sooner before that? I feel like that was probably in 2019, but I'm not going to bust your chops. I'm just trying to get a better feel. One of the things that I was wanting to know, and I think Brad wants to know also, is I know that the girls, Voorhees, Spath, and Wilbur, take the photo where the bench is, and then they head toward the Freedom Bridge. And that's when they encounter this man. Did you figure out with Voorhees how far they had made it toward the Freedom Bridge from that bench when they encountered this man? No. Okay. See, because my question, that was actually a long question. The shorter version of it is, where on the trail did the girls encounter the man that you think was Richard Allen? And you know that it was between the bench and the Freedom Bridge, but you don't know exactly where between the bench and the Freedom Bridge. Is that correct? I don't know. Correct. Okay. When you were walking down the path, the trail with Rayleigh Voorhees, did you ask her whereabout was it that you encountered this person? I don't believe we did. Was that encounter with Rayleigh Voorhees videotaped by chance? The whole page redacted. Yeah. Oh, 2 pages redacted. So obviously she must say something here about maybe the younger or other kids, I'm guessing. So who's saying this? This would be question. So this would be Baldwin. See if you can tell me what this means, because I was having a struggle with it. Blair turned around at the bridge and continued her walk. Well, let me backtrack so that you know the context. Blair said that the male was standing on the first platform of the Monon High Bridge, approximately 50 feet away from her. Blair turned around at the bridge and continued her walk. Approximately halfway between the bridge and the main hub of trails, she passed two girls walking toward the high bridge, unquote. That's what I wanted to focus on, was especially that main hub of trails line. What does that mean? What are you calling the main hub of trails? Oh, got a long message. So he's lying. So at the brick house, the Mears house on 300 North, there was an entrance that was gated off, but there was an entrance there. And when you got to, I'll continue with the hub. You could turn left and go to the high bridge. You could turn right and go to the Freedom Bridge, or you can kind of go straight and angle down to the creek. So I called that the hub. Okay. So I wanted to make sure I'm understanding this. So what you are calling the hub is basically if you go down the Mears entrance onto the main trail, that's the hub. That's the hub. Got it. Okay. So let me reread that and then ask you the question again. Quote, Blair turned around at the bridge and continued to walk approximately halfway between the bridge and the main hub of trails. She passed the two girls, unquote. Okay, I'm not even asking a question. It just now dawned on me what it says. All right, good, very good. All right, making progress. I already covered that. Has Doofus Doolin, to your knowledge, ever been disciplined as an officer, a law enforcement officer? I don't know. Does he work with you? Or I thought he was a conservation officer. Yes, he's a conservation officer. He's actually a captain of the conservation now. Yeah, he fucked up so bad we made him captain. Great. Or he said yes so well and did as we told here. He got a promotion. Good job, doofus. Does he also do side work with the sheriff's department on occasion? No. To your knowledge, has he ever been involved in a case where evidence was suppressed because of things like that he did? I have no idea. I have no idea about Jesse Snyder and all the shitty things he did to Jesse Snyder, who then, unfortunately, unalived himself in very suspicious circumstances. And I have no idea about any of that shit. Sketchy shit Doofus Doolin did to Jesse Snyder, a real American hero. Why didn't you include in the probable cause affidavit Richard Allen what he told you on October 13th, 2022? October 13th, 2022. That he had been at the trail at noon, around noon, either before or right after. His memory from what was it, February 26th was that I went off of. Okay, another question that I have about while I'm on that topic is I tried to, from where Richard Allen was living at the time, it doesn't seem like it would make a whole lot of sense that he would be on 300 North heading west. Did you ever have any theories on why, if you believe that the car captured at, I think, 2:20 or 1:27 p.m. is Richard Allen's black Ford Focus? Do you have any theories why he would have been traveling westbound on 300 North rather than a shorter route? I don't. And I'm going to pause quickly. Sorry. Ooh, one more second. 1 second. OMG, my coffee is perfect now. Let's quickly say hi. Oh, TJ's here. Hello, TJ. Love and light for all. Welcome, TJ. You've been here a bit. I wasn't really looking at chat. Seems as Heather, Deano, and Nicole are having fun talking to each other. And who can we put up? Let's say hi to TJ here. There. Yes, it would be nice. Ooh, actually, there's a question. This will be better. TJ asks, don't you think they would have had Betsy Blair do a sketch of the two girls that he saw? Good question. And I shall carry on. I mean, am I correct in saying that from where Richard Allen lived, there was a much shorter route where he would have been headed eastbound on 300 North to get to the old CPS parking? If it's shorter, it's not much shorter. Okay. And if you don't have to go through town going the other way. Okay. How important is it as far as the timeline is concerned, placing Richard Allen at the trail at roughly 2 p.m. when Betsy Blair saw a person on the high bridge? How important is it that that vehicle parked at the CPS building be black, for example, in order for the timeline to be a good timeline? Ooh, boss man McClellan jumps in. I'm going to object. I think you're getting into the work product. I kind of let it slip up till now, how important it is, but I think you're getting into work product at this point. So I'm not sure if I shouldn't have done that because I might have to stick with that voice now. And Baldwin jumps in. Oh, you and I will have disagreements on that all day, but McClellan, I agree, but I'm going to advise him just to phrase that question. I'm not going to do the voices anymore. Yeah, that was a bad question that I can get behind. It's a bad question. Now back to Mr. Baldwin. So you said earlier that it was your contention that Richard Allen's black Ford Focus was parked at the old CPS building at 2:14, at 2:15 p.m., at 2:30 p.m. How important then was it that the vehicle being parked at the CPS building was a black Ford Focus in terms of establishing a timeline? I think it helps. Well, let's do the converse. How problematic might it be for the timeline if the vehicle parked at the CPS building at 2 p.m. or 2:14 p.m. or 2:15 p.m. or 2:30 p.m. is not a black vehicle? Then he had another vehicle we would have or did check into, but the people said, or witnesses just confirmed that he said on February 16th, our witnesses just confirmed this timeline. So that's the importance of it. Which witnesses would those be? Betsy Blair, Terry Wilson, Sarah Carbaugh, and Wesley McWhirter. Ooh, McWhirter. He's a wordsmith, a word wizard. Wesley, the word wizard, McWhirter. All right. I want to talk about Westville for a minute. And I know it sounds like Tobe Leesenby was the person that drafted the safekeeping order. Is that correct? Yeah, I had nothing to do with it. Did you ever know that was happening, the safekeeping order? I think I did. After the ball was rolling, I did. Okay. Did you have any input into the safekeeping order at all? No. And I think you told us that the last hearing when Brad was asking you questions, I think is when this happened, that you had been to Westville earlier this year to talk to Richard Allen. Correct. Tell me about that. I was confused about that. We went to myself, Dick, Jerry Holman, and Doofus, just IT. I need a nickname for Steve Mullen. Steve Mullen went into Westville. Okay. What was the purpose of that, going to Westville? I don't remember the specific reason, but it was to talk to Richard, and he didn't want to talk. So, okay. What part of the year was it? Was it cold? Do you remember like what the month was? I don't. It's been a blur since becoming sheriff. It's been a blur. Sure. So I don't remember the exact time. I think that you had told us was earlier in the year, and I got the feeling it was like in January or February or maybe even December. But does any of that ring a bell? Or no? Was it? Well, then I guess I can cut to the chase a little bit differently. Would you have, is there like an email or is there something out there that would say, hey, We are going up there to see you guys. No, I did not set it up. I don't know who set that up. Okay. If it was Jerry or Steve, I don't know. But for some reason, I feel like it was December, but I don't know. Okay. Mr. Baldwin. Yeah, I was getting to that. Why would you be going to talk to Richard Allen in December or January or February? December of 2020. Let's say 2022 or January, February, March of 2023. I don't recall what the point of going there was. Okay. Was that, and you said you were not the one that organized it. It was some either Holman or Mullen, I assume. Okay. All right. And we weren't, when Jerry Holman was the one that was in the room with him. So I wasn't even part of the interview. So Jerry Holman did talk to Richard Allen when he went out with you and Mullen to Westville. I believe he just was told that he didn't want to talk. I believe he just was told that he didn't want to talk. Were you in the room when Jerry Holman was trying to talk to Richard Allen? No. Oh, okay. So Jerry Holman was Mullen in the room with Jerry Holman when he tried? No. Okay. So Jerry Holman alone went in and talked to Richard Allen. Is that right? Attempted to talk to him. Yes. Okay. Okay. When did you become the sheriff? January 23. Oh, January? Was it January 1st? Yes. Okay. And I just need to understand that the dynamics there of, so you tell me what your memory is of when you showed up at Westville for the visit. We went through security. Steve Mullen and I went to a room or office, and Jerry went to another room or office to attempt to talk to Richard, and it was very brief, and he didn't want to talk. Did you guys all drive in together? No, I rode with Steve Mullen. So Jerry Holman was separate? Yes. Okay. And did you all arrive around the same time? Jerry was in the parking lot waiting for us. And I'm saying Dick because it's technically his, he's a DIC. I forget what it was, some kind of discovery informer or something. So it's an official title of Jerry Holman's DIC. So it's official. It's not me, I'm just trying to be official. Ooh, I should take a break here. So I'll break here at Jerry was in the parking lot waiting for us. One moment. And we're back. Ooh, Heather Swenson. Hello, Heather Swenson. Very welcome. Welcome, Heather. So Heather Brown is Habby, and Heather Swenson can be whatever she wants. Don't you two get confused. But I think the more Heathers we have in this world, the better off we are. I just feel it. Oh, Heather Ligget. Uh-oh. Ooh. Anybody else new? So who has made an interesting comment? There's a cute one. I like that. Oh, let's just oh, I'm reading for Heather Swenson. I'm reading that's why you wrote Heather Ligget. I thought you were just like saying a funny name. So Heather Swenson, this is Baldwin basically asking Tony Liggett's deposition. Sorry. Yeah, I should be saying that more often maybe. But let's just do this before I get way too distracted. Let's say, hi guys, from our new guest, Heather Swenson, 5901. Ooh, I like that better. You're very welcome, Heather. All right. And did you guys have to go through security like everybody else does? Yes. All right. Did you get into a vehicle and drive to the back of, or was, yes. Okay. So do you think that where you, Dick Jerry Holman, and, what's a good name for Mullen? I feel like he's dumb, but we already got a doofus. IT expert Mullen was to where Richard was being housed. I believe so. Okay. And having been there a few times, I know when you go in, you walk, I don't know, 50 feet or something, and there's a little place to the right, little command area where you have to sign in. Do you remember signing in? Yeah. We always have to sign in. I'm presuming everybody does. Do you remember signing in? I don't remember. Okay. Do you remember why it was that Dick Jerry Holman alone went and attempted to talk to Richard Allen? No. I'm just trying to narrow this time frame down. How long had the case been going on, do you feel, when you went to see Richard Allen with Dick Jerry Holman and IT expert Mullen at Westville? How long the case had been going on? Yeah, I mean, well, that's a good point. How long had Richard Allen been at Westville approximately when you, Dick Jerry Holman, IT expert Mullen, went to see him? Richard Allen at Westville. Hours, days, weeks, months? Ooh. Oh, wait. I got a better one for that. Hours, days, weeks, and months? Oh, my. Like the Wizard of Oz? But I should have just did the three of them. And moving on. I don't know exactly when he got to Westville, so it's hard to, I feel like it was like November, December, but I don't remember when it was. Okay. All right. Yeah. What was the point of you and Mullen IT expert Mullen? Actually, I need a shorter nickname for Mullen, but it has to be for him being the IT expert maybe, and a bit dumb himself. So going to Westville, if you weren't actually going to go into the room and talk to Richard Allen. I believe the plan was for us to watch the interview. Oh, okay. So light bulb. Hello. So were you able to see into the room where it was shut down? He didn't want to talk before that was even set up. So did Dick Jerry Holman actually have face-to-face contact with Richard Allen, to your knowledge? I believe so, yes. Okay. And did you see Dick Jerry Holman walk down the hallway and turn and go into a room, or he was in the room? Before Richard was brought in, we were in the room. Right. Where the interview was going to happen. And then Steve Mullen and we went to a different office and we were supposed to watch the video. Oh, as it was like live streamed in or something? Yeah. Oh, okay. Versus looking through a glass and seeing? Right. Okay. Was Richard Allen represented at the time that you guys went out there by counsel? I believe so. Oh, of course they redact this part. Yeah. Just when he's going to probably say something very dumb here, because he just admitted they're talking to him without his representation present. So was Richard Allen represented at the time? Imagine Richard Allen and all the psychosis and all the physical deterioration and torture and Halidol forced injections and episodes that must have happened. Then they're in there talking to him without representation. Fucking sickos. Sadistic motherfuckers. Fuck you. Oh, yeah. Let's redact all this. Oh, yeah. More redactions. 3 pages. Sure. Nothing to see here. Okay. We were getting tips saying, if you look here, this tree is a man. Yeah. Or those things. The pixelation is off on this or that. I've heard that too. There's 3 guys standing behind her that were railings. So, yeah. But at least I've now confirmed that the photograph is not just an internet sensation. It actually exists because we haven't had it. And I'm not accusing anybody of discovery, because there's a vast amount of crap and we've gone through it and I just haven't seen it yet. So hopefully we'll be able to get it to it. So, all right. So I want to talk now about the flow of information, because I know that it was crazy there, especially at the beginning. So, and you said you were kind of in charge of tips. Were you in charge of tips? I never said I was in charge of tips. Oh, I'm sorry. I said I was a tip guy. You were a tip guy. You were a tip guy? Okay. Yeah. What does that mean? You're a tip guy. Insert tip jokes here. I don't want to say I read every tip that came in, but I was one of a couple of people that would review all the tips, prioritize them, and push them down the line, up the line. Okay. However you want to look at them. Who else was a tip guy? Jay Harper did tips. Okay. We were the two primary in the beginning. Other people looked at tips too. There were several people that had access to the tips, but throughout the duration, I was the guy reading a lot of the tips. That was our tip guy. So I understand what you're going through. You know, we heard a tip, for example, of, oh, look at this photo. His balls are hanging. Oh, somebody read this. Oh yeah, T and them read this. Yeah. Yeah, I remember them laughing at balls. They're laughing at this. So somebody called in and a tip and said his balls are hanging on the left side of his pants. Ooh, and they were talking about this too. And I'd like to address this as I have some experience in this. And if you don't wear super tight skinny jeans like Nick McClellan does, or super tight suit pants like that look like almost yoga pants, you don't run into this problem because they're kind of just hanging. They don't have to choose a side because they're not, they're not moose knuckled into making a decision. Now, I guess back in the 80s when tight jeans were cool and the whole 80s rock headbanging thing was a different time. And yeah, you may have, I think you could have a ball on each side and the ween, the main part would have to kind of choose a side. As for balls, I think you should, if your pants are that tight, you should probably do a nice moose knuckle and lace one on each side, in my opinion. So there was a whole talk about this. Yet again, I think if you're wearing pants that tight, well, you must be pretty hot. So like Nick on stage. Okay. In this photo that Richard Allen has, balls hanging on the right side. So there, I've solved the problem, solved the case. So you said that you would prioritize the tips, kind of. We tried to have a scale, like 1 is this, and 0, this is 0, this is no good, 10 is a big time tip. Although I don't know that we ever had any of those. Did you have a similar scale, or how did you guys do that? No, the Orion system that was totally fooled by the wrong surname, which is a bunch of bullshit, you could not get rid of a tip, but you could make a tip not go anywhere. A normal tip that you would just consider average and then priority or an immediate level. It sounds like, was that a decision that you and Harper made, or was that a decision like that you'd input the information and it would spit out? We made the decision. Okay, I'm glad I asked that because I thought you were saying it spit out something. So, and what was your basic way of determining whether it was there's nothing to see here, or this is an average tip, or this is a high priority tip? What was your your basic way of processing? It varied to a degree, but we got a lot of tips that said my ex-husband, or there were repetitive, not necessarily about a person, but my boyfriend, my ex-boyfriend, my daughter's ex-boyfriend, things that don't really tie into the case. For instance, we started asking, how is the person tied to Delphi? We wanted this specific information so we could make a better determination. Right. On priority. And would you actually talk to the people on the tip line, or was it an email situation, or can you describe that for me? The FBI had set up a tip line, and they had an analyst that would, if people called in, they would talk to the analysts, and then they would input their information, and it would we would get that. Email was another form of a way of getting tips, and people would come to where our various command centers were set up and verbally give them as well. Those would be written down and put in the system. How many command centers were there, if you know? 3. Were they all in the Delphi area? Yes. Okay. And who would be manning the command centers? Who would be anybody that was there to specifically investigate the case? Okay. So that could be just was that kind of an all hands on deck? Hey, we need you to go to the command center and people might be coming in. Or it was, no, it was always, to use the word hub again, it was a hub of everything going on. So there was constantly people there. Okay. Especially in the beginning, almost 24 hours. When you say people, you were talking about law enforcement officers? Correct. Okay. So it sounds to me like the tips that made its way to the FBI tip line would then be, you'd be getting an email. And I think I've seen some of those now that makes a little bit of sense to me. What I've seen, like an FBI, I think I now understand what that means. But you also said people would email you directly. Is that email? We had an email. We had a tip line email that was set up. Oh, okay. And then that didn't go through the FBI, that email tip line? No. Okay. Did that go directly like to you, or there was a handful. There was a few people that got those emails. How would we be able to distinguish between the tips that came in through the FBI and the tips that came in through the email? Is it just what it looks like on a piece of paper? Well, generally, if I got an email, I copied and pasted the whole email into the Orion system. All right, let me go back here. All right, who ultimately made the call to stop investigating a certain tip? I know that in my brain, I want to say, so you guys are at the front end of the tip, and it sounds like you did make some calls like this. This doesn't have there's nothing here. So I'm not going to even pursue this anymore. Correct. And what would you said, did you have a word for that? You said I'd stop, or what did you have? Was there a phrase for that? The tip was dead, or I can't remember the exact word that was used in the Orion system, but it just nothing was done with it. It's still in the system, just nothing was done. And was there a way to memorialize that nothing was being done on this? Yes. Okay. And how was that done? Seem just the same as if prioritizing them. No further leads. That was no further leads? No further leads. So then, and that sounds like what Richard Allen, when Doofus Doolin interviewed Richard Allen, it was no further leads. Is that correct? Am I thinking about that correct? I believe they actually marked that as fully covered. What does that mean, fully covered? Like done. Okay. I got to ask then, what's the difference between no further leads and fully covered? I'm sorry, I'm not very smart. I'm trying to figure this out. No further leads in my head, that is, there was just nothing to this to start with. Fully covered means someone did something with that and it was completed. Okay. The end result was basically the same. We're done any work on this. Correct. It's just a matter of, in the fully covered, somebody actually did something, maybe interviewed a witness or reviewed something, but in the no further leads, it didn't even get a passed. Like it just was kind of, I think that's a good general way of putting it. Awesome. All right. Well, I know like Ron Logan obviously was a big candidate in terms of a suspect. And so I want to talk about the bigger guys. Like, ooh, this is going to get juicy. Like, I understand early on that there's some bad tips and things that are fully covered or no further leads. But like a guy like Ron Logan, where he's being investigated pretty hard, understandably, who makes the decision that we are done. Makes the decision that we are done. We are done investigating Ron Logan. Generally, whoever the people or persons are that were investigating that person, bring it to the unified command. And okay, so this unified command seems to be a big, so let me ask it this way. Is it fair to say that if there is a big ticket suspect or a big ticket lead, that unified command would be in charge of saying whether to continue investigating or to stop investigating? Again, I think that's a pretty general way of putting it, but okay. Oh, right. Yeah, and yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Were there arguments within the what did you call that again? The command? It's on a different page. What did you call that? The command? Unified command. Unified command. Did did we always agree? No. Yeah, what was I know in my own law firm, I get into some heated exchanges with my own law partners and other lawyers. Was there like raised voices ever in unified command over things? I'm sure there probably was, but nothing stands out in my head. Was there any single suspect that there was a division between people in the unified command? I think this needs to be pursued. And then the other side, no, this is dumb. Basically a dick swinging contest. Like we are not going to continue on down that road, wasting, energy. Did that ever kind of thing happen? No. Within unified command, no, I don't believe there was anything like that. And there were cases, just so it's clear too, there were cases that I stepped out and investigated other cases. So there are periods of time where I'm not in the case even. Oh, so there might be like a rape case going on and you would step out and do that case? Correct. Okay, unrelated. Okay, I got that. Then who would take over if you were kind of had the lead involved in a different case? Nobody. I'm confused about the role of the FBI and how they got involved and then how they ended up not being involved any longer. Can you shed some light on that for me? How did they first get involved? Did they approach you guys? Did you approach them? On the 14th, February 14th, 2017, Rich Davies showed up to our organized search and saw it on the news and just came. We didn't ask. They didn't. He was just there to help search, I believe. And once we found them, he offered, or the FBI offered to help. Okay. And what was the role of the FBI? I know they put a tip line together. Right. They investigated in the beginning. Eventually the FBI stopped investigating, but they were a part of the team, part of unified command, brought FBI agents in. You said they stopped at some point in time investigating. Why did they stop at some point in time investigating? I recall that there was a specific instance or reason. In the movie for The Fugitive, the FBI or the federal marshals show up and they get the local guys out. Local guys want to maintain control over the scene, and then the F and then he kicks him out and says, "Hey, we are taking over. Turf war." I just ball swinging contest or dick swing. Yeah, maybe balls too, swinging their big droopy balls, dragon balls. I just got out of a murder trial where there was some turf war. Was there a turf war going on between any of the entities, state police, FBI, local police? None that I'm aware of. Did anybody from Carroll County ask the FBI to leave? From Carroll County? Right. No. Do you know if anybody from the state police asked the FBI to get out? I don't know. Okay. Have you heard rumblings that the state police may have asked the FBI to get out? Anything's possible, but specifically no. Oh, of course. We're going to get some more answers and they got to redact. Like they're redacting. Fucking guys. This is about adults and the FBI, another government entity. He's probably taught to say something or mention somebody's name that would give them the right to redact all this. Right after he probably asks them a few questions and then they can put it on fucker guys. He's probably dropping names like those juveniles' names or undercover agents. So boom, of course, we've got to redact the whole page, not just the things we want to redact. Anyways, I'm going to take And when you say in charge, you mean for Carroll County? Right. Okay. So 1 sec. I'm going to take a quick pause. You guys have any questions or stuff? I'm going to take a drink and look at chat. So if you have any questions, maybe throw a question in or a thought or something you want me to read with the little triangular warning sign or something I can catch my attention with. But if not, I'll be right back. And we're back. Let's see what's going on here. Ooh, Heather Swenson's chatting it up. Nice, cool. Great to have another. Oh, there we go. Perfect. Heather's had the screen, so we got to give it to somebody else. Oh, there we go. Rebby Ann, Rebecca. Oh, there. Perfect timing, Rebecca. Kaboom. You're doing great, Shibby. Just listening. Boom. Excellent comment. Rebby Ann. Ooh, let me see. There's starring Rebecca Ann. Oh, why don't I hear that? Okay. My applause is. Oh, I have the volume down. Oh, I took my earbud out. OMG. Oh, it was. I'm sorry. I had my left earbud out. I don't know why. Okay, so it was working. Yes, LOL, Rebecca. I was wondering why because I took my left earbud out, and that's where I have my desktop computer is in my left ear of my Bluetooth headset. So I was wondering, I was unmuting all my browsers and like, what the fuck? I can't hear that. I was just about to reload or leave myself because I thought the sound was messed up. But anyways, moving on. Well, let's say Kevin Hammond was in charge of Carroll County on this murder investigation up until the time he left. And then you were in charge for Carroll County because this is your county and the murders were committed in your county. Was there a requirement that state police or FBI or anyone for that matter would go to you if they found information that they thought was important? It would be brought to Unified Command. Unified Command. Okay. Is Unified Command still together or have they disbanded? Or I would say that we are still together. Do we meet nearly as often? No, but is there investigation? Is the investigation still ongoing? Yes. Okay. Like, when was the last time you did any actual investigation work? For myself, October, November last year. Okay. Has anybody on Unified Command page redacted? One huge page, 2 pages redacted. So 2 pages were redacted, and now we come back to, I'm guessing, Baldwin finishing off something. So in the middle of whatever he's saying, while we are talking about the bullet, one thing that we haven't seen, we've seen photographs of the bullet, like taken from kind of like from a high perspective and then kind of going down, down, down before, as it should be done. I think before it's taken out and collected as evidence. Who does the photographs, by the way? That would have been an Indiana State Police crime scene tech. Okay. Oh, sorry. One thing I haven't seen though, and I don't know if you know whether it exists or not. We haven't any photos of the individual bullet taken out and set next to a measuring device, like a ruler or something, so that you can see the entire bullet. Do you know if that type of photograph was taken? I've not seen one of those. Yeah, well, we don't want you to know exactly what type of bullet it is. Just trust us, bruh. Okay. I mean, that would be important, wouldn't it? To take a full photo of the bullet that was allegedly on the ground. I would think that would be important. I think so. Okay. Where was the bullet ultimately stored once it was collected as a piece of evidence? I don't know. I assume at the end in a state police lab. Was any evidence collected in the Carroll County storage locker room that you know of? No. All right. I do want to talk about the crime scene. I mean, I've I've seen the photographs. When did okay, the crime scene itself, when the girls were found. I'm I'm confused about how they were found. I know it was around noon on the 14th, but how did that all go down? Like, who found them, and then how quickly did the police come on the scene and all that kind of thing? There was a search. We walked around this little area, 100 of us, for 19 hours and couldn't find them. Oh, and by the way, it got a little cold and it got dark, and there was a hill, remember? So we called the search off. There was also twigs on the ground that we were tripping over, so it was very unsafe. So we went home for a nice 10-hour sleep, and we got up, we had brunch, and we walked around for another 5 hours, and still couldn't find them in daylight. And yeah, they were found at noon. A search party found them. There's a driveway on the opposite side of the creek that goes back to the Weber residence. Some up on that driveway looking down towards the creek, though he saw clothing. So he directed another search party. He knew someone was on the other search, on the other side of the creek or something. He called them and said, "Hey, I think I might see clothes." I don't remember the exact conversation. And he directed them there, and they found the bodies. Oh, but first, I forgot to add, I believe it was Giancola walked down from the cemetery and walked past the bodies laying there. He didn't see him. He walked to the creek, and then he saw the bodies on the way back, which sounds like bullshit, but it's true. And what were the names of those people in the search party, if you know? I'd have to review that's another one of those things. Can you write that down? I really need to figure out who those people are. And again, it might be in one of those hard drives, but I can't figure that out. Did you ever talk to the people that were a part of the original search party that came upon the scene? That came up on the girls? Yes. When I got out there the day they found them, there was a lady crying up by the cemetery, and I just asked her if she was all right. But I don't believe I had any involvement with talking to any of those people. Now, in my mind, I'm trying to think about how this works. So they're there. I'm sure they called the police. The police do show up, and I want to talk more in detail about that. But then I would presume they'd say, "You guys need to leave, and almost you guys need to be quiet about this. We can't be talking about that." I would presume that might be a part of the conversation. Am I off on that? I didn't talk to them. Okay. I don't know what was said. Who, to the best of your knowledge, showed up first from law enforcement? Two guys from my department, blind man Darren Giancola and Drew Yoder, I believe, were the first two law enforcement officers. Darren Giancola and Drew Yoder? I'm sure that there would be could you spell that if you know? Gian blah, 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 blah. And what was the other fella? Drew. Okay. Are they still with your department? Yes. All right. And how did you know that they were the first on to arrive? They told me. I was shortly behind them. Okay. So were you the third person from law enforcement on the scene? I don't know that I was the third one, but there was a few of us that got there about the same time. Okay. What about Dick Holman? Did he show up, I assume? At some point. I don't know when, but yeah, he was there. I know, and I don't know that I've seen it, but I know that on big crime scenes, there's usually a who is coming and who's crime scene log. Crime scene log. Who was there? A crime scene log. Who? Was there a crime scene log in this case? Yes. And who would have been in charge of the crime scene log, if you know? I remember there was a state police officer doing the crime scene log. Are they the ones that put the crime scene log together, do you think? Yes. Okay, figure that out. What I mean, I've seen the photographs. What did you guys think about what was going on there? What did you think the case was going on? What did you think the case was going on there when you came upon the crime scene? I mean, there's these sticks around these girls and that kind of thing. Did you have any thoughts on that? Like what that was, or did anybody, what was? Oh, we had no reason to believe the sticks were involved with the crime. We thought they magically floated there. We didn't realize that for whatever reason, to block from Weber's driveway, the undoing, staging, or posing, we didn't realize that it would be important that the person in 2017, we didn't know we should collect them for whatever reason. So we had no reason to believe the sticks were involved. We just tossed them aside and left them there 5 days. Well, that was in between the lines there, guys. If you didn't see that, it's really small writing, but I could see it. Well, I've seen photographs. There's like this F painted onto a tree. I don't know if that's related. There's sticks that are on these girls, which is kind of weird. What was the investigation angle on those sticks on the girls, and the F or whatever it was painted in the tree or on the tree? Those, for starters, the sticks and whatever leaves and stuff could have been concealment. Poor job of it. It could have been concealment because, yeah, if you look at the sticks or branches, if you concentrate, you wouldn't see the body behind them, and you would just walk right past. Okay, that's a pretty dumb answer. The sticks there were some investigators that looked into various groups various groups. Ooh. So he's admitting it too. That used the sticks for Nordic. I don't think Nordic is the right word for it. Don't want to say the word because Nick's right there looking at me. But that looked into it from that angle too. How quickly was that angle looked into with the sticks being something Nordic related? And again, Nordic may not be the proper term. I'm not using it, but I think it was fairly quickly that, oh yeah, I'm not going to say the word. That just in case Nick hears me again. I want my promotion after this is all blown over. That was looked into. Like the same day or the next day after the girls were found. I don't know. I don't know an exact time of when and that's fine, but it was very quick. It was quick. All right. Who do you know of that thought, oh, you said some type of group that might have, yeah. Who came up with that idea? I don't know. Okay. What kind of groups are we talking about that might have left the scene that way that was being investigated? Oh, I can't remember again. And in the beginning, I did mostly tips and, okay, would be said information, but I don't, off the top of my head, I can't remember the names of the groups. Well, I'm guessing it wasn't like, the Girl Scouts that we can eliminate them, but was it like a hate group or a weirdo, the Branchville Davidians down in Texas? Was it that type of group? Or, yeah, it's some sort of religious type. They use runes. There's another mention of, so I can't think of did you say runes? Runes. How do you spell that? Who's getting them to spell it? RUNES. Okay. What are runes? They're their symbols. Wow. He's probably surprised he's mentioning this. He won't say Odin, but he's talking about runes. And now he's going to go on and tell us all about runes. Where did you hear that phrase, runes? Who did? Just as part of the investigation? Yeah. Somewhere along the way? Yeah. Okay. Has that been ruled out that the thing on the tree and the sticks on the girls were runes? Has that been ruled out? Yeah, I know. I know that we had people involved that we knew about those things. Again, I don't know if you want to say ruled out specifically. Wow. But they did not believe that those were what we were looking at. Oh, it didn't, eh? Purdue, Turco didn't say he believed that if it wasn't real, it could be fanboys of at least, but it was definitely present. Oh, okay. Oh, sorry. Okay. And who is they that did not believe that the sticks and the paint on the tree were? I couldn't tell you. I know that we had Purdue University was one of the groups. That's someone from Purdue. I don't know if it was a guy or girl even. Okay, who it was, and there were others. I just don't. Would we be able to figure out? Would you be able to figure out who those people are by looking at your notes or something? My notes? No. Who would be the best person to figure that out with? You might ask Dick, Liar, Jerry Holman. Dick, Liar, Jerry Holman? Okay, all right. So at some point in time, it's fair to say that this whole business of ruins was ruled out as a possibility of what was on the girls at the scene. Is that correct? Again, ruled out might be a finality kind of, oh, of course, we need some redactions here. You know, it's pretty odd that it's the fourth time he's about to get into some good answers and it gets redacted. Motherfuckers. And I'm going to take a break. Oh, you motherfuckers. Yeah, just get, and I don't even know there's a redaction coming up, but you can just tell I'm getting excited because I can see he's kind of pinning him down to say some good stuff. And then boom, redacted. Boom, redacted. These fucking guys. Yeah. Let's find out these Ligget's redactions. I hope to God there's coming out sometime, or a better, more accurate, so they can redact what was actually necessary and not just the whole page, because they're using a technicality, I'm sure, he's probably taught to save a few buzzwords at the right time. My opinion. 1 second. I need a break. And we're back. What's happening in the chat? Ooh, there you go. Shibby, you crack me up. I love the sarcasm. And ooh, I can pin it. Can you guys pin it, or did you pin it? Oh yeah, I have it pinned. Are you guys looking for the documents to this? Yeah, that's pinned at the very top of the chat. If you haven't dismissed it, if you change your chat to like top chat and all messages, it'll come back, I believe. So if you're looking for the documents, I've pinned that at the top of chat. If you'd like me to put it in chat again, I could easily copy and paste it. Maybe I'll just do that before, because I'll probably be able to do that before I even wait for your answer. And take this. Kaboom. Shabow. Badonk-a-donk. Ooh, I beat you, I think. Okay. Who's getting a new comment? There. Ooh. Well, yeah, Rebecca's been up for a while, so yeah, let's just go with this one. This is a good one. There it is. Now I have to find it in StreamYard. Oh shit. Ooh. There it is. Boom. Shibby, you crack me up. I love this sarcasm. There we go. Thank you, Heather. Heather Swenson. Ooh. So the redaction. Oh, yeah, look at that, eh? After 2 pages of redaction, Baldwin's just finishing. Is there any DNA linking Richard to the crime? No. Okay. Is there any phone, computer, or electronic data that links Richard Allen in any way to the crime? I don't know what all's been done with that stuff, so I don't know. Have you heard of anything that links Richard Allen to the crime through his phone, computers, or electronics? Nothing that I recall. Okay. And because you said this, this business that there was maybe, at least it was theorized for a period of time, that there was a group that you can't remember the name of, a religious group, I think that you said, that might have been involved, or at least that was a theory at some point in time. Was there any evidence at all that Richard was involved in some type of weird religious cult or group that, not that I've been made aware of? The timeline of, okay, here's the thing, time of death. Has that ever been established, or at least of a range of time that the girls were murdered? Has that ever been established? I can't find anything. I'd have to review the reports and autopsies and stuff. I'm not the smartest guy, but I didn't see it. So, but it might be on there that I didn't notice. But I would think that that would be kind of a big deal to know when the girls died, right? Is that right? Witness nods his head. So yes. You finally screwed up. So in Central Command, Unified Command. Unified, I keep calling it Central. Did anybody in Unified Command ever try to determine from the autopsy or from anything what the time of death was that you know of? Yeah, I believe that. I believe they tried. I don't know that we actually got it. Well, one thing we've talked to, we've talked to some doctors and stuff. I mean, that are friends. No experts that are going to be testifying or anything. But they said it would be important to know the temperature, the core temperature of the bodies at the time that they were found, or close in time to the time that girls were found. Do you know if there was any core body temperatures taken or any body temperatures taken ever? I don't know. Who would be the best person to ask that? CSI coroner. Like, you think that would be the first thing they do when the person gets there? Not the coroner, doesn't the coroner have to come to the scene first? So that's what it does on every TV show I've seen. They can't just, anyways. The state police, CSI people? Yeah. Okay. Do you know the name of the particular person? Like, would Dick Holman be good to ask? I believe at the time he might be a person to ask. He might be able to tell you a better person. But Brian Olehe, I believe, was kind of the CSI. Brian Olehe, I believe, was kind of the lead CSI. OLAHI. OL. Duh. I don't. Your guess is as good as mine. I don't. Brian Olehe. Okay. Olehe. He's no longer with the state police. Oh. I think Indiana Gaming Commission. I've not seen that name anywhere. Okay. So he might be a guy to ask. Dick Holman might be a guy to ask about, again, time of death. All right. I've read the autopsy report. I think I remember that you were there. Is that right? Correct. Who else was in the room? Kevin Hammond, Brian Olehe, another state police CSI from that area, and the pathologist, and I think one of his helpers. And I hate to talk about this, but were the bodies like next to each other, or were they in different rooms, if you remember? They got them out separate. They were in two separate bags. Okay. I don't think they were in the same room at the same time. And did you stay in it for both of the autopsies? Yes. So was there a break in between the two autopsies? I believe there was. Okay. And how long does an autopsy take, like roughly? Was it like 10 hours or like more like an hour or 2 hours? Maybe a couple hours, 2 or 3 hours. Is there video in some cases that I've had? There's video of the autopsy. Is there video in this case? Not to my knowledge. Okay. Had you ever met this doctor before? I had not. The pathologist, okay. I don't have it with me, but the way that they phrased whether it was kind of a weirded word, phrased weird for me as a layperson about whether either one of them was pregnant. It didn't seem to be definitive. It was more, I mean, I think it was, but it caused me a little bit of pause. Was there any evidence as the autopsy was going on? Did the pathologist say either one of the girls was pregnant? No, not that I'm aware of. Okay. Was there any evidence that either of the girls had been pregnant? No, not that was brought to my knowledge. Not to my knowledge. No. Okay. All right. Have you ever heard of a guy named Wayne Shepherd? Doesn't ring a bell. Okay. Now I'm going to move on to kind of this. I think we had sent Nick this. It's like 7 questions, and I'm going to just kind of tick off where are they? Different people. Let me see if it's in here. Where is that list of people? Do you have that? There's a discussion between co-counsel. So now Baldwin's back to talking to Ligget. I have these 7 questions with sub things, and I'm going to kind of go through them and ask you about these different people that were suspects, okay? So, Ron Logan, we talked about him already. Why was this person ever a suspect, or at least a person of interest? I believe a big part of it was the property. He owned the property where they were found. Which law enforcement officer and law enforcement agency was involved in the investigation of Ron Logan? FBI, I believe, was the main. There's floating around on the internet is a probable cause affidavit. I'm sure you know about that. Do you know about that? No, I have no idea about the FBI affidavit of Ron Logan search that the murder shits had got of their hands on and splashed their diarrhea watermark all over it 1,000 times each page and then released. I have no idea how the murder shits did that or got that. The FBI put together, I don't know if this is why I'm asking if it's true or not. So Baldwin says, what's the name of that person that put it together? Rosie says, Nicole Robertson? Baldwin's what? Cleland's Nicole Robertson? Now we're back to just Mr. Baldwin. Do you remember Nicole Robertson? I do. Okay. Did she, Nicole Robertson, seek an arrest warrant or a probable cause, prepare a probable cause affidavit seeking an arrest warrant on Ron Logan? I honestly don't know if she was part of investigating that, but I don't know if she specifically. Had you ever heard that until I just said it a few minutes ago about Nicole Robertson seeking a probable cause affidavit for Ron Logan's arrest? Had you ever heard that before? For his arrest for this case? Yes. Yeah, I don't think I knew that. Okay. Is your memory that Nicole Robertson was hot and heavy for Ron Logan as the suspect on this case and thought he had committed these murders? I know that she was part of the investigation into him. Hot and heavy. Why was he asking that? It's like a riddle for me trying to figure out how to get whether I'm able to talk to the FBI agents or not. But do you know where she's at right now? What? I probably should know this, right? Was one of the FBI agents smitten with Ron Logan? Hey, you know what? This is a good time for a break. He says, I have no idea. So I'm going to end it with, I'll end it with this question. No, I'm going to end it right there and leave. So I'm on question 24. 1 second, sorry. And welcome CN Criminal Network and Fishy, Biggie Fishy, Big Fish, Small Pond is in chat. That's great. Who else? Oh, that's cool. Ooh, there's a good comment. And let's give some highlighting to Criminal Network, who's always super funny. There we go. That gets some highlights. Okay, so that should come up. FBI was also part of unified pretend. Wow. Oh, Peggy O's here too. Hi, Peggy. Or I guess you were here a while ago. Eh? Anyways, hi, everyone. Sorry. I'll be right back. Ooh, was Cryptex live? I guess you guys, did he just finish or something? That's cool. Welcome. I thought I saw Cryptex go live, or was there other people that were live? Because I feel bad. Like I want to go live. Like I don't. If I go live, I would love to not do it at the same time as other people. But I mean, I don't know. Don't feel like if there's other people, you don't feel obligated to me. If you go, and you can always watch the replay. Or I'm on probably for another little while. So yes, they should call it the redacted trial. Shibby, what is your take on KK? Ooh, my take on KK is that he for sure wouldn't fit his fat ass in a Lamborghini. That's one thing I know. I could picture him trying to squeeze his fat ass in a yellow Lamborghini and not being able to close the door. And he's also probably, he's definitely up to no good because they caught him with some stuff. But I don't know. If KK might have been the one who set up or maybe even set up the device, because I thought he was selling phones too. So at the very least, maybe one of the phones he sold with all that stuff on was used as to get a hold of the girls, or I don't even know. Can I think about that and answer later? My head's spinning. Yeah, you're right. Peggy's on fire. You guys must have came in from Cryptex or something. You guys are on fire. Love it. Yes, comment away. Light up chat, girls and boys. Focus, Shibby. Focus. Okay. All right. We're still talking about Ron Logan. I'm on question 3, which is generally what investigation was performed in these subparts? Was Ron Logan interviewed? Yes. And who interviewed him, if you know? I don't know. Did you interview him? No. Okay. Do you know if it was videotaped? I assume. Okay. There's this business about his alibi was a little goofy. Do you know what I'm talking about? Ron Logan's alibi? But the exotic fish store? Relative in a fish store or something. Something about where he told a nephew or somebody, I think it was a nephew, tell the police that I was at a certain place. Does that ring a bell at all? Something along that lines, yeah. Okay. That could be kind of a neon sign of, oh, this guy might have been trying to hide his whereabouts at the times these girls were abducted. Why did that alibi kind of his nephew, if that's accurate, trying to encourage his nephew to change the whereabouts of Ron Logan? Why did that not hold any water in terms of the investigation? Could you ask that one more time? That was really one of those. That was like possibly the worst question of the day. So, was there any, let me ask it this way, were there any issues that you knew of regarding with Ron Logan's alibi that it didn't stand up, or that there was a question about Ron Logan's alibi about where he was on February 13th? I would need to review reports. Okay. Other people's reports for accuracy, but yes, there was something with a relative and he wanted him to say that he was with them because he is licensed. If you're asking me why I think he wanted to say that, his license was suspended and he was looking at jail time, possibly if he was caught driving, something along that lines. And there's also the talk about what you had said earlier, that he was up, I think it was in Lafayette, but maybe not Lafayette, but at some erotic fish store, exotic erotic fish store. or at a pet store and he got some absurd amount of product from there, almost as if to say, hey world, I'm here and I'm not anywhere else killing girls or anything like that. There's that's out there. Did anybody check out that alibi to see if Ron Logan had actually gone to this pet store or exotic animal store? Yes, I believe they did. Was that you? No. Where would I learn about who checked that out? Who would be a good person to talk to? I think Nicole Robertson. One sec. All right. Ooh, V. Hi, V. Welcome. Anyone else? You guys having fun? You're still here. That's a good sign. Oh my gosh, 14 people. Oh no. Anyways. Oh, I should change the comment. Who's made something good? Here we go. Let's get V in. Everyone say hi to V. Make her feel welcome. And again, she, to my knowledge, she wasn't the only one looking into Ron Logan, but there's also been talk that Ron Logan's phone was pinging down near where the bodies were ultimately found. Have you heard that? No. Who would be the best to learn that information? That's accurate. Any of the pinging, the FBI had what they called their CAST team there. Maybe someone from CAST? CAST? Yes. CAST? Correct. Do you know what that stands for? I don't. Okay. Where would I find out? I know for me, in my experience, it's freaking impossible to talk to anybody from the FBI. They feel like they don't have to talk to anybody. Maybe Nick has better responsiveness from them than I do. But presuming I'm not going to be able to get a whole lot of help from the FBI, do you think that there were reports drafted about this pinging business from a CAST group of the FBI? If I would assume that if there was something saying that his phone was pinging, that would have it would be in Ron Logan's file. Yeah. Okay. You've already answered that. I don't know that you can answer this, but I'll ask. How many reports do you think were drafted concerning the suspect, Ron Logan? Who drafted the reports? Where are those reports? Have those reports been given to the prosecutor? Oh, I have no idea how many reports were drafted. And then, of course, we need a redaction. 1 page redacted, 2 pages redacted. Like every time they get to some good, juicy stuff. I bet you he realizes, in my opinion, Ligget's on his mind that, okay, now they're getting juicy. So after the next, or in this answer, he probably starts saying in between, he probably starts using a couple buzzwords that he knows will give the state the right to redact something. That's just my opinion, the conspiracy theorist angle. It seems like every time I'm getting excited about this, and I haven't even looked ahead, it's like, boom, whenever it gets interesting, it's like it gets redacted. So he probably drops in a few, 3 pages of redactions. So if you go back in the beginning, you can hear my voice too. I get excited and then boom, there's 3 pages of redactions. And it's probably just a coincidence, I'm sure. I believe he said that he was. Was there any investigation into whether or not others had access to the name? Yes. Anthony, was it found out whether others were using Anthony Schott's account? Yeah. That's probably some really good stuff on those 3 pages. But again, they probably threw in the girls' names or whatever. And of course, yeah, we need to redact the whole page. I believe I would have to review other people's reports, but I believe he insinuated or said maybe his dad had access to that account. Tony Klein. Tony? I think he's coming up next. Do you know which law enforcement office agency was involved in the investigation of Keegan Klein? in the beginning, I believe the FBI and Indiana State Police, and then it got revisited all by Indiana State Police. Okay. And when that's going on and either Hammond or you are in charge of the Carroll County part of it, would they, whoever was actually doing the investigative work for the state police, would they check in with you periodically to say, hey, this is what we found out? Was that part of it? Yeah, we generally worked out of the same building and were, for the most part, kept up to date on a daily basis. Okay. What investigation was performed? Was there interviews of the suspects? Yes. Was that on video? Yes. Or audio? Yes. Okay. So we should have those. Were you involved in those? When he was arrested in Miami County, I was involved. Detective Vito from Indiana State Police and I interviewed him at the jail very briefly, and I went to a few of the interviews. Was not necessarily part of them, but watched them being behind the scenes. And I read somewhere that he basically claimed that his dad had done it, and he had dropped his dad off and all that kind of thing. Then I've heard that everything fell apart when you all took him to the area. But I only know generalities there. Am I even saying anything that's remotely accurate? I would say you're in the area. Yeah. Okay. Well, just tell me then, what happened there? Why he did say, Keegan Klein did say, my dad came back bloody and stuff like that. Is that, I don't remember if he specifically said that. He did say that he was with his dad and drove here, and his dad left and he went and did something and came back. And was that while he was in jail, Keegan Klein, that he made that claim? Correct. Okay. And then at some point in time, did you guys get him out of the jail to go do something like at the scene? Yes. Okay. Tell me about that. I was not part of that. Oh, okay. Who was part of that? Dick Jerry Holman. Okay. Did Dick Jerry talk to you about what happened when they were at the scene? Yeah. Well, what happened according to Dick Jerry? Again, maybe not verbatim, but Keegan said that they parked in the cemetery. I believe his dad was gone for a while, came back. He told Dick Jerry they were in some vehicle, told him how they got there, but no vehicle like he described as on that would have drove by the Hoosier Harbor store. There was nothing related to that vehicle on the video. Was it like I say his name wrong? Was it like I say his name wrong, but Keegan Klein, like challenged by Dick Holman or anyone else? Keegan Klein. Like you're not telling the truth. What you're saying doesn't add up to the crime scene. Was that kind of thing going on? Yeah, I believe they did. Okay. And we can find out more from Dick Holman. But did Dick Holman walk away thinking Keegan Klein is full of crap, basically? Yes. Okay. I assume so, yes. That's the legal, vernacular for it. Was there ever a search warrant for it? Of course, we need to redact. One page? Oh, only one page of redactions. And it's a continuation of, obviously, I guess, Ligget's answer of something we don't know. Recall with Richard Allen was they were from the same place. And I believe Tony Klein lived close together or something like that. Okay. And I appreciate you saying that because that's more Tony Klein related. But I mean, since Keegan is his son, okay. Do you know how Keegan got his first name? I know that his dad said, I believe, yeah. What did he say? There was a strip club in Logansport called the Keg and Stein, and his name is Keegan. Was Keegan Klein forensically connected to the crime scene in any way that you know of? Not that I'm aware of. Did he take a polygraph examination, Keegan Klein, if you know? I don't think so. Why not, if you know? I believe he declined it. Ba-da-ba. Keegan declined it. And I believe he had an attorney tell him to decline it. Oh, okay. Did he ever confess to the crimes? Keegan decline that he personally did it? Right. No. In the times that you were in the jail and you were watching the interview of Keegan decline, those were videotaped, I'm presuming. Say that one more time. Were the when he was in Miami County, Keegan decline, and you were watching him being interviewed. Were these interviews videotaped? Yes. Okay, let's go on. So Baldwin, what time is it? Rosie, 11. Baldwin, okay. Back to Baldwin. Let's go to Tony Klein. Why was he a person of interest or a suspect? Along the same basic lines as Keegan was. Was it more than Keegan had implicated? Was it more that Keegan had implicated his father somehow? More was it, or was it more in, or was it independent of that? Tony Klein was on your radar screen? I think someone else could probably answer that way better, but I believe it was because Keegan implicated, or there was the possibility that Dad had access to the Snapchat stuff too. Okay. What investigation was performed related to Tony Klein? Was he interviewed? Yes. Was that videotape that you know of? Yes. Okay. Do you know who interviewed? Was it you? I don't think I ever interviewed him. I believe Dave Vito. All right. Since he was the main guy on that, was he asked about where he was, and did he provide an alibi, so to speak? I'm talking about Tony. He was, and I don't recall without reviewing what. Do you recall where there was any issue with Tony Klein's alibi? I believe there must have been, but I don't recall what that is without reviewing. Okay. Do you know which agency was in charge of Tony Klein? Keegan and Tony were Indiana State Police. So here, I say some really interesting, cool stuff here, and then I throw in a couple of buzzwords so we get to redact this from you idiots reading in the public now, especially if one of you is up in Canada, sitting in a recliner, wearing shorts. Okay, were standard police tactics such as the read interrogation technique used on Tony Klein when he was interviewed? I don't know what training Dave Vito has. Okay, all right. Dave Liebert, let's move on to him. I do like how Baldwin just kind of like shuts it down. Let's move on. Was Dave Liebert ever a suspect or a person of interest? Yes. Why? His close proximity again to where the crimes occurred. I believe he was on the Hoosier Harvester video. Yeah, I believe that was how did you know he was on the Hoosier Harvester video? How do we know? Because investigators had verified that the vehicle and with him. He also said, yeah, that's my vehicle. Yeah, I believe him and his wife. Yes. Okay. And her name's Teresa Liebert? Correct. Which law enforcement office and or agency was involved in the investigation of this suspect? And we are talking about Dave Liebert. I don't know who specifically was in the beginning, who specifically. I even talked to him at one point. I would have to review even to find out what that was about. But I don't know who was specifically working on Dave Liebert. Okay. And who would be a good person to find out about the Dave Liebert investigation? Who was involved in that? Again, if I had the reports and everything, I could tell you. But okay, all right, settle down, calm down, chill out. And do you know if Dave Liebert was interviewed? Yes. Do you know who interviewed him? I don't. Do you know if it was videotaped, this interview of Dave Liebert? Again, it should have all been. Everything should be on videotape. All the video you don't have should be on videotape. For the most part, been recorded. Okay. Do you know if he provided an alibi or his whereabouts when the girls of the time frame the girls were murdered? And if the alibi, oh, looky this, gets interesting, and there we go again. Only 1-page redactions. And, oh, so polygraph stuff. And this is a continuation of Ligget's juicy, interesting answer that we'll never get to know. Polygraphers there. I don't. Okay. By polygraphers, you're not talking about guy that has 5 wives? No, no, no. Oh, I didn't. So he's joking about, I don't know if he's joking, but about polygamy and polygraphers. Yeah, you probably should say polygraph experts, polygraphers. I just want to be clear, all right? Okay, move on to a guy named Jimmy Dale Duval. We all know that killers often come into 3 names. What about Jimmy Dale Duval? Why was this person ever a suspect or at least a person of interest? I believe so, yes. And why is it that I don't have anything to do with Mr. Duval? I don't know. Do you know who did have something to do with Mr. Duval? I don't. Okay. So with those questions that I've been asking, like whether he was interviewed, would you know that I'm presuming he was, but the same as you, I assume he was, but okay. Nothing that I can talk to. Do you know if Jimmy Dale Duval had been eliminated as a suspect? I don't know. 1 second, quick break. Okay. So what's up, guys? We having fun? I see some LOLs. I see some emojis. Heather's throwing some hearts out. You guys are having fun? Anyone new? Nope. Same old scrubs. Anybody say anything interesting? Let's get some Heather Brown up on the screen. There we go. Just some thank you and heart emoji. Thank you. Thank you. Heart emoji. I don't know. Don't know. And you know if there's an active investigation regarding Jimmy Dale Duval? There was not. When I stepped out, there was not. Okay. So that's information. So when you stepped out, Jimmy Dale Duval, angle had been played out correct. I'm going to try and read a little faster because I feel there's lots here. Let me know if you like that or you want me to just kind of talk normally. Correct. All right. So I guess you really don't know a whole lot. I can't really ask you a whole lot. Therefore, I mean, it would be a waste of time for me to find out polygraph and social media and pinging and the like. I can guess, but that's okay. Purely, it would be a guess. And who would I find out more about the Jimmy Dale Duval? I think we got his name off what was it? It was something that we got that was like, oh, I imagine it was like a PowerPoint presentation. Here's Jimmy Dale Duval, something like that. Do you know who was involved in his investigation? Maybe getting juicy. Redaction. 1 page of redaction. 2 pages of redaction. Ooh. Now let's start fresh. Okay, before I forget about it, I also wanted to ask about each of these guys if you personally knew, because in a small town, people know people. Did you know Ron Logan personally beyond the time that you went over there because something was stolen? No, I did not. Did you know Keegan DeKline personally? No. Did you know Tony Klein personally? No. Did you know Dave Liebert personally? No. Did you know Jimmy Dale Duval personally? No. Did you know Brad Holder personally? No. Did you know, I might have go, because I'll forget if I don't do it now. Did you know Rick Redhawk? No. Did you know Michael David Schmidt? No. Did you know Patrick Westphal? No. Did you know Thomas Lincoln Wallace? No. Did you know Brad Weber? No. Did you know Daniel Nation? No. Did you know Derek German? I knew of him. How did you know of him? I just past criminal dealings. Were you ever involved in an investigation of Derek German? You mean for this case? No, no, no. Or any of the others? Yeah, the other cases. I know I've been to his house a few times. I don't know that I was ever actually the lead guy or taking care of it, just backing up other officers. I noticed before was he arrested before the girls were murdered? Do you know that? If he had been arrested? Had he ever been? Within, let's say, 3 to 4 months before the girls were murdered, had Derek German been arrested? I don't know. Did Derek German ever work as a confidential informant to your knowledge? It's possible. You don't have any? I don't have any. Okay. A guy named Elvis Fields. Did you know of him? Did you know him? No. A guy named Garrett Kurtz. Do you know him? Knew of him, but no. Okay. Same way that you knew of Derek German? Right. Okay. Not in a personal capacity, but more correct. Okay. Some lady named Ashley Garth. Knew of her. Knew of her the same. Gabe Ellis. I knew of him. Same way that you knew of Derek German? Correct. Okay, so we'll get back to who were we talking about? We started talking about Brad Holder. Ooh, let's get some redactions going here. We started talking about Brad Holder, I think. Yes. So I'm into checking out alibis. Did he provide an alibi? Did it check out? I remember him. I remember him seeing something about him working out. what would a 2 a.m. workout be an alibi from? Unless you know more, Tony. Were you there? Did you have a brown robe on? Were you standing around a circle around 12 or 1 a.m. or 2 a.m. on the 14th? I don't know whether that checked out or what have you. Okay. And again, I don't know how this is all working out, but it causes me to think, if alibis of anybody, including Brad Holder, were problematic, would that be something you would know, or would that go to Unified Command? If most of these people that you were talking about were in the beginning, and mostly I did tips. So we knew about all of these. I know of all these people, but to get into the weeds and specifics, I didn't have almost nothing to do with any of the names you read off. So for me to get in the weeds, everything that I'm doing would be guessing. But things would have been brought to us that time, decisions made, and things like that. I just don't specifically remember it. It's not something that there would be a report on that Joe Blow brought this to us, and he said, this is what Brad Holder said. Okay. And we said, okay, stop or keep going. There's nothing like that. Okay. But you would have had access to all of the information related to all these guys. Correct. Okay. Let's see. Do you know if Brad Holder's phone was pinged or was his social media checked out? I don't know. Okay. Was there a search warrant for Brad Holder of his home or anything else? I don't know. Okay. Who would be the right person to ask that? Again, I'm not saying I'm the wrong person. Okay. But if I had the file here, I could tell you at least, okay, who that person would be as well. Okay. Settle down. So if somebody like Tony Klein or, Brad Holder or Brad Weber, would there be like one person in charge of that suspect? Generally speaking, whoever got assigned to Brad Holder in an investigative role, that was their case, or that was their person. And then generally they would come back to us and say, when they're at a crossroads or something like that, and tell us, this is where I'm at. Tell Central the unified command. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. What should we do from here? Okay. I'm glad I stumbled upon that, or you mentioned that. How would I figure out who was in charge of Ron Logan's case, or Keegan Klein, or Keegan Decline, or any of these guys? Should be in the files but how would it be identified? That's what I don't know that you are going to see anywhere where it says the lead investigator for Ron Logan is, we'll just use Nicole Robertson. I don't know that you're going to see that at all, but you'll see the case reports. You'll see case reports. The reports should be in there on who mostly dealt with them. Okay. And they'll all be, so if Nicole Robertson from the FBI was doing one, and let's just Dick Jerry Holman was also working on Ron Logan, if he has any reports, they would be in there as well. So okay, so maybe an imperfect gauge of who was in charge of an individual suspect might be the amount of work product. Kind of. That's kind of an imperfect way, but at least I know now. I now know that and understand that one person, generally speaking, was in charge of investigating a suspect. That's traditional. There may have been more than one investigator, and again, I don't. So I'm sorry to interrupt, but I think I've figured out a way to do it. So if I see a report, let's say that Nicole Robertson is on it, I could ask her who was in charge of the Ron Logan. No, I don't know that. I don't know that. That's what I was getting ready to say. Oh, I see. I don't know that you can say there was not a specific you were in charge of. It would be like, and I don't know, I use, yeah, the three of you sitting at this table. Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. And saying he's in charge of Richard Allen's case. You're all three or two involved in Richard Allen's case. You're working together. So to say there was a person in charge, I don't know that you are going to necessarily see any piece of paper or anything like that where it says they're in charge. Like Keegan Decline. As I told you, Dave Vito was mostly the guy. Got it. That was taking care of that. He had help. There were many people helping. So, well, was it like, but how would it even get assigned to somebody? Like we are talking right now about Brad Holder. How would it get assigned? Hey, somebody needs to be in charge of Brad Holder. How would that even happen? Would it be unified command, or would it be like, hey, I got a tip on this guy. Let me be in charge of it. Yeah, well, that is one way. Absolutely. Okay. If we're getting tips, a lot of times that we'd print those tips off, and someone that was busy would come to us and say, hey, I'm done. Here's your next tip. So if it was someone that a lot of those names are on your list were above average suspects, there would generally be more than one person working on it. So Shibby needs a break. 1 second. And we're back. Hey, Anthony France. What's up, buddy? Strange case indeed. Welcome. Only one man admitted he was on the bridge. But if that photo was taken from the girl's phone, it's not me. I never saw those girls. That, the right guy. Others could have been involved. Did I miss anybody else? Everyone having fun? Shall I continue? I think I will. Let's welcome Anthony. Strange case indeed, brother. Strange case indeed. Yes, right. It's absurd, Hebby. Exactly. Okay, well, that was fun. And then we are on Brad Holder. So let me go down. I don't know if I asked this. Do you know if there were any audio or videotaped interviews of Brad Holder? I assume so, but I don't know. Okay. Let's see. Has this suspect, Brad Holder, been eliminated as a suspect or a person of interest? I believe so. Okay. And then, I guess I need to ask, if I may, all these names, I specifically did not have anything directly investigating to do with them. I could probably get you a lot of answers by reviewing. Right. Reports. Sure. We were talking about Brad Holder. Then that was 6 years ago, and I knew the information then. I've not reviewed every person that's on that list. But those guys like Dave Liebert, Jimmy Duvall, Brad Holder, they were basically eliminated as suspects at some point in time before you left? I assume so. Okay, well, was Brad Holder? There may have been a point for any of them that we just ran out of things that we could check on. It may not mean we'd ruled them out. We ruled them out. Okay. But they'd been covered as much as we could. And unless new information came up, so then it was at a standstill. That way, the way that you said it earlier, when you stepped out of the Unified Command to take over as sheriff, as far as you know, Brad Holder had been eliminated as a suspect. We were no longer working on Brad Holder. Okay. Do you know when he would have been, that the work on Brad Holder would have stopped? Like, was it in 2017, 18, 19, 20? Again, I'd have to review, but I believe in 2017. He was a person that was in the very beginning. Okay. And I should have asked that about all those people, but okay, was there almost all those names you read off were people from the very beginning? Okay. And were they stopped being worked on in terms of an active investigation in 2017? All of those people? Ron Logan, Keegan DeCline, Tony Klein? I guess not, because Keegan DeCline, right. Ooh, one redaction, one page. Oh, only one page. And Ligget says back for whatever reason. Okay. I can answer that question better for you as to when I left here. Was there anybody actively looking at Ron Logan, to my knowledge? No. Okay. Well, let's do it those two ways then. At the end of 2017, and by the time you left, and you left in what, 2021, you said? No, 23 or 22? 22. I'm sorry. Oh, and the end of 2022? Yes. So let's divide it into the way that you just did Ron Logan. Was it no longer an active investigation on this person at the end of 2017? I would have to review. And okay, let's do Keegan DeCline. Was he being actively looked at as a suspect in by the end of 2017? At some point, someone told us that he was in Las Vegas during the murders. So that could have been in 2017. We later found out in 2019 that the information was wrong. So new information came up. Right. And we looked back at Keegan DeCline and Tony Klein. And I want to use that end of 2017 as one marker. And then when you left at the end of 2022 as a different marker. And that includes if new information came up. So Keegan DeCline, in my mind, the way you say it, there was an active investigation still going on in 2019, even though it had stopped before? Correct. So what about Tony Klein by the end of 2017? Was there any active investigation going on regarding Tony Klein? The same as Keegan, that it had stopped at some point. We got information and picked it back up. Dave Liebert. Was there an active investigation on Dave Liebert ongoing by the end of 2017? I don't believe so. Was there an active investigation going on related to Jimmy Dale Duval by the end of 2017? I don't know. And now nobody's going to know because we're redacting this shit. So I must have said something really cool here. I just don't remember. We're done by 2017 or not? Fair enough. And that Does that clear it up a little bit? No. That helps a lot. I'll move on because that doesn't help me out. So I will ask by the time that you stepped aside January 1st, 2023 then. Okay. Was there an active investigation going on Ron Logan? No. Was there an active investigation going on Keegan Decline? Yes. Was it? I'll read that properly. Sorry. I was going to skip because I have a feeling there's going to be a lot of those. Yeah. Oh boy. So he's basically asking the same question. So when you see it, we'll just say the name. Ron Logan? No. Keegan Decline? Yes. Tony Klein? Yes. So he's asking them all. It's all the same shit. Dave Liebert? No. Jimmy Dale Duvall in 2022? No. Brad Holder? No. Rick Redhawk? No. Michael David Schmidt? No. Patrick Westfall? No. Thomas Lincoln Wallace? No. Brad Weber? No. Daniel Nation? No. Derek German? No. Elvis Fields? No. Garrett Kurtz? No. Ashley Garth? No. Dave Ellis? No. Okay, so that'll help. That'll help some of us this out. So was I done with Brad Holder? Was he polygraphed, Brad Holder? If you know? I don't know. Okay. And I'm not going to be able to ask you anything that you'll know about Brad Holder? No, I don't think so. Okay. So I've just got to figure out who was involved in that. Rick Redhawk. Was this person ever a suspect or at least a person of interest? Yes. Yes. Why was that? Came off this. I believe we had a couple of tips, and I believe one of his tips was from some sort of a counselor that had to stop seeing him as his counselor because of his behavior towards that person. Probably a hot chick. Right. And he was on a violent sex offender registry person. Which law enforcement agency was involved in the investigation of that suspect? I believe that was Carroll County. Carroll County? Okay. And do you know specifically who was involved in? I spoke with him. He had an arrest warrant for failure to register, and I spoke with him briefly at that jail the night he got arrested and got a buccal swab. And then I believe Mike Thomas in another agency helped him continue with that. Okay. So he was interviewed? Yes. We were talking about Rick Redhawk. Did he provide an alibi and was it checked out? Yes. He said that he was staying with a friend, a girl in somewhere else, another town he's from. He was supposed to be. He was registered to be living in Deer Creek in Carroll County, a little town, Deer Creek, up by Logansport. And he was staying with a lady friend somewhere else. Said he was by himself, went and got gas and went to a store or something like that. And I believe eventually it found that he didn't use his credit card or anything. I don't know where that investigation ended up, but he provided some sort of alibi. Okay. And you've already answered this. At some point in time, he was active. The active investigation of Rick Redhawk was ended at least by December of 2022, correct? Correct. Is that a yes? Yes. Correct. Okay. Sorry. No, that's fine. Do you know if he was polygraphed? Ooh. So let's get interesting stuff. Tony Ligget say some really cool shit and you don't get to know. Ooh, I say more cool shit. Check this out. 2 pages. Cool shit. Ooh. So I take a quick break. Sorry. Ooh, if any of you have these, can you scroll ahead and see is there a lot more of this? You guys want more of this? I got 26 people. Okay, I have a quick break and I'll stick with it. I mean, I should stop asking. If I see 26 people here, I guess you're either interested or sleeping. So either way, that's good. Keep your browser open. If you're going to sleep, keep it running. 1 second. And we're back. I know you guys love that. So what's happening in the chat? V? Well, who's on screen? So we've got Anthony France. So let's get somebody else up there. Hey, just in time for a new face. Sunflower Lola, a fellow Canadian. Hey, Shibby. Let's get you up there. Boom. Perfect timing, Sunflower Lola. Hey, Shibby. Hey, Lola. Okay, let's do this. In Delphi, okay? And you had said, what did you just say? You had said that Patrick and Brad Holder were in some religion or something? Is that what? Correct. Okay. Ooh, if you guys are just getting here, I guess we should always, I guess anytime you see someone new, or we should let you know that I'm reading Tony Ligget's deposition. And this is Andrew Baldwin is asking the question. So A, if you hear a nice, charming, thoughtful voice, that would be Andrew Baldwin. And if you hear gruff, stupid, oblivious liars, that's most likely LE, but also in this case, it's Ligget. So just so you know. Correct. Okay. Tell me about that. Again, I don't know the specifics, but they were in some sort of religion. I believe on Facebook we found where they had some rune stuff or something. The investigators that looked into it. Well, that would seem to be a big deal. Runes, because you said the word rune earlier. Correct. So what? But you also said that by December of 2022, Patrick Westfall and Brad Holder. Ooh, I looked away and lost my spot. Where the hell am I? Oh, both were. There was no more of an active investigation on them. So why was that the case? It would seem like if they're into a religion with these things that you were calling runes, and there were runes potentially at least on the scene, that they would be pretty high value suspects perhaps. Oh fuck. Sure. And I would have to go back and review it to here again. I say something really awesome. So you petty civilians, you know, peasants, you don't get to know what I said here. Ooh, and I said another page of really cool stuff. Ooh, I said the third page of really cool stuff. Screw you guys. Videotape or audio tape them? I don't know that we actually said that, but that's a general investigative thing, is we like to record our stuff. We like to record our stuff. We like to record over our stuff that we don't like. Okay, we are gone over that. There was the active investigation of Patrick Westfall ended at least by the end of 2022, correct? Correct. Was he ever polygraphed, Patrick Westfall? I'd have to look to be accurate, but I don't know. And again, I'll just have to look at the reports of maybe who interviewed him. That might be a resource to go to. Correct. Okay. Then we've got Thomas Lincoln Wallace. Was he ever a suspect or a person of interest? He was. Okay. And why was that? I believe he was another sex offender, and I believe we got some tips on him. All right. And was he interviewed, if you know? I believe he was. And I'm going to presume that it's on video, so I won't ask that, but did he have an alibi, if you know? I would have to review. Okay. Did you ever talk to him, Thomas Lincoln Wilson? I don't believe so. All right. Wallace? Is it Wallace? 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 And was he polygraphed, if you know? I think most people were asked. That doesn't mean that I know whether or not they did or not. Okay. Do you know if there was a search warrant related to Thomas Lincoln Wallace at the request of, not without reviewing his file? Okay. So again, if I found a report of 2 or 3 of Thomas Lincoln Wallace, whoever did drafted the report, that might be a better source to go to? Correct. Okay. Brad Weber? I know that he lived across the creek. I do know that. And so was he, Brad Weber, a person of interest or suspect? Yes. Why was that? I believe the proximity of where he was staying, and that was his mother's house, and he was staying in that house. Okay. Was there blood found in that house? I swear I heard that there was blood found in one of those houses across the street. I feel like Liebert's again without reading. Oh, okay. Without reviewing it, I believe you are accurate in the Liebert thing. Okay. I don't want to swear to that, but and Weber's okay. Oh, sorry. Other than the proximity, was there anything more that about Brad Weber that made him a suspect? Without reviewing, I don't know. Okay. I'm presuming he was interviewed? Correct. Is that right? Yes. Okay. So we should be able to get that and presume it was videotaped. I know that by the end of 2022, there was no longer an active investigation related to him, right? And I vaguely remember he had an alibi that checked out. Oh, thank you. I didn't even ask that. Okay. Had an alibi that checked out. You probably don't know about the polygraph, or do you? I'd have to review. Okay. Pinging on his phone. Do you know about that? I'd have to review. Okay. Then we go to Daniel Nation. Was this person ever a suspect, or at least a person of interest? He was. Okay. Damn, tons of suspects, for case that was denied a third party defense. It's fucking 50 guys we've read so far. Okay. Sorry. Okay. And why is it that I believe he's one of them that I was gone. I really don't know. I could review his file, but and again, you had access to all of the files anytime you'd want. Was there some like type of correct central repository where everything was? Yeah, everything was at the command center. At the command center, so it wouldn't be of any value. I did read some article about Daniel Nation. He was in Colorado or something. Correct. Is that so? I generally know, but again, to be a sworn testimony, we won't do that. Okay, sure. I'll move on then, because it doesn't sound like you would have a lot of knowledge. And again, I'll just figure out who investigated him and talk to them. Derek German. Now, that may be a controversial suspect, but was Derek German ever a suspect, or at least a person of interest? I don't know that I would ever necessarily classify him as a suspect, but he was looked into and to be vetted. Okay. And what law enforcement agency or officer was involved in the investigation, if you want to call it that, of Derek German? Oh, fuck, of course. I would have to review. Okay. Was he ever interviewed? Yes. I interviewed him once. And I believe I'm going to say something really, really interesting here. So we need to redact it. Here we go. Let's redact it. Something really, really juicy. Ooh, you can't know. Only one page. The head guy on that was Murphy. Okay. But I would have to review. I don't know much about that. Oh, my bad. Sorry. I would have to review. I don't know much about that. Don't know much about that without reviewing. Okay. Well, I mean, do you know any about an alibi? I don't. Okay. And we know that by the end of December of 2022, he was no longer being actively investigated as a suspect. Is that correct? Correct. Let's see polygraph. Polygraph administered if you know. I don't know. Okay. Pinging of his phone if you know. I don't. I would have to review it. Okay. Garrett Kurtz. I think you said that you heard of him before? Correct. So let's just a quick pause. Sorry. And also, if anybody found out how long this is going to, I mean, I'll keep reading, but I feel this is really wrong. Again, I'm here for you guys. If I annoy you, just hit the mute, keep this open, continue talking to the beautiful Heather in chat, and have fun. I'll be right back. And we're back. Oh, hi, Jamie. Welcome. Hey, Shibby in chat. Let's throw that up. Fresh face. Fresh face. Hey, Shibby in chat. It's me, Jamie. Hello, Jamie. Anybody else new? Same old scrubs? Cool. Let's go. So, okay, Garrett Kurtz, I think you said you heard of him before? Correct. Was he a person or a suspect or at least a person of interest? Yes. Okay. And why is that? I believe there was information developed that he had ties to Ron Logan, and Mr. Kurtz was in jail for another murder in Newton County, I believe. Okay. And was possibly being looked at for one in White County. Did he have an alibi that worked out, if you know? I don't believe so, but I would have to review to be accurate. Do you know which law enforcement agency was involved in the investigation of Garrett Kurtz? Indiana State Police. I went to an interview of him in jail in. Oh, also, if you're just arriving, we are. Oh, Carol. Hello, Carol. Thank you. Thank you. You're doing a great job, Shibby. Thank you, Carol. If you're just arriving, to Jamie and Carol at least, and Beasley. Hi, Beasley. Did you guys just get here? Are you guys all together? Were you guys in the same car? Did you just arrive at the same time? I'm just kidding. So, Jamie, Carol, and Beasley. Hello, hello, hello. Just if you guys are arriving, we're reading the deposition of Tony Ligget and Andrew Baldwin asking the questions, and Tony Ligget is the answer. So, did you participate in it or just watch? I ended up myself and Dave Vito ended up getting into that interview. Okay. Was there anything about that interview that caused you to think he is a suspect or continues to need to be a suspect, or nah, he's not really a suspect? Anything about that interview? I would have to review it too. Okay. Get the specifics. And I know he polygraphed. Oh, okay. How did that work out? I believe he failed. Okay, he failed. And that polygraph examination should be available, I'm guessing? Correct. And what about alibi? Did we talk about that? You asked, and I believed you asked, and I'd have to review. Okay. And pinging and all that, you don't, do you have it? Do you have, I have to review it. Okay. And when you say, I know it's maybe getting late in the game, but what do you mean by pinging? What is your version of pinging? Just that a phone is pinging off a tower somewhere. And can we kind of establish where the phone was located? Okay, because we had the tower dumps from out there, and we ran everybody, you know. Anytime we got a phone number, we checked those against the tower dumps. Okay, is that all? And it doesn't necessarily mean I can answer your question any better, but would that what you just described be like one big document that's like, here's the phone number of this guy, or is it, I believe there is a document of this phone number belongs to this person? It could be. I'll use Nick as an example. His office may have cell phones that he hands out to his employees, so it may return to the prosecutor's office, but Steve Mullen may own it. But yeah, we had all of the tower dump from around the crime time. I don't think I've seen that, so it should be on a file. Yeah, I don't doubt. There's just, as you know, there's just a freaking crap ton of stuff. And the reason I asked that is because did we specifically ping Garrett Kurtz? I don't think we specifically did, but we would have checked any of his numbers that he would have provided. You would have? And we got, yes. Okay. Ashley Garth, was she ever a suspect or at least a person of interest? I don't think so. Okay. So is it good? Oh. Okay. Gabe Ellis, was he ever a suspect or at least a person of interest? I remember the name. I remember he was looked into, but I don't know. Without reviewing, I don't know. Okay. So all those questions I'm going to ask, I need to figure out who was investigating that. And I haven't left a whole lot of time for Brad. I mean, there's other things. I want to leave him at least 15 minutes. And I don't know how long everybody can stick around, but I didn't get to go into a whole lot of other stuff. So I apologize. So Baldwin, but do you have mop-up questions? And Rosie, yeah, let me ask him just a couple here. Baldwin, okay. So now Rosie's up to bat. So again, you know the deal. Nice, thoughtful, kind, polite voice will be Rosie, and gruff, dumb, aloof voice will be Ligget. Ooh, can I just take a quick drink? 1 second. Talk amongst yourself, kids. And we're back. Hey, Duck and Felonies is here. This is great. How we get new people just in time. Let's get you up on screen. Where are you? Ooh. Let's read that one. Duck and Felonies. Ducky. You can call her Ducky. I like Ducky. I got you playing on my TV while live streaming on a local app. Brought 66. Oh, you brought 66 people? Or are you watching me showing? Well, whatever. I don't care. Will I see my numbers go up or no? Well, whatever. Glad you're here. So if there's 66 people, are you streaming me on your channel? That's whatever. I don't care. So, wow, 66 people. Hi. So are you serious? You brought there's 66 other people. Oh, damn. So technically I could add 66 to my number, and then mine says 22. So I have 86, 89 people listening to me now. Ooh, the pressure's on. Hello, 66 strangers from Duckyville. Welcome. Oh, if you guys are new, I'm reading the deposition of Tony Ligget by the Richard Allen's defense team tag team of Brad Rosie, and Andrew Baldwin. So when you hear a nice voice, light voice, that'll be one of the defense guys. And if you hear a gruff, shitty voice, that'd be Ligget. So let's do this. So this is Rosie. So Mr. Baldwin asked you earlier about these composites or the sketches. You recall those? Yes. Questions? Yes. Okay. So help me understand this. So the first composite that was released was essentially the composite with what I'm going to describe as a person with a hood or a hat on, right? Correct. Okay. And that composite was generated by which source? Sarah Carbaugh. Okay. And the second composite, which he asked you about earlier, was the composite that was generated by Betsy Blair, right? Correct. Basically, I guess the question is, was it the information that she provided you on her own without the assistance of others? Was it that information was it that information that was parlayed into that sketch? that generated that sketch? She sat down with the sketch artist, and the sketch artist sketched what she was describing. Yes. No one else played a part in generating that description other than the sketch artist? Correct. Just the art that went on, right? Betsy Blair and the sketch artist. And that second sketch was released in 2019. I believe so, yes. Okay. And that sketch involved what I'm going to refer to as the image of a younger male, white male. Is that accurate? You mean puffy-haired guy? Yeah, I would say so. Okay. It appears younger, yeah. Oh, sorry. I screwed that up. Yeah, I would say, okay. It appears younger, yeah. Did you believe that the image from the first sketch, I'm going to call it the hoodie sketch? So he's talking of the hoodie guy sketch, which isn't a young. Did you believe that the image was Richard Allen? That's one and the same person? The sketch that, so it gets confusing when we talk about the Carbaugh sketch. The Carbaugh sketch. Yeah. Did I believe that it was Richard Allen? Yeah. Yeah. I believe she saw Richard Allen walking down the road. Yes. And that was her description of him. Yes. Okay. And then did you believe that Betsy Blair saw Richard Allen? Yes. And do you believe that the second sketch is also a sketch of Richard Allen? Yes. Oh. You agree with me that the sketches have a lot of differences between them. Right. They're just sketches. They're not pictures. They're not photographs. It's just a sketch. I mean, the one obvious difference is that the ages of two people seem to be fairly different, right? Which you're looking at an older aged lady, what people see isn't, why, I don't know why I'm making excuses for them. I should just answer his question. But Betsy Blair, and I would have to look, but she described a guy in his late 20s to early 30s, and that's why young to her. Whereas Sarah Carbaugh, I can't remember. Again, off the top of my head, what she said, the age of the person she thought was, but to her, 20 to 30 could, yeah, that person can be older. So what you're saying is it depends on whose perspective it is? Come on. Sure. I mean, if it was a verbal description, I'm stopping here for a second. So if it's a verbal description, yeah, if an older person says it's a younger person, but she's standing there looking at this sketch artist drawing this, she would say to the guy, oh, no. I see what you're saying, but I mean, he looked, so she okayed it. So that's a bunch of bullshit right there. You can tell, because it's one thing if she says, oh, he looked younger because I'm so old, yet when she looked at that photo, she would have said, that's too young, dude. Like, what the fuck? I mean, I'm not that old. He looked younger as in 40 or 50, not younger as in 20 or 22. So, bullshit. So what you're saying is it depends on whose perspective it is? Sure. But my question is, you think both of those people saw the same person? Correct. But yet they generated fairly different results when the sketches were released. Correct. It's very plausible that those sketches, if they are accurate, were different people. But based on the information and the facts that we have, I don't believe that's true. But you agree with me that they don't look the same? Oh, they're not perfect. One of them again has a mask. One of them, the sketches, they put a hat on him that they had no idea was the correct hat. We had to tell people when we released it that the hat, not to take the hat into an account. I'm not going to mark this at this point, but do you see this? Yeah. Is that the Betsy Blair? Correct sketch. Is there a mask on? No. I must be thinking of the Voorhees. Okay. So let's make sure we are talking about, the same sketches. Would you agree with me that there aren't a lot of similarities between the first sketch and the second sketch? Sure. Yeah. All right. So when the second sketch was introduced to the public, what was the intent of that amongst the law enforcement command team. The intent was to generate more information about the case, to re-pique everybody's interest, to see if we could, spark new information to tell us who that person was. I mean, was it kind of a fishing expedition, for lack of a better phrase? I wouldn't call it that. Well, there wasn't really much of a connection between the two sketches. You knew that was going to generate some questions, right? Yeah, I would say that. Yeah, that's accurate. It was pretty obvious that the second sketch was going to cause the general public to say, hey, wait a minute, are you now focused on somebody else? That was a possibility, yeah. Did anyone outside of law enforcement community put any pressure on you or your team to release that second sketch? Did anyone outside of law enforcement? Is that what you said? Yeah. Here, I'm going to lie, so I need to repeat what your question was to give me time to think about it. Yes. But put pressure on us? Yes. No. Oh, like Betsy Blair or one of the other people that were out there on the trail. Anybody like that? No. Why did it take so long for that sketch to be released to the public? Why 2 years or after the original one? Don't know what I have. I don't know what I have to an answer, to be honest with you. We did not get the Carbaugh sketch done until June of 2017. And somewhere along the lines, it was just a unified command decision that we didn't release any of the Betsy Blair. And when we got Carbaugh, we did. That part of it was that she was closer to this person walking down the road. Betsy Blair was 50 feet away. I mean, there was a lot of, I'm sure, a lot of discussion that went into why we were doing it. Yeah. Plus, Betsy Blair described a car that looked nothing like Richard Allen's, so we thought it best to just kind of push her aside. Were you part of the actual group, the command team that actually made the decision to release those sketches? Yes. What role did Doug Carter play in that? None. So basically, I think you said this earlier, he was kind of a mouthpiece. Yeah, for you? Yeah, he's good at speaking to the public, and yeah. I mean, the state police have a PR guy or woman. I don't want to be, sure, insensitive here, but it wasn't that person that was doing the talking, right? No, not all the time. Sometimes, but not all the time. I recall Mr. Carter mentioning at one point that the person may be right here in this room. Do you remember those comments? Yeah. I'm going to call them kind of infamous words or famous words, so to speak, right? Yeah. What was the purpose behind that? It was just a strategy that people helped us draft strategy going into that press release in general that day. It was a calculated statement. It was. It wasn't him just up there jibber jabbering. Correct. Well, what was the strategy? Just to put pressure on who that person was. Kind of ferret them out or flush them out of the bushes, basically. Attempt, but sure. I mean, I'm a hunter, so are you about to say something interesting, Tony Ligget? Yes. I'm going to say something really, really interesting and possibly exculpatory for Richard Allen, so let's redact some shit. Here we go. Excluded from public access per rules on access to court records. 1 page. Ooh, only 1 page redacted. Well, you can't immediately get on 25. You have to drive on 300 north under 25 back down to Main Street, and then you can get on. That was going to be my next question, because we are looking back in time, obviously, and I don't remember exactly what the logistics were. Yeah. So that would have been the route to take if you wanted to get up on the highway. Correct. Have you timed all these routes? I have not. No. If you've worked in this community for a long time? Yes. Would you estimate that's probably the fastest route to get up on the highway and go down? To get on the highway? Absolutely. In other words, you wouldn't have to go through town. Correct. Talking about Westville now. You say you went up there. You weren't really sure when. You don't believe that Rick was represented at the time. Wait, you don't believe that Rick was represented at the time? Correct. Was there a plan in place amongst the law enforcement authorities that went up there to try and interrogate him before you went up? I don't know that the word interrogate is the word, but talk to him? Yeah, that was the whole point of going up there. Was there anything at that point that was unique that you had learned since you arrested him that you wanted to address with him? Not off the top of my head. No, I don't think so. So nothing had really changed from the time of the arrest to that point. You were hoping to go up there and get a confession, I assume, just like most investigations, right? Sure. Okay. Andy asked you about what I'm going to refer to as ongoing investigations, and I think you said that you hadn't been involved in a whole lot generally in the past several months. In fact, you said you kind of currently cut out of this in January, right? I think I know the answer, but tell me why in January you kind of stepped down. A new role, sheriff. Sheriff Tony Liggett. So there's a new sheriff in town, Tony Liggett. So was it because you had just other responsibilities and you didn't have time for this, basically? Correct. I have other responsibilities still, meetings still. And I don't want to say I'm not a part of it. I just haven't done any of the investigating or anything like that. I'm just going to ask you this question. Who were let's just say, the 5 law enforcement officers involved in this case that you think had the most knowledge about the entirety of the investigation? Myself, Steve Mullen, Dave Vito, and Dick Jerry Holman. And if you're not sure why I'm calling him Dick Jerry Holman, it's an acronym, DIC, that's standard for something. One of his titles is detective something, detective in charge or something silly. So it's an official, what is this called again? A title. It's an official title, Dick Jerry Holman. So Mullen, Vito, yourself, and Dick Jerry Holman? Yeah. And who else did you say? Same again. Mullen, Vito, Dick Holman, yourself, who's Jay Harper. Harper. Was Tobe Leesenby very active in this investigation while he was a sheriff? No. Do you know why? He was a sheriff and not an investigator. And I know that from sitting in depositions like this and living around cops my whole life, I understand that, not everything is like it is on TV. But when it came, where did the buck stop when it came to make the decisions about, hey, we are going to release his sketch or we're not? Was there somebody that was making final call? Was there a chief, so to speak? Unified command. It was not one person. So Baldwin jumps in. While he's looking, I have a couple of questions, but keep looking. That way we can multitask here. So they're going to redirect. Now Baldwin's back asking questions. I think it's good because Baldwin is so much easier to read than Rosie. Rosie, he does a whole lot of like jump. He talks more like a guy, I guess, but when you're reading it, it's makes it much harder. So I'm going to take a quick drink. 1 second. That's okay if you're stoned, Ducky. Ooh, I'll pick a new person too. 1 second. I'm going to take a quick drink. Sorry. All righty. Any new people? So you really have 60. How many people do you have watching now, Ducky? That'd be 30, 60. And yeah, you'll pet leg. So is anybody new coming that I need to say hi to? No? Okay. Ooh, I wonder if I could put this up on screen. This will be funny. Ooh. Is that the same one? Oh, Carol, do I get to read? So you can retract all you want, Carol. I get to always read them. Is this what you retracted? Aha. There you go, Carol. I've been listening, Shibby. Why would you feel the need to retract that? I gotta know. Carol, you're a little troublemaker, aren't you? Because you know what Carol does? She does it intentionally. She says something to me, gets me going, and then I reply with something dumb, and then she retracts what she says, and then boom, good old Shibby looks like a bonehead. So I've got the upper hand now. Go ahead, Carol. Retract anything you want. I've got all the power here. This message was retracted, and it no longer is. Boom. 72. Oh my God. There's 72 people listening to me on your channel. So that's 94 people. I got 22. Oh, afterwards, if you can just, if you want, you don't have to. I'm cool with whatever. I just started a couple weeks ago, and this is like the 10th or whatever stream. Afterwards, if you could, Ducky, can you make sure you send them after they're done? They can stay there as long as they want to come over and maybe either sub if they want, or you can watch all my other stupid shit. I've read like this last 5 nights in a row. So, or subscribe or like or comment or share or anything if you want. I would appreciate it. And if you don't, still just Ducky being here as one person is cool. Or 72 people. Wow. Oh my gosh. Pressure is right on me. Okay. So questions by Mr. Baldwin. Did you say that the hat, what did you say about the hat on the sketch? Sketch number 1, the Sarah Carball hat. Of course, redacted. Ooh, let me put this up for now. Forget it. I'm going to get rid of Carol's redacted messages and put this up. Oh, okay. Yeah. Here, I'll put that up. Wow. You guys, if you want to come and talk with Ducky, you guys like Ducky that much? Come to my YouTube channel. Ooh, drop my channel, or can they see the chat? Just come and search at sweet_dude_Shibby on YouTube, and you'll see this handsome face. Let me make it bigger. This is the real deal. Where is it? Boom. Is that the right one? No. Boom. There. Look for this guy on YouTube. So, and both my username and handle are the same. So you'll easily find me on YouTube. So search at capital S sweet _ capital D dude _ capital S Shibby. Just, I can show you also here on screen. Check this out. Here's my name underneath my real name. See, I'm glad I wrote that. You see that name at Sweet Dude Shibby? Come find me. If you want to talk to Ducky, she's here waiting for you. You got to get through me first. You got to come through me to get to Ducky. She's here. She's dying to talk to you. She's in chat, and I'll be around for a little bit more. So come to YouTube, find at Sweet Dude Shibby's channel, go to my live section, and boom, we're live right now. And I have a whole whopping 21 people. And you guys, I'll tell you a secret. If there's any guys there, I think all of them are hot chicks. So come help me with, I got my hands full. I need some help, guys. Come. All right. Let me put the other stuff back now. There we go. So Abby, come. You want to talk to Heather Brown? Check this out. Heather Brown's hot. She likes to use emojis just like me. So come get some Heather Brown too. Check her out. So redacted. Okay, where was I? Wow. I believe so. I believe they are. I don't recall ever seeing one again. That doesn't mean it's not here. I believe they are. I would have to double check for you to be accurate about that, but I believe they are. How many sketch artists do you believe worked on this case? The one from the Carbaugh sketch was from the FBI. The one that did maybe any other sketch that we had done was from state police. So I think just two. Just two sketches? Just two sketch artists total? Yeah. There weren't multiple ones from the state police that you recall? Don't think so, that I recall. I believe there was just one from state and one from the FBI. Wait a second. So we must have went back to Rosie? Because I thought we had switched back to anyways. I thought we switched back to Baldwin, but I guess he's saying Andy asked you some questions early about who showed up on the scene. I think there was a Giancola and Officer Yoder, correct. And obviously a lot of other individuals out there, right, that were searching? Correct. Was there some admonishment to all of those people by law enforcement that they should not talk about this case? Not to my knowledge. Or what was at the scene? Not to my knowledge. Kind of a gag order, if you will? Not to my knowledge. There were obviously a number of witnesses that were children that were or they were minors, I should say, is probably a better word, that were on or around the trail on a day in question. Would you agree with that? Correct. Kind of the same question. Were there directives from law enforcement for these people to not talk about any of this stuff publicly? Not to my knowledge. Back to the ongoing investigation questions. Are you aware any other officers that are involved in this investigation that are actively interviewing witnesses or anything of that nature? It's ongoing this week, last month, and the last couple of months, because it sounds like you haven't been doing much on this. Do I know who's doing those things? Do you know if anybody is out there? Yes. What's going on? I mean, you've got a guy in jail, so what's going on? They're still working on things with Richard Allen. Yeah, we're still trying to break him. We're still trying to torture him into saying some dumb shit. We're drugging him against his will, and we're sending in women. We're isolating him for months at a time, and then sending in Dr. Walla, all freshly showered up with her big titties out, so she can be his friend and help him. Yeah, she's there to help him. Big tittied succubus is there to help a guy who's been tortured and abused. I'm sure they're trying to tie up other loose ends too. I mean, I know they're still out there doing stuff. Yes. Are these law enforcement authorities or officers communicating with you about this, about what's going on? Are you getting briefings? We had a briefing or a meeting not too long ago, but what else is there? Just I know that I don't know what they're specifically doing. Okay. If that's your question, I don't specifically know. Oops. What else is there to learn about Richard Allen? You mentioned it. What else is there to learn about Richard Allen? You mentioned it. I don't specifically know what they're doing. Okay. When do you expect to get another briefing on what's going on? When we decide we need to have another briefing and get everybody up to speed. Who decides that? Again, it'll just be a unified command thing. Somebody will decide to have that meeting. Did Nick send you kind of the bullet point list of topics that I offered up to him last week in advance of this deposition today? Yes. Okay. And I'm kind of sort of looking for it right now. I know it's here somewhere, but I gave it to you. It's all right. Don't worry about it, Andy. It's fine. So now they're saying this is going by Mr. Rosie, but I think that was Mr. Rosie because he referred to Andy. But anyways, let me take a quick drink. Sorry, guys. 1 second. And we're back. Anybody new? Oh, no. Same old scrubs. And what? How many strangers, Ducky? Hello, strangers. Any friend of Ducky is a friend of Shibby. If no, nobody knew. I'll continue. Sorry. Here, let's get. Ooh, that's a good one. Wow, 77 people. Man, 77 people. If you want to talk to Ducky, she's here, waiting for you. Come to Shibby's chat. All your dreams will be answered. All your desires, your hopes. Ooh, I should just read. Okay, so back to Rosie, and it's Rosie. I know he's an Italian name, and at first I thought it'd be Rozzi or Rozzi or whatever, but he specifically on the news, Rosie said the reporter asked him about it in the courthouse right when they first started. Please spell your name and pronounce it. He spelled it Rozzi, and he said Rosie, like a rose, like a flower. So, as his name, we shall say Mr. Rosie. Obviously, we haven't covered all those topics on there. We got to a lot of them today, but did you come in here prepped to talk about all of those, or did you just kind of absolutely not? Okay. There's no way I was going to be prepped to be able to accurately speak on every one of these topics. Okay. Having a little bit more time between now, let's say, and the next time we might order up your deposition, you think you could take a look at some of those topics and kind of prep yourself a little bit better, just with a little bit more time? I, I could sure try. Absolutely. Okay. Have you shared that list with any other officers? I have not. No. I know I'm not asking what he did. Yeah, I have not. No. So, Rosie, I don't have anything else. So, do you want to review and sign, or do you want to waive, or do you know what I'm asking? I guess the witness, yeah, I know what you're asking. I'd like to review it. Oh, that witness is Ligget. Yeah, good. See, Ligget then, see the other guy, he wasn't sure if he should read it over before he signed it. He was the 37-year, the super secret undercover agent that they doxed. A 37-year veteran of the police force had asked if they thought he should read over it before he signed his name to it. Whereas Ligget, he knew right away. Yeah, I know what you're asking, dude. Yeah, I'm gonna read this all before I sign my name to it, like a normal human adult would do. Anyways, so what do you guys think? Oh my God, was that Lonely Ligget? I hope to God I was reading Ligget. Or is this another deposition from Ligget? Oh my gosh. Nicole, help me here. Somebody. I hope to God I was reading Tony Ligget, or unless they put two of his in a row. Oh my God. So, jeepers. I got to write this down. I feel like such an ass. Shit. Man, you guys got to help me out here. I hope to God I was reading Ligget's. And this is another one. So I got the page numbers here. Tony Ligget. So Ligget's, the depo I just read, ended on. Sorry, 1 second, guys. Page 680. And I should go back to the beginning to double check. Oh my God, I feel like such an ass. I must have read a shitload of pages, so I should, I'll just scroll back to make sure I don't miss it. I'm very sorry. I'm just going back to make sure that was Ligget I was reading. I hope to God it was. OMG. Shit. Shit. Very sorry, people. Unless during those redacted pages, I don't think they would redact them switching with the person's deposition. Oh my God. Man. And I've been reading for like 3 hours and 45 minutes. Oh shit. Wow. Right, but then Ligget starts again. So is there like multiple Ligget depositions? Because oh man, I don't even know exactly what page I started on too. It's irresponsible. Ooh, I could just go back. I got 1 second. I'll tell you. I started on looks like page 518. I have my YouTube browser up. So I'll go 5C. I'm glad I did that because that's on 600. So I'll use my keyboard. I'm very sorry. I'm usually much more prepared. So 518 is where I started. Boom. Okay. This better be Ligget. I'll keep my keyboard here too. Yeah. Okay. Okay. I knew that. Just testing you guys to see if you're paying attention. Yes. Deposition of Tony Ligget. I started reading on 515. And that one, so this is a separate deposition. OMG. Maybe we should save it for another day. So the first one started. I'm sorry, I'm writing all this down so this doesn't happen again. The first one started on 518. Let's see, 515. Yeah. So 515, page 515 to 680. So damn. That was like 165 pages. And there were some redactions. Holy shit. So now I'll go back to page 680 and you guys write in chat. Man, do you want more of this? I'll do more. I mean, wow. Especially if Ducky has whatever 70 odd people. Ooh, can you update your number, Ducky, or did I scare anybody off? Or maybe let me know. I'll go back and you guys still want me to read? Shit. I have 21 people, so that's not bad. So 680. So is this a new deposition starting? Whew. Oh, maybe I'm wrong. Sorry. Oh, I thought they were starting a new one. Duh. They weren't. Oh, yeah, because I read here. Oops. I guess I just assumed they were starting a new one. I should have scrolled ahead. Boy. All that for nothing. Yeah. So it was. Okay. I'm flawed, people. I am human. I will make mistakes again. Oh my gosh. 79 people listening there, plus my 20. So I got 90. Oh, I had 21. Now I got 20. So it's 99 people. Ooh. Oh, I hope to gosh I get one back. Because that'll be 100 people. Holy fuck. You know what? I'm going to do this. If I'm going to write this down, do you guys want me to read this too? Roland Purdy. Oh my gosh. You guys are crazy. I love it. So I will Roland Purdy Depot, page 686. If I start this, I'm going to need to take a 2-minute bathroom break, if you don't mind. But I will read it. I'm down. You guys down? You down to clown? Anybody? Okay, so in my chat, do you want me to read Roland Purdy's deposition or scroll and find another cool deposition? Tell me. If you just want me to read this one, give me a thumbs up. If you have another name, want me to scroll ahead and give you options, I can do that too. Man, so 686 is Roland Purdy. And it starts off with redactions. So, Roland Purdy. And if anybody knows exactly who Roland Purdy is, I got so many names jumping around in my head. He's a cop. And what actually was his role? Purdy. Why? Like why? What's his relationship? Excuse me. Man. Oh, redactions. 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 Man, they redacted a lot. Sorry, people. You'd think I'd be more prepared, but and another thing is there's 1,200 pages to this, and I just figured out the other day that V, thank you very much. The other day you saved me. I was watching the replay and I saw you wrote there's 250 pages for most of the volumes because I couldn't figure it out. So if it was like if it said page 20, volume 3, it would be 250 plus 250 plus 250 was 750, and then you would add whatever it was I said. Like to get to page 20, it would be 770. If that makes sense. So volume 3 would be 750, page 750 starting. And if it was page 13 of volume 3, then it would be page 763. So I finally figured that out. And V said the last page was, the last volume, there's 5 volumes. The last volume was 220 pages. So that really, I can find pages now much easier. Because they have an index at the beginning and it says volume, but it doesn't tell you how big a volume is. So luckily, volume 2 would start at page 500. And then there would be page 20 of volume 2 would be 520. So, and that's credit to V, who's in chat. Let's get V up. Ducky, you've been on the screen long enough. There, that's it. Thank you, V. And TJ's back. And we got a thumbs up from TJ, so I guess I should read Roland Purdy. Nicole's back. She's eating. Okay, so I will read Roland Purdy if you want. Oh my God, you guys are nuts. But just let me take a quick pee break. I'll put some music on and talk amongst yourself. I will be back super quick, like less than 1 minute, 2 minutes. Okay, be right back. And we're back, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, Nicole, that was me. That was me. That was a fire hose unraveling. And once Nicole learned that, she's like, okay, I'll get serious here. Back in the comments. Did I wash my hands? Yes, of course. I scrubbed them like a doctor. And I have hand sanitizer here too, so my own wiener. Come on, settle down. Don't need to scrub. All right, we're back. So where were we before I was so rudely interrupted by my bladder? Page, what was it again? Shit, 686? 686, Purdy starts. Oh, shit. Should I be getting into this? We only got one thumbs up, but I guess the fact that you guys stay here, I really should stop asking because I have 21 people. So the fact that you guys stay means I guess I should just assume you want to be here. All righty. One quick second. Just need to adjust my chair. 1 second. We're back. All right, let's do this. Deposition of Roland Purdy. So it'll be Baldwin and Rosie again, talking to Roland Purdy, and we start out with a redaction. Oh, he's probably his cop stuff, his information, probably. And starts out with a redaction. So it must be just information about Purdy. So that's fine. I mean, some things can be redacted, obviously. We don't need to know anything too personal. But here it goes. Okay. Question. State your name for the record. It's Roland Purdy. Purdy. How do you spell your first name? Roland. Should I do the voice again? You guys like that? Okay, come on. 1 for the gruff cop voice, or 2 to just get on with it, or 3 you don't care, 4 you're not listening, 5 you have no idea what's happening right now. You're too stoned. Okay. To your knowledge, are there any other Roland Purdys in the state police? Not to my knowledge. So we laugh because this morning we had the wrong Harper. So Baldwin starts asking questions. Ooh, Okay, Ducky, you've got 70-something people still? Ducky wants voices. Why haven't your people come here, Ducky? Do they not want to talk to you? Or you can talk to them there. Ha ha. If they have access to talk to you wherever you are, stop talking to them there. But, if you can open 2 browsers, stay there, but also come here and talk to her. Whatever. Just enjoy yourself. I don't care where you go. I do, but I mean, choose what you like. If you ever want to come here, even afterwards, and just, give me a comment or like, I would really appreciate it, because I'm just a regular 52-year-old grandfather of 2 with a muffin top and really short bangs. Abby Brown cuts my bangs really short. So usually they're pretty luscious and long, but in the picture, they had just cut them really short. We brought in, so back to Baldwin, talking to Roland Purdy. We brought in the wrong Harper, and then we were all confused. So I just wanted to make sure. Yeah, I don't think there's any other ones. Okay. So what, if anything, did you do to prepare for today's deposition? I read through the case reports. I was given access to the case reports, and as you know, there's a ton of them. So I was trying to find out mine just to kind of refresh what I've done while I was here. Okay. And I'm presuming you've been through a few depots in your day? Mm-hmm. Yes. So the main thing is I'll try to get you to stay on task with a yes or no instead of uh-huhs and uh-huhs. Okay. Oh, sorry. Okay. And I will try to ask all good questions that don't get too convoluted. If I do, I want you to say, that doesn't make any sense, Andy. Ooh, I was just thinking this might be Rosie, but because I know that said it was Baldwin. I thought they mistakenly were, because it was hard to read, but now he's actually talking about himself in the third person. So thanks. I'm glad I didn't say anything. That doesn't make any sense, Andy. Please ask a different question or rephrase it, and I'll be happy to do that. Okay. All right. Good. Other than review, and you said we were given access. What do you mean by that? You were given access to these reports. Before I couldn't get into the state police report on the homicide. There, access is not all troopers can get into the reports and read the report. So I had to ask for access so that I could get into it. Who did you ask permission of? Dick Jerry Holman. So this is one of our struggles, is trying to understand. Mm-hmm. See how all the information gathered, where it went, and who has access to it. So at some point in time, did you have access to all of the reports? Yes. And then at some point in time, you no longer had access to the reports. When I was no longer working here in Delphi on this investigation, then I no longer had access to the reports. Okay. And is that just something you knew and understood, or did somebody tell you you no longer had access to the reports? I guess I was just told that I no longer had access, or I got on the report and couldn't get to my reports. One or the other. I don't recall how I found out. And approximately when would that be that you found out you no longer had access to your reports? Probably March of 2018. I'm thinking that's pretty much the last that I had worked on the case. We'll get to that too. Since when was the last time you talked to anybody about the Delphi case? Probably this week. Who did you talk to? This guy's supposed to be redacted. He's the secret agent guy. They doxed Anthony Portwood. So he's the 37-year-old secret agent guy we're not supposed to know about. So I talked to this guy. He had told me he had gotten a subpoena. Okay. And talked to Dick Jerry Holman about it. How in depth was that conversation? How in depth was that conversation with Dick Jerry Holman? Not real in depth. Not a lot of information. And in terms, I never understand ranking and all of that. It always confuses me. Where is Dick Jerry Holman to you in terms of the state police hierarchy? He would have been 2 ranks above me. Okay, I needed somebody to explain that. I appreciate that. And you talk to, what did Portwood, what was the conversation about with Portwood? Tony asked if I had gotten a subpoena, said that he had gotten a subpoena. I guess I should just be reading that, right, guys? I mean, they're doing this, not me. Anyways, I mean, me not saying what they have written here now is not going to protect his identity, because I got this. This is still right now. It's fox59.com. So you'd think Fox would change it, because I keep each day I look. You think Fox would at least go through and knowing that these names are supposed to be redacted. Anthony Portwood should be redacted. Even in his own deposition, they doxed him, and now this guy's doxing him. Well, this is on Fox 59, because that's where I'm at reading this. I'm over it. Fuck you guys. You guys wrote it. I'm just some dope with 150 YouTube followers reading this because I want to learn more. Okay. So where were we? Tony asked if I had gotten a subpoena, said that he had gotten a subpoena. Not much more than that, and not much more than that. Okay. Have you talked to Tony lately? No. I saw him the other day, but I have not. Just, how are you doing? Where did you see him? At what's the building where they have their office now? Oh, okay. Somewhere here in Delphi? Yeah, somewhere here in Delphi. Is that when you were looking up your reports? No, I actually came over here for a meeting. Oh, okay. Unrelated to Delphi? Oh, it was related to Delphi, just to speak with the prosecutor. Oh, okay. Okay, gotcha. So you've also talked to the prosecutor at some point in time? Yeah. Yes. Okay. And when was that? Friday. This last Friday. This past Friday? Yeah. That would be I think that's today's the 21st. So the 18th, maybe? Sounds about right. I'd have to look at my phone. Okay. That's okay. Friday around the 18th, I think. All right. Well, just give me a little bit about your background. Where are you from? Where did you go to high school? I grew up in Archibald, Ohio. Oh, where is that? It's west of Toledo. Okay. So I was a city policeman in Archibald for 10 years. Then I joined the state police. I've got almost 27 years on, almost 28 years on with the state police now. Wow, 28. So how old are you? I'm 57. Okay. I'm the same year, 56, 57. Yeah. Ooh, that's hot. What are you doing afterwards? Okay. You graduated in 84 from high school? Yeah. Okay. So how did you, I'm just curious, how did you end up from Ohio to Indiana? At the time in Ohio, it was my hometown. My dad had been the police chief when I got hired, and it was just, I had always wanted to be a state trooper, and I thought, if I don't do it now, I'm getting older. And if I don't do it now, I'll never do it. So Ohio, at the time, their testing process was different, and I didn't want to be a highway patrolman. And Indiana was hiring, so I applied over here. Okay. Where was your first job out of? Fort Wayne. Okay. And if you don't mind, so Mr. Baldwin jumps in. Daggone. Daggone. Let me just get it out of the way. So now Mr. Baldwin's asking questions. Am I saying that wrong? Daggone. Daggone. God dang. All right. So I think that helps. All right. So give me kind of your movements. You were in Fort Wayne for so long, and then you moved to another post and all that kind of stuff. So I worked out of the Fort Wayne post when I was first graduated from the academy. I worked the road. So I graduated in 95 from the academy. I worked the road primarily to LaGrange and Noble counties until 2007, approximately where I was placed on an identity theft task force for the U.S. Postal Service. So I investigated identity theft cases for, boy, now you're maybe 5 years approximately. And then from there, I was put in the organized crime and corruption unit. And then leading up to 2017, there was talk I was going to go into the FBI as a task force officer. So in 2017, the FBI did my background investigation. And while I was waiting to get the results from my background investigation, they sent me to Delphi because I didn't have access to any of the federal computers or anything like that. So I came over here and worked leads. Did you kind of derail the FBI task force? No, I was actually on the task force then. Once I left here, actually my March 2018 is when my credentials came in. Oh, okay. So I went back to so did you work with Greg Ferenczi then? No, I talked to Greg Ferenczi once, but I'd never met him. Okay, because I think he was on the FBI task force. He was, I think, down south somewhere. Terre Haute. Okay. Yeah, I think, see, I don't understand that either. I don't understand that either. I would think, oh, they're all together, the task force. Yeah, but they're all over the place. Is that right? Yeah. I know he was a task force officer, but like I said, I never met him. Yeah, we'll be getting to him in a second. And so when you did the identity deception investigation for 5 years, that's kind of like the catch me if you can type of crimes. The movie where people are, is that what that is? Yeah. It it seemed like at the time it was more illegal aliens using Americans' identities to work under, and then eventually towards the end of it, it was a credit card people using other people's credit cards. Okay, so not as exciting as catching the bad guys. I enjoyed it, but yeah, no, I wasn't. It wasn't that exciting. Well, it's a big problem. My son had that issue. It's somewhat settled. All right. I wanted to ask, okay, particularly about you kind of explained a little bit of how you got involved in the Delphi case. How did you get called? Did you volunteer? How does that all work? Initially, they were looking for volunteers. I volunteered and came over and was just following up on leads. And when you volunteer, do you have to like go to your commander and say, hey, I'd like to volunteer? Or how does that work? I don't know. If they put out an email just asking for volunteers, I don't recall. Okay, how that came about. And when you show up, I'm just trying to imagine this. You just kind of show up and say, hey, I'm here to help. How do you know who to talk to and who did you talk to? I think they told us who to talk to. I believe Dick Jerry Holman was here and kind of gave a briefing beforehand. Then, if I'm correct, I think they teamed you up with somebody and then provided you a lead and you went out and invested it and came back. Did they team you up with someone? Yes. And who was that? Jim Burkhart I know, I was with him a couple of times. Al Martinez, I know I was with him, and I only recall because I was reading some of the reports. And what about Kevin Murphy? Were you ever paired with him? Yes. And who? Once you kind of got into the rhythm of investigating or helping with the Delphi murder investigations, who were you reporting to? I would say Dick, Jerry Holman, as well as my own supervisors. I would have had to let them know. Who were your supervisors at that time? Joe White. He would have been my sergeant at the time. Okay. So yeah, this is where guys like me just get confused about stuff. So you got the Delphi, you say Dick Jerry Holman that you are reporting to, and then you're like direct supervisor. I would have had a direct supervisor who would check, if I'm getting overtime or what hours I'm working, that type of thing. Okay, but not necessarily details on. However, I later in the investigation was asked to look into the geofence numbers that were captured in the geofence phone numbers, and Joe White, who was my sergeant, was my partner. Okay, so did he get into some of the action in Delphi? Right, but mainly, and if it's not accurate, just tell me. But mainly, that's like a guy that's like, hey, how's it going? How many hours you worked this week? That kind of stuff. Yeah, I don't know that he got exact details, so to speak, of what I was doing. But when you think mainly those details from your investigation of the Delphi case would go to Dick Jerry Ullman, I think so. I think that's who was reading the case reports. There's been a lot of, we've done, oh gosh, a number of depositions up to this point. And there's the phrase that I've come to know, it's unified command. Are you familiar with that? Yeah. Who, to your knowledge, was on the unified command? I would say Dick Jerry Holman, Jay Harper, Kevin Hammond, Tony Ligget, Rich Davies, which was the FBI. That's pretty much it. I think after you left, we've also heard about Vito. Is okay, yeah. That's not a name familiar to me anyway. Okay, I think those were the names that we keep hearing. So, all right, that's all. That's that. And who, to your knowledge, when you were working with Kevin Murphy, did he report to? That I'm not sure. I'm not sure if he was on a task force and was assigned to Delphi or what his status was with the state police. What about Jim Burkhart? Did you know who he was? Jim Burkhart is an auto theft investigator. So when Burkhart and you were, working together for a period of time on the Delphi investigation, do you know who he reported to? He would have probably kind of the same thing would have gone to Dick Jerry Holman, if I remember correctly. I think I pretty well typed up the reports when I did things with Burkhart. So, and we were together on the same thing. I don't know if he was here after that, other than with me. I'm not sure how many times he came. You didn't always have the same people that you went out with. Okay. And while on the topic of typing up reports, what was the kind of the, like, let's say you go interview Joe Blow. Have we read this, or did he ask that before? Because I've heard him say Joe Blow. And no, we haven't read this guy, have we? That's probably Baldwin just using the Joe Blow reference again. And you wouldn't want to memorials, probably asking them the same type of questions, maybe even verbatim. If I've read this before, can you guys put like a thumbs down or something? Anyway, let's go. Let's say you go interview Joe Blow and you would want to memorialize that interview. How would you memorialize it? On a case report. Okay. And is that an official state? That's a state police incident supplemental report. And did you take field notes or hand notes as well? At times, yeah. Sometimes if it was recorded, I would refer back to the recording. And if you did record it, how would that be noted for our guys like me who are now trying to? It would probably be listed in the case report in the supplement that it was recorded. Then our recordings would be submitted as evidence. It would, at the time, it would have been a disc that we would have put in an evidence bag and it would have been taken. Oh, okay. How, if you did record, how were you recording? Like I didn't have at the place where we were talking to people in Delphi, they had a room that had audio and visual recording. No, this feels new. Ooh, more new people. Yeah, I should take a quick break. So right here at line 19. 1 second. Quick drink. I'll be right back. Ooh, so hello, Paula Fitzhenry. Welcome. And hello, Owl on the Prowl. Hello, bruh. So let's get Dave up here. Dave, hello, bruh. And I think I'd like to have Paula on my screen saying hi to Dave. Welcome, both of you. Did I miss anybody else? Yeah, Nicole, I mean, poor guy being doxxed. I mean, I think they would do better. And even now, this has been out, what, 4, 5, 6 days on Fox 59 website, and they're not going back to even just put black lines over the the secret agent guy of 37 years who they've doxed like 10 times. I think they would go back and try to fix it now, even now. Oh well. I mean, if Fox 59 doesn't give a shit, because I'm not reading something I've downloaded from that day. I'm going back. I'm on my Google Chrome docs and I'm at fox59.com. So this is how it reads now. But I also had downloaded it, but I'm not doing that. I'm reading it from Fox 59. So Fox 59, get your shit together. You've doxed Julie Melvin. They've doxed, a bunch of people here. Go back and fix your shit. Okay, sorry. I was going to take a drink and I forgot. 1 sec. Maybe you were, Paula, but also remember last night you were in my live. So this is a different. You might. I've been on for 4 hours and 20 minutes. So you may have been here at the beginning. I probably said hi to you, or remember last night when I had to go to the bathroom and you recommended, go take a pee. So whatever. You can always read look back. Anyways, so if you guys are just fresh, I'm reading a deposition from Roland Purdy, who's a Indiana State Police officer from Ohio. And this is Richard Allen's defense. I believe it's Baldwin now asking questions to Roland Purdy. Excuse me. And away we go. Answer. And if you hear me talking in a gruff voice, I guess Dave and Paula, I'm using a gruff voice for the law enforcement officers and a nice voice for Richard Allen's defense team. Well, I think are pretty nice guys. I didn't have at the place where we were talking to people in Delphi. There had a room there that had audio and visual recording. Oh, so it would have been done in that. Did you go, I think, sorry. Did you go, I think, and maybe I'm wrong, but I think you also went out into the field and met people, right? Right. What if you were doing to record those conversations? That would have been done probably on a tape recorder. I'm not sure I had a tape recorder at that time. So, okay, all right. And then whenever it was recorded at the Delphi station, whether it was audio or video, that would be reduced to a disc and then turned into, it would have had a storage I didn't have access to, so I'm not sure who would have turned that in or what they would have done with it. So, yeah. All right. And I was going to ask you about Greg Ferenczi. You've only talked to him, you think, one time? I think one time on the phone. Okay. Was that related to Delphi? Yeah. And do you remember what it was about? I know that he was going to talk to Brad Holder's wife. Oh, okay. but I don't remember. I don't remember what the details were. Okay. And how would it have come into being that you ended up talking to Ferenczi for the one and he wants to get him to say Odin, I bet. For the one and only time about him, Ferenczi, going and talking to Amber Holder? I know Kevin Murphy and him were working together, and I think Kevin had told him that Kevin and I had been working together, and so he was wanting to call me and, touch base with me on that, see if there was anything I knew that he didn't. Okay, so Greg Ferenczi, you think, reached out to you based upon Murphy saying something so to him? That would be my guess, yeah. And do you remember the substance of that conversation? I don't. I remember that that it had to do with Brad Holder's wife or ex-wife at the time. Uh, I know they were going to talk with her. Okay. So do you think that conversation that you had with Greg Ferenczi happened before Greg talked with Amber Holder or after Greg talked with Amber Holder? Oh, sorry. Before Greg talked with Amber Holder or after Greg talked with Amber Holder? Ooh. So yeah, here's where I say something really, really exculpatory for Rick Allen. So let's redact that shit for sure. Ooh, I hear I say another page 2, cool stuff that needs to be redacted. All right. Oh, look at that. Let's guess what was on that. Becky Patty. So just 2 pages of redactions, and the first word is Becky Patty. Sure that has nothing to do with the redactions. Boy, I don't know. I don't think I know. I had interviewed her once, but I stammer a lot when I hear that name. Oh shit. I don't think it was on that interview. I think it was just in passing. And how long had you been on the case roughly when you first heard about the Odinite possibility? Maybe a couple months. And so when did you start? As far as that, yeah, that's not a good question. When did you first kind of come onto the scene and start assisting in the investigation of the murders in Delphi? I would say March 2017. And so you think it was maybe May or so when you first heard the word Odin or Odinite of 2017? Odinites rock. Woohoo. I would say at least May or June. May, June of 2017? Mm-hmm. Is that right? Yes. Okay. I'm thinking off the record. Okay, I'm sorry. Ooh, here I said more stuff. Really cool stuff. You guys shouldn't hear. So redacted. 1 page is redacted. 2 pages redacted. So 2 pages of redacted. I'm always thinking about how it's going to lay out on the page. So when I'm about to start a bad question, I always stop. That's what strike that means. When Dick Jerry Holman told you that the Purdue University person that reviewed the stick formations said it was inconclusive, what then happened related to your involvement in the Odin angle of the investigation? At some point, and I'm not sure when it was, but at some point they said if we wanted to look into that they wanted the crime solved, so they were happy to have somebody look into it. And who was they? I would say Dick Jerry Holman. I'm trying to think of the second in command. Oh, let me think. Was it one of he works under Dick Jerry Holman in Lafayette, Unified Command people? And Rozzy says to Harper? And the witness? No, it wasn't in Unified Command. So now Baldwin steps up. I don't even know. So Baldwin's asking questions now. Oh, well, that's okay. I worked with him at Notre Dame. I'm trying to think anyway. One of those things that will be nagging at you, and you'll remember it when you're on your way home. Yeah. So I could call you on my way home when it hits me. So the second in command to Dick Holman was somebody else that said, go ahead and look into the Odin angle, I believe. And I believe he gave me a copy of what Purdue University had provided them. Okay, but it wasn't a dead issue. This Odinite angle, based upon the Purdue University report, is that no. Okay, let me ask it this way. Is that correct to say that the Odinite angle was not a dead issue once the Purdue report came in? That's correct. Okay. Were you given any directions from Dick Jerry Holman in terms of how to investigate the Odinite angle? Or was that kind of up to you? I think it was pretty well up to me. And who else, to your knowledge, was also investigating the Odinite angle? I work with Lori Lemler. Lori Lemler? Lemler, Lemler. Do you know if that's... Oh, sorry. Do you know if that's Lorie or Lau? I think it's actually the Lourdes. Lourdes. I think it's her actual name. She goes by Lori. So Lourdes. That's kind of hot. Lourdes. Is that her real name? Lourdes? Hey, Lourdes. Come here to Shibby's channel. Comment, like, subscribe. Okay. So that one, Lori, was one of the people working on the Odinite angle. Who else that you know of? So this Odinite, honestly, they know Odinite means rock, and they're just trolling them, getting them to maybe either try and correct them by saying Odinite's a rock and not, or I just know if they're accidentally saying that Odinite, I love seeing the pro prosecution YouTube channels read this. It drives them bonkers. Hennessy was trolling them, I believe, in the contempt hearing with Odinite, because whenever they read Odinite, they just go bonkers because it's a rock. It should be Odinist. Anyway, 1 sec. I'm going to take a quick drink. Sorry, guys. 24 crazy people. Ooh, good timing. Look at this. Kelly Lou Brown has come to chat. Let's get her up. Fresh face. Everyone say hi to Kelly Lou Brown. And is Ducky still here? How many people you got, Ducky? Anyways, I'll take a quick drink break. Sorry, guys. 1 second. And we're back on air. Kelly Lou Brown. If you're curious, we are reading. This is our, I think, second or third. I don't even know what I read tonight. This is a deposition of Roland Purdy, who is a law enforcement officer with the Indiana State Police, ISP. His name is Roland Purdy, and he comes from Ohio. And this is Richard Allen's defense. Rosie, and currently I believe it's Baldwin asking the questions. So if you guys, oh my gosh, 95 people. Oh my gosh. Early here, she's having her coffee. Kelly Lou Brown. Ducky has 95 people, and I have 24. So that's 119 people. Wow. I just went up to 25. So 100. As I was looking at it, it jumped to 25. So there's 126. Oh my, is something going on here? 26. So I got 121 people listening. Oh man, Mom's going to be so proud. Okay, I'll get serious, guys. So we're reading Roland Purdy's deposition, and Baldwin's up. So when you hear me, the questions will be in nice voice for nice defense guys, and the answers will be gruff voice for, sketchy law enforcement officers. Just kidding. But that's how I'm doing it. Okay. And I want to talk about Lori in a second, but I'm not specifically talking about when I asked that question, I didn't ask it very well, who you worked with, but more specifically, who do you know that was working on the Odin angle? I think Lori and I were the only ones because I know earlier you said that Greg Ferenczi had called about Brad Holder. Right. So would that be another person? That would have been another would have been after I was gone though. I mean, I after I left Delphi, I didn't know who was doing what at that point. Oh, okay. Yeah. All right. So Lori Lumley. Lemler. Lemler. I want to get that right. That is a new name I haven't heard. Is she still with the state police? Yes. And where does she work? Out of the Bremen district. Ooh, she's a detective. Okay. And is it like I think about it on television where you guys are cop buddies and you're in a car and you're driving around eating donuts and drinking coffee and spilling it on yourselves and stopping and getting hot dogs on a side of the road at the stand, dropping mustard on your shirts around and going around? Or is it more like you're going around and knocking on doors together? Or is it you are doing things independently? Or how was that working? We were looking at all suspects of the crime. I mean, just because it's an Odinist. Ooh, he said it the first time. Ooh, ooh. He said it correctly, too. Boom. I mean, just because it's an Odinist doesn't mean that you know, that person killed the girls. I mean, there's plenty of Odinists. Ooh, this guy starts talking about Odinist, and look at what we got here. It's time to do some redactions. Ooh, don't want to talk about them Odinists. Ooh, thanks for protecting the Odinists. Here, yeah, Ex- Odinists excluded from the public access per rules on access to court records. Let's protect the Odinists. Okay, tell me about. Oh shit, you guys are fucking idiots. You know, I'm saying it. Tony Portwood, Anthony Portwood, the fucking guy you're doxing, the guy, the secret agent of 37 years, who you fuckheads aren't protecting. So that's your fault. Fox 59. It's been up on your site for what, a week now, you dipshits? I remember talking to him about the sticks on the body and showed him it didn't have the bodies, but it was the stick formation, wanting to know if this is a Odinist stick formation, so to speak. Okay. And what did Tony say? Tony kind of gave me a little bit of a break. Oh, sorry. Tony kind of gave me a little bit of a breakdown of the Odinists, that you had people who grew up Odinists that were patriotic and family people. And then, like 1880s or so, kind of the Nazis started bastardizing Odinism a little bit. He gave me the example of the swastika, that in his side of Odinism, a swastika is like a peaceful symbol, but the Nazis made it into their symbol, you know, of violence. And so he thought maybe the sticks were possibly part of the other side, not the side that he was from. Okay, so Tony Portwood did practice Odinism. Is that, see, he said he didn't. So he did. Oh shit. I said that and he said maybe. Wait a second. Well, whatever. Tony Portwood clearly said he didn't. And maybe he said he didn't practice. He wasn't an Odinite and he was playing semantics because he was really an Odinist. I don't even fucking know anymore. I said that and he said maybe like a branch of Odinism. He didn't like me calling him an Odinist. So this is another cop saying, so Tony lied. Anthony Portwood, the super secret agent, lied in his deposition. This guy is another cop saying that he was some type of Odinist, and because Portwood said he would nothing of the sorts. You can go back and read the I'm not sure if they are different. So yes, some type of, let's redact it now. But here, let's redact it. Anthony Portwood, the redacted name, probably getting tattletaled on by his fellow police officer. Oh, more. 2 pages of redactions. Let's just start. Let's just off with this. Hey, yeah. Did Tony Portwood ever tell you? Nah, this is definitely not Odinist stick figures on the girls or in the tree. Definitely not. Did he ever say anything like that? No. Okay. Did you learn about the Odin angle, generally speaking, from any other source other than from the Beverly Shores police captain or police chief and Tony Portwood? You guys, should I not be reading it? Because we know they're supposed to be redacting this guy. Should I just go on and not care? I don't know what good it would be doing not reading it when fucking Fox 59 has had us on their site for almost a week and they're not fixing it. Those were the only 2 that I could come up with. Next. And did you do it? And did you independent research? Did you independent research like I've done on the internet? Google it. Did you ever Google? Oh yeah, I definitely would have looked into it. All right. So now we'll go into a little bit more specific. We talked about generally, how did you learn about Odinism, generally speaking? What specifically did you then do to investigate Odinism in this case? Who did you look into, and how did that all kind of take me step by step, if you would? Watch. I bet you there's going to be redactions when we see in Brad Holder. Let's protect Brad Holder. I remember I looked into Brad Holder I was wrong. Sorry. Pulled up the file and was reading back then, and Brad Holder had been cleared. I believe a deputy from, I think the county is like New Buffalo, but I'm not sure, or the city is New Buffalo where he worked. And I believe there was a deputy that went to there and confirmed that he was at work. Yeah, because he swiped out of work. Yeah, he had to be there. And it's not possible for him to leave and somebody else swipe his card out like I did for almost 12 years at a factory I worked at. And it's a Shibby. At one point, I actually went to the workplace and they confirmed that, yes, he had been at work. They also had cameras. Yeah, his truck was on camera, so he had to be there. No way he could jump in another guy's car and go do anything. But of course, when I got there, it was long. And the camera had long been gone. And I never did learn if it ever had been recorded. Yeah. So just they told me they saw it on camera. I think it was. I know from at least knowing the case that Brad Holder was talked to by some officers up in Hammond, Indiana. Or I don't. The officer was from Hammond. I don't think the interview happened up there. I don't have the interview, so I don't know. And on February 17th, just 3 days after the girls were found murdered, they interviewed Brad Holder, and he gave it in the alibi. And if you were the person that heard that interview, what would you have done at the New Buffalo? I kind of guess it's a landfill type of place to verify that Brad Holder's alibi stood up. Well, if I had a video, I would have looked to see if I saw him on video. Okay, so just to confirm that he was there, I'm not sure what their, clocking in consisted of, anything like that. So, but would you expect whoever would be investigating that to look into the video of Brad Holder, whether he was at work that day or if it was available? And then I would have. So I don't know. Yeah. Okay. And also I want to ask, while we're talking about this part of it, because you started by saying, I looked into Brad Holder. Guess I should ask this. How was it that you knew to look into Brad Holder? Was that Becky Patty? Yeah. Okay. Ooh, I'm going to take a drink. 1 sec, guys. And I'll check for anyone new. 1 second. All right. Ooh. Ja's back. Jotan Jager is back. Hello, Ja. Welcome. And Dave and Paula still here, hopefully. Nicole's yucking it up, making chat great. So let's give spotlight to. Oh, there's a huge battery. Oh, yeah, I believe you. Ja says there's huge amounts of differences between Odinists and Norse pagans, believe it or not. Oh, I'm sure. And I'm sure in between, like guys who just kind of cherry pick and bastardize it and take it kind of, make their own little thing up. Because we know Holder, Westfall got pissed at Holder for being a poser for, going to church on Sundays, still, being Christian and his whole, he said you can't be an Odinist and still go to church, regular churches or whatever religion they are on Sunday. So he called him a poser and kicked him out of the Odin gang or whatever it was. Because those two apparently don't go hand in hand. So welcome, Ja. Here we go. Okay. The Becky Patty statement. One of the things that I am way too transparent as a lawyer, I'll tell you, it's not a good trait, but one of the things I thought about when looking into Brad Holder as a suspect here is, well, he don't need to be there necessarily. He could have his minions taken care of business like Charlie Manson did or Charles Manson did. Was that a thought that you had in your brain? Like maybe he was at work, but maybe somebody else did this on his behalf. I guess I didn't think necessarily. I figured he'd been cleared, and I didn't know of any real motive that Brad would have had to kill the girls. Okay, when you say cleared, that's another we're trying to understand because I see words at the bottom of these state police reports. What does cleared mean? I would say eliminated as a suspect, or at least the lead unfounded type thing. What about the phrase covered? Is that the same thing? If it says covered at the bottom of the page, I guess it depends who wrote it or what they meant. So when you talk to Dick Holman about Holder, was it your understanding that Holder had been cleared at that point in time as a suspect? See, I don't recall, I don't recall if I read it in the report or if Holder had told me that or Dick Holman had told me that. Okay. So we kind of left off before I got sidetracked, and there with you were going through Holder's file, and you saw that his alibi, at least by the people that had investigated it, had checked out. Is that right? Yes. Okay. Then when did you do? Sorry. Then what did you do next in your Odinite angle investigation? I know I looked probably at Patrick Westfall's because he was from Delphi. I would have looked at his file as well. Okay. And what led you to investigate Patrick Westfall as a possible person that murdered? I don't remember if Brad Holder's file mentioned Patrick Westfall or if just he was from, I don't recall why I would have looked at it. These guys do a lot of stammering when they talk about people like Patrick Westfall and Becky Patty. Seems right after some of those names are mentioned, they're stammering. I, 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 especially that other guy. He said like 6 or 7 in a row one time. Anyway, sorry. And again, I think, is it fair to say that you were looking, generally speaking, you said it earlier, for connections? That's correct. between these people that are Odinists and the crime scene. Is that fair to say? Yes. Okay. And even connections with each other and with other people. Is that part of what's important in doing an investigation? I'm looking for who committed the crime. Okay. So what did your Patrick Westfall investigation tell you or inform you, if anything? That I don't recall. Yeah, I, uh, uh, oh, oh, uh, that's been 6 years. Sure. And I don't recall what it seemed like Patrick, ooh, scary Patrick name, was with his son on the day of the murders, but I, I, I don't recall. I think that's what you said. Much more than that. Was anybody else other than you, to your knowledge, looking into Patrick Westfall? Was there? It would have been Lori Limler if. And again, getting back to that question, were you and Lori like meeting up from time to time? Yes. Okay. We were working together. Were you going out together too? Ooh, yeah. Yeah. Lori's hot. Way to go, dude. Gonna get some. I mean, you're human. Go for it. Okay. So did you ever talk to Brad Holder? Yes. Oh, yes. Tell me about that. We figured he'd been cleared. We were curious at what Odin meant to him, what it was. Okay, tell me, where did you meet him and approximately when? We met him in Logansport, I believe. That's where he's from? And he told us that he walked around in woods looking for Odin speaking to him through sticks. Wow. And that's why he had all these stick formations on his, he felt that Odin had put those sticks for him. Do we know that? Am I just forgetting that? Because that's pretty cool. Let me read that again. So they're talking about Holder, right? They're asking about Brad Holder and him and Lori, who he's romantically involved with, which I guess cool, as long as they can keep it professional. So they're asking about Holder from Logansport, and his answer is that's where he's from, and he says, and he told us that he walked around in woods looking for Odin speak to him through sticks. And that's why he had all these stick formations on his, he felt that Odin had put those sticks for him to find. Okay, did Brad Holder tell you that? Yes, he has been to the Monon High Bridge area. We didn't talk to him about the homicide. We talked to him about Odinism. So Holder told this guy directly that he walks around looking. Do I know that? Do you guys heard that before? Because I feel like that might be new. No? Huh. Or I'm just so much that I probably was. Anyways, that's interesting. Holder walked around the woods waiting for Odin to talk to him through the branches. Sticks. You hear that, guys? That's my microphone resetting itself. Because that's my microphone saying, wow. It's pretty shocked. Heard that too. Mm-hmm. Okay. Did Brad Holder tell you that he has been to the Monon High Bridge area? We didn't talk to him about the homicide. We talked to him about Odinism. Okay. And was that you and Lori together? Yes. All right. And was that videotaped? I don't know if it was or not. Like I said, I didn't have one, so I don't know if that was recorded or not. Then would you take handwritten notes, or how would that end up being memorialized? That conversation with Brad Holder? I believe we would have taken handwritten notes, and I couldn't find any on mine. Okay. So when approximately did you talk to Brad Holder? If you started in May or June, and he talks to Brad Holder, and so if he's telling us that much, imagine how much they're leaving out. He probably said a whole bunch of stuff in that This is fucked up. So another thing they lose of Brad Holder's on video, even an audio tape. Like they all got smartphones in their pockets, as if you can't turn the tape function, the record thing on. That's such bullshit. So, and he tells us he said this much, that he's walking around listening, looking for waiting for Odin to talk to him through the branches of trees or sticks or whatever. And now all of a sudden he talked to him, but he doesn't even have his handwritten notes. And I couldn't find any of mine. Okay, so when approximately did you talk to Brad Holder? Wow. If you started in May or June of 2017 investigating the Odin angle, when would you think along the way you would have probably met? I would have said probably July or August. So of 2017? Yes. So this guy meets with Brad Holder in July. Let's say so February, March, April, May, June, July. Just a little over 5 months afterwards. And there's no evidence of that. He lost his note. There's no audio, video, or even handwritten notes of that. Wow. Yes. I can't believe it neither. Okay. All right. So other than getting a actual, I would say Brad Holder gave you another kind of an overview of Odinism? Yes. From his angle? Witness nods his head silently. Yes? Yes, sorry. No, you're good. You're good. Did Brad Holder talk about Patrick Westfall, if you remember? I don't recall. Whoa, how fucking convenient, you bastards. So, what was the purpose of talking to Brad Holder, you and Lori, when you talked to him? Ooh, look at the stammering again after he's talking about, this is fucked up. Especially talking about Westfall. I feel they're more afraid of Westfall. But even Holder, he's stammering like a fucking, I think since he was Logan's father, we wanted to talk to somebody close just to kind of see what he had to say. Okay. Did any alarm bells go off when you talked to Brad Holder? Not that I recall. Nope. Did you think there should be a report out there of your conversation with Brad Holder? Oh, look at this. I don't know if I would have typed one or if Lori would have typed one. But one of you probably did? Probably, but I don't recall. All right. Have you heard of Elvis Fields? Yes. Okay. Tell me how you know about Elvis Fields. I went with Kevin Murphy to speak with Mary Jacobs, which would be a sister of Elvis. And we'll get into that in a second. Mm-hmm. Before I kind of got off track here because you were saying I first kind of looked at Brad Holder. Then you ended up talking to Brad Holder. I looked into Patrick Westfall. Did you talk to Patrick Westfall? No. Okay. And why did you not talk to Patrick Westfall? I don't recall. No idea. Oops. Okay. And you don't know of anybody that did talk to him? I know there was a report that somebody had, but I don't recall. Wow. Probably staring at the floor too, like Jerry Holman. Yeah. Exactly like the read technique would implies lying. Stammering and staring at the floor, probably tapping his feet and shuffling. What about a guy named Johnny Messer? Do you know Johnny Messer? I do not. All right. So after you talked to Brad Holder and you looked into Patrick Westfall to some degree, and we know you talked to Mary Jacobs. Yes. Is that the next thing that you did? Or was there something in between those two times? during my time there, I would continue to look up leads, whether I mean completely unrelated to Odinism. Okay. I would pick up a lead and go and investigate it. I I I can't recall exactly what I would have done. At one point, I think Lori was only at Delphi for maybe 2 weeks. Maybe Lori makes him nervous too, because maybe they broke up or something, and he actually has to say her name. She might be real hot. Maybe she's just distracting him. Oh, and then at that point, then I was back on my own, and I think that's when I started going out on the leads with Kevin Murphy. Okay, how many times do you think you went out on leads with Murphy? Boy, I don't know. One sec. I'm going to take a quick break. Grab a drink. 1 sec. Man, 5 hours and 3 minutes. 26 people. Quick look at chat. Yeah, exactly. Those dickheads. That idiot from Kelly. Anybody come we have to say hi to? Nope. Any lurkers there? Please. If you're lurking, feel free to say hi. It's a friendly chat. Just say hi. You can drop an emoji. Oh, I love emojis. Or you can just say stay in the shadows. But I mean, all nice people here. Feel free to say hi and state your opinions. You're welcome here. And let's get rid of Ja, and let's put up Kelly's talking a lot. Yeah, that's a good one. BH and LH were in the lodge. I agree. Question. Ooh. Would it be 20 or more or 20 or less? What was it before? Sorry, I missed that. How many times do you think you went out on leads with Murphy? I don't know. Okay. Would it be 20 or more or 20 or less? I would say 20 or less. 10 or more or 10 or less? Let's go close to 10. I would think. All right. I think we'll be getting into those because I'm going to be showing you some stuff here and seeing if it refreshes your memory. Okay. I know at some point in time. Okay, let's talk about Mary Jacobs. Okay. You said you and Murphy went out to talk to Mary Jacobs. Yes. Okay. What did you know going into the conversation with Mary Jacobs, and who did you know it from? Not much information. Kevin had pretty well. It was a lead that Kevin was working on, and we went out to because he asked me to go with him to. So I don't know a lot of information going into it. Probably what he would have told me on the way to Rushville. Tell me what your memory of the conversation with Mary Jacobs, of the interaction with Mary Jacobs. Mary Jacobs' house was built into the side of a hill. Ooh, cool. And I remember she invited us in the house. Oh, I remember we sat down in I think it was like a porch type area. And then she told us that her brother had mentioned a little bit about the girls from Delphi, but to her knowledge, it was before it had been on any of the news, that he would have had knowledge before the news. And were you interested in what Mary Jacobs had to say? Oh, yes. Okay. And what was that? Was that tape recorded or videotaped, if you know? I know I don't know. I didn't, so I don't know if Kevin videotaped or audio recorded or not. Do you know if you took field notes? Me? Yes. I couldn't find any. I might actually have some. Okay, great. I'm curious. In a minute, I'm going to be showing you some things. Okay. Murphy said that they were not his field notes. Okay. I'm hoping that they are yours. That way a mystery is solved in my world. Okay. This guy doesn't sound too impressed. Yeah. Gonna be my shitty, sloppy handwriting, I'm sure. Okay. So what was your takeaway with the Mary Jacobs interview. Mary had Mary was a nice lady. I didn't know that I 100% believed her on things. I definitely thought it should be looked into. She seemed truthful at the time. I don't, I guess that from here, I'm not sure sure what you're asking. Sure. And I'll get into more detail. Okay, here in a minute. Before I forget, what was your feelings on Kevin Murphy as an investigator? I didn't know Murphy before this, other than working at Notre Dame with him, walking around doing security. So I really didn't know any reputation or anything like that. I'd never read a report or anything like that. In your interaction with him, did you have any reason to suspect that he was no good at his job? No, I have no. All right. Okay. So now after Mary Jacobs was interviewed, okay, and I think that's from my knowledge, just because I'm going to be actually probably somewhat more of an expert on the flow of this than you are, because I've been digging into this, right? So I'm going to ask you it this way. Uh-huh. I think that happened. The interview that you and Murph had with, maybe he's actually calling him Murph, probably his nickname, that you and Murph had with Jacobs. Mary Jacobs was in January of 2018. Does that sound correct? That sounds correct. But again, I can't give you an exact yes because, well, do you remember it being cold outside when you talked to? I don't remember that. Okay. And then I know that you mentioned a polygraph examination, and I believe that was on February 1st of 2018. Yes. Okay. Tell me, how did that get arranged and how did that all happen? The polygraph examination of Mary Jacobs. Before that, we went to see Mary Jacobs a second time. The second time we had Aaron Campbell with us. And I believe the intention was to have Mary call Elvis and see if she could get Elvis to make some kind of admissions on the phone. And I don't think it went well. Mary kind of froze up and she hadn't talked to Elvis, I believe, in ages. And it was just an awkward conversation. And I think Elvis eventually hung up on her. Okay. Was that interaction between Mary and Elvis tape recorded by somebody? Not me. I'm not sure on the others. Okay. Who else was there from law enforcement at this? Aaron Campbell and Kevin Murphy. Okay. Is Aaron Campbell Aaron? I think so. Okay. So that's a male? Yes. I need to worry about we make damn sure who these are after what happened this morning. Yeah. It's not ERIN. He works for the drug enforcement section. Okay. Of the state police. Okay. And so Aaron Campbell was there and Murph was there as well? Yes. Okay. So after that, so that it had to, if my timeline is correct, and your first interview with Mary was early January of 2018, and the polygraph exam was February 1st, 2018, and you believe sometime in the middle, sometime in between those two dates, sometime in January 2018, was the second interview of Mary Jacobs? Yes. Okay. And second, I'm not sure about interview. I know that's when we decided to have her call Elvis. Okay, fair enough. I'm not sure if he told her story over or I don't recall. Thank you for saying that because I do want to make sure that we are correct. And I inserted interview and it wasn't perhaps an interview. Okay. So was it the second interaction with Mary Jacobs, probably in January 2018, that the topic of the polygraph examination came up, or did that come up later? I don't know, Kevin. This was kind of Kevin's lead, and he was the one setting everything up. He set up the polygraph. I did go with him where we picked up Mary and took her to Indianapolis for the polygraph. Did the polygraph exam happen on the 16th? Oh, sorry, example on the 16th Street or someplace else. It's wherever their criminal investigation of the lab is downtown. That's the only time I've ever been there. Oh, okay. My experience is it's, right there on 16th Street, but I could be wrong. So what was the purpose or the goal of the polygraph examination of Mary Jacobs? Ooh. So we'll never know. Been redacted. One redacted page. Just one. So we can try and guess. So they go into the redaction talking about Mary Jacobs' polygraph and why they decided to polygraph her. Then we get some redactions. Now the next page starts up with Rosie saying, want to show you, and I want to ask you questions about these things. So, okay. And now Baldwin jumps in. I believe those ones are mine. Let me do this. So Baldwin's taken over the questioning now of Roland Purdy, law enforcement officer. This will be a perfect time for me to take a drink of my watered down juice. 1 second. And we're back. All right. 25 people. Ducky, you still here with your crew? Right on. Man. Nobody new showed up. And who got on screen? Kelly's been on screen for a while. So let's do. There we go. Our beautiful, lovely, talented Nicole. That's her real name, Nicole. She said, I think maybe he did see something and he doesn't even realize it necessarily. Great point. 106 people plus my 25. Holy shit. 131 crazy people listening to me right now. OMG. Sorry, Nicole. You're getting bumped. Bye, Nicole. Hello, Ducky. 106 people plus I have 24 now. So let's just say it's 130. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Wow. I'm honored. Thank you, Ducky. Make sure you get those people to come afterwards and support Shibby. If you guys like 52-year-old grandpas with muffin tops and really short hair, I will be reading much, much more of this. And Ducky's told me a few secrets. I will only reveal, she said, only to reveal them on your show. So you'll have to come afterwards. And my channel to find out. Right, Ducky? Right. That's the truth. The whole truth. Nothing but. Okay, let's go on. Sorry. 5 hours and 16 minutes. Wow. What's that? I'm working now too, guys. So what time is that? Jeez. I don't know what time. I'm 4:17 a.m. Eastern, and I work night shifts till technically 7 a.m. I usually stay up till at least 8 a.m. So I'm around for at least another 3 or 4 hours. So, wow. Okay, Baldwin's asking Roland Purdy in his deposition. Before I do this and screw this up, I'm going to move things around. Okay. So I'm going to move this over here, and we'll go to that in a second. Ooh. The first thing I'm going to mark as Defendant's Exhibit A is something that we showed Murph when he was here last week or 2 weeks ago. It should be a 12 pages front and back document. Yes. Are you familiar with that document? I was given it by Dick Jerry Holman just Thursday. Okay. Yeah. So you had a chance to review that document? Yes. Okay. And you were able to talk about it? Yes. Ooh. Yeah. We're allowed to talk about it. Yeah. Let me talk about it. Ooh. I'm talking about it now. So, but unfortunately it's redacted. So I say, obviously some more cool exculpatory shit for Richard Allen that needs to be redacted. Only one page. And it comes back to, I'm guessing, with Baldwin. So after one page of redactions, Baldwin's question continued of some kind of question. Remember or don't remember to what I just quoted off of that. If you could read that first paragraph from the January 2018 interview of Mary Jacobs by ISP troopers Murphy and Purdy, the question I'm going to ask is, what else, if anything, do you not remember? Other than that line, that's the only one I recall. Okay, that you don't recall? I don't recall, yes. But you do recall Elvis, Mary Jacobs saying that Elvis talked about having a brother and being part of a gang now? Yes. Okay. Now, even on February, I want to move on to the February 2018. I want to move on to the February 2018, the next paragraph down. You were not a part of this interview. Is that correct? That's correct. Did you ever learn that Elvis had said to Murphy that if Elvis's spit is found on one of the girls, but he could explain it away, would he still be in trouble? Had you heard that before? Nope, never heard that before. So the first time you heard of that was when you reviewed the document that Dick Holman gave you last Thursday? That's correct. Okay. Elvis Fields' cell phone. Do you know anything about Elvis Fields' cell phone information? Nope. Okay. Interview of Elvis, June 20th of 2018 in Rushville PD. It doesn't look like you are a part of that. Says interviewed by Ferenczi and Murphy. That's correct. Okay. You want me to go on then? A lot of this was completely news to me. I didn't know what Murphy or Ferenczi had been working on or anything. So, okay. Well, let's move ahead to the third page there. It's Abrams interviewed by, Rod Abrams interviewed by Murphy and Ferenczi on August 29th, 2018. Now, you're out of the picture by then. Is that, yes, correct? And so I'm going to be calling on you more as an investigator, somebody that's done a lot of investigation in his life. And that's even though you weren't involved in this interview. Would you be concerned as an investigator that Rod Abrams's alibi doesn't really check out, or do you even interpret it that way? I'm talking about Abrams's interview by Murphy and Ferenczi on August 29th, 2018. I'm not sure of your question. I'm going to move on. Okay. Because it's a bad one. It doesn't make sense to me either. So I'm sitting here thinking about it. At the bottom of page 3, Elvis Fields Brad Holder. Elvis mimicked various and numerous Facebook posts that are on Holder's Facebook page. Who? Can't you just say Holder's Facebook? Did you know that? No. Okay. Do you know whether Logan at the bottom of that page and the top of page 4, do you know whether Logan Holder was in school on the 13th of February? Did you know that? Wasn't 13 a day off? Yeah. 13 was one of those days off. It was such a nice day that they took one of their snow days off that they had banked or something. I think. I don't know. I know the girls had a built-in day. I'm not sure. I probably did back then, but I don't know now. Fair enough. On page 4, Johnny Messer. You said that earlier you had not talked. You didn't know about Johnny Messer until Thursday? No. Reading this report was the first time I'd ever heard that name. Thank you. Then Taylor Hornaday is interviewed by Assistant Chief Todd Click of the Rushville Police Department. Did you ever meet Chief Todd Click? Of which police department? Of Rushville. No, not to my knowledge. Okay. Did you ever interview Elvis? No. Okay. That helps because I think Elvis was interviewed February 28th, 2017 at the Rushville Police Department. Okay. Does that ring a bell? Nope. Okay. On page 5, that's a long report, narrative. Okay. On page 5, that's a long report. Narrative report of interviewing Taylor Hornaday, the ex-girlfriend of Johnny Messer. I want you to put your investigative hat on, and I'm going to read you part of that and ask you what, if anything, you would have done in view of this. Quotes. Taylor remembered that Messer and she were fighting on Valentine's Day. That's the Valentine's Day I remember. The fighting on Valentine's Day 2017. The fight was due to the fact that Messer was up there with the Vinlanders around Valentine's Day, and he did not acknowledge that or want to be around her that day. Unquote. And if you knew that Johnny Messer was from Rushville and up there was Delphi, would that pique your interest as an investigator that this guy from Rushville was, according to his ex-girlfriend, up there? And Murph told us last week that up there was Delphi. He confirmed. Would that have any impact on you as an investigator? That's tough to say. I mean, I would have to know the whole picture. Okay. I mean, there was a lot of people in Delphi on the 14th. So Johnny Messer is from Rushville. Did you see on the top of page 6 that they actually pulled off some tape recordings of Messer offering money to kill people, to have them injured or killed, and bragging about holding a suspect hostage and shooting them at his house? Do you remember reading that when you reviewed this document? I don't remember, but I read the document, so it's at the top of page 6. Okay. And it's a little unfair. I understand that, to ask you about things that you didn't get involved with, but I'm trying to understand the mind of an investigator, a seasoned investigator. So he's trying to maybe kind of kiss his butt a bit to make him think, maybe he'll speak more anyways. So if you learn that Messer is from Rushville, but has friends who are named Brad Holder and Patrick Westfall, we're going to get some stammering coming soon. Watch. Patrick Westfall up in Delphi and Logansport. Does that pique your interest? Again, I would have to know the whole picture. All right. We'll continue on, especially. Okay. That's a tough thing to answer. Sure. All right. We'll move on to the middle paragraph. Okay. So, page 6. Wait, what? Oh, middle paragraph of page 6. Taylor Hornaday is talking again. This is part of her. If you look at the previous on page 4, this is still Taylor Hornaday talking, or the memorialization of Taylor Hornaday talking to Murph. Quote, she does not recall if Messer came home before, on, or after February 14th. She did say that Messer was driving her 2001 Chevy red Suburban. She recalls being even more angry with him because she noticed something like blood on the side of the vehicle. So I'm going to start giving the context for you, because I guess they didn't unquote that, but I guess she stops there. Should be unquotes. So I'm going to start giving you the context for you, because everything I'm going to say is accurate off of this report. So Messer, who knows Brad Holder and Patrick Westfall and is friends with them, is also from Rushville, 126 miles away, 2 hours away. He was up in Delphi on around Valentine's Day. Taylor Hornaday let Messer, Johnny Messer, her then boyfriend, borrow her car, and when he comes back, there's blood on the side of the car, the vehicle, according to her. Now, with that context, are you interested in Johnny Messer and a full-on investigation of him? Again, without knowing all of I definitely would probably want to follow up. What happens if you also learn that Messer also knows Elvis Fields and Rod Abrams? Throw that into the context. So Rod Messer, and he knows Elvis, he knows Rod Abrams down here in Rushville, and he knows Patrick Westfall and Brad Holder up here in Delphi area. And Elvis, as his sister at least has said that he basically admitted that he was involved in that crime somehow. Isn't it awesome that Judge Gull wouldn't let them? I forget what it was. Why was Elvis not allowed to be called to the stand or something? She said there was not enough on Elvis. Like that it would be. Shame on you, Judge Gull. How is that being processed by a seasoned investigator, that context? I almost think that each point would need to be broken down. Okay, all right. Move on to page 9. Talking now to Amber Holder. This is a memorialization of Amber Holder's conversation with Murphy. And second paragraph, quote, Amber stated that Brad refused to speak about Patrick Westfall. She had never met Patrick. She stated that Brad spoke of Patrick one time when he was intoxicated and said that he and Patrick got into a fight and they no longer speak to each other. He told her that he and Westfall were in the woods near a river conducting a ritual. One of them said or did something the other did not agree with, and they no longer talk to each other. Unquote. What's a seasoned, and I know you weren't on this at that point in time, but what does a seasoned investigator at that moment in time think about that piece of information? Again, I would want more information. Are you interested though? I can tell you what. This is my opinion. Okay. I can tell you what the world would think. They would read that and they would think that's crazy, that nobody would be that even if there's a moderate amount of interest in that, there should be a major amount of interest in that. Why would a person with that thought process, just a regular Joe on the street, be wrong in thinking that way? Because I can tell you the people that I shared that with, the people that I'm allowed to talk to you, the gag order. And so, but right when we're about to get juicy again, look at that. Nice juicy redaction. Just one page. And I guess it ends. So whatever he says at the end, Purdy goes out with a bang and finishes off Purdy's deposition ends on page 750 with a redaction. And then we move into Francisco. What? Non-com. So what is this? What are we going into? So page 749. See, that's right. So I bet you 749 would be right on the cusp of the end of volume 3. So yeah, page 249. So I bet you this is page 1 of volume 4, right? 250. So page 1 of, yeah, look at that. Pages 1 of volume 4. Boom. V, you're awesome. I never would have picked up on that. Where's V? You still here, V? Where are you? So, what do you guys think? Want me to read more? I mean, this is 5 hours and 30 minutes. Like, is this, I don't know. I've never gone this long, I don't think. It says 26 people. Oh my gosh. Oh, hi, Unindicted. Welcome. Did you just wake up? I've been going all night. 4:30 a.m. here in East EST. I'm in the Eastern time zone, same as Indiana, Delphi. You do you, honey. Well, I like that. Hey, I do me. So Ducky had 106 people, and I have 27. Wow, this is wild. Guess I'll still read. Huh. What do you get? 3:32 in North Mississippi. Yeah, you're Central. You're 1 hour behind me. The Central time zone. Then there's so along this eastern part, straight down from Toronto to Florida, including Delphi is eastern, and straight down from like Wisconsin through Mississippi is central, and then Alberta through wherever, I guess Texas or something, is mountain, and those weirdos out on the Pacific West Coast from like Alaska or British Columbia and Vancouver all the way down through Portland and California. OMG, you got 110 and I have 25, so 135 people listening now. Oh my God. Unindicted, you do you, honey. I will. And let's put the count up. Ducky says 110 people listening to hers and 24 now. Okay. So what do we do, guys? Do you want me to read more? Ducky, do your people want me to read more? 9:34 a.m. here. So you must be, where are you? Are you over in like UK? Where is it? 9:34 a.m. So you're 5 hours ahead. Yeah, you're over in, you must be in England. Right on the, yeah, you're in the UK, I bet, for sure. Yep, UK. Boom. All right. I guess I should just read, eh? Man, you guys are crazy. You really are. Ooh, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to be doing the responsible thing, and I'm going to write down, because I'm going to pay attention, because in the future, I'm going to be looking for Roland Purdy, and boom, he started at 686 and ends at exactly 750, which is the end of volume 4. So, the end of volume 3, the beginning of volume 4. So if you guys don't know, V has figured out that there's a bunch of volumes. So here, I'm on page 750 now, right? So I'll show you guys if you want to learn this real quickly. So if you go up here, go to, it took me, I didn't know this for days. This would have helped me out. If you go to page 7 has, it has the index. The first few pages are the index, right? But on page 7 is all the depositions. So they don't have their names, which would be nice, but it says volume 4, page 212. So what it is there's 5 volumes. So there's 1,200 pages, and each volume is 250 pages, right? So page 15, for example, of volume 3 would be into volume. So volume 1 is 250. Volume 2 would be 500. So volume 3 starts at 500. So to be page 15 of volume 3 would be 515. Each volume is 250, right? So what? If you were to go to look for this B deposition, you would need to go to page, the third volume. So one volume is 250. Volume 2 would be from 150 to 500. And so volume 3 starts at 500. Page 15 would be page 515. And volume 4, so volume 1, 250, volume 2 up to 500, volume 3 would be 750. So volume 4 starts at 750. So page 89 would be page 839. So if we were looking for this deposition, we'd go to page 839 up here, and that's where it's going to be. And Tobe Leesenby deposition. Ooh. But I think we just skipped some because we ended at Purdy. Purdy ended at 750, and we're on 8. So there's somebody else in between here. Roland Purdy again? Did he have another deposition? So maybe we should, yeah. Does he have another deposition? Wow. We know we finished at 750. Right? Didn't we? Thank God I wrote it down. It's like, I'm already forgetting. Yeah, Roland Purdy started at 686 and ends at 750. So if this is Roland Purdy again, he's got 2 depositions, right? So, yeah, it must be different because Jennifer Auger's here now. Luttrell's here. Does this have to do with the Supreme Court stuff? Because wasn't Luttrell and Diener from? But the case was against them, so it would be Hennessy if it was Supreme Court. Wow, doesn't even say. Just jumps in. If anybody has a clue, because so Purdy's ends on a redaction. Come on, you guys, step up and chat. Help me out here. Purdy's ends on a redaction, and it starts. A new one starts. The Honorable Gull. McLean has Luttrell and Diener, which I haven't seen yet. I don't think. Baldwin, they got Auger. And they just go into questioning. So I guess we'll know the questions will be Rosie, Baldwin, or Auger, and they're pretty good at saying that. Let's see if we can figure out. So I wonder if they dox this person too. Let me guess. So let's start new. Starting on page a mystery. I'll put question mark. Page 750. Who could it be? Who could it be, Charlie Brown? Look into that based upon, so we don't even know who's asking these from the defense now. I think I would look into anything anybody told me. I mean, it's Purdy again. He's stammering like hell. Oh, yeah, because we see his name later on. So I don't even understand what's going on. Why they redacted or just jumping into it. Page 66. So if this one ended at page 250, so this would be volume 4 of 66. So they skipped page 66, meaning they skipped like 16 pages. For this to be 66? Page 66. Oh boy, I'm lost. Page 2. Oh, okay. Maybe, no, it's page 1. Jesus. Oh boy. Anyways, if you guys know what I'm reading, I'm pretty sure it's Purdy. Roland Purdy again. Okay. I think it would look into anything anybody told me. I mean, I think the leads were followed up at Delphi. I mean, earlier you had talked about connections, and that's an important part of an investigator's job, trying to connect dots. Right. I'm not reading the same one over, am I, Gil? No. Because it started at 686 and ended at 750. So it's okay. Sorry, guys. Right. See, he even knows I'm right. Okay. And I think I'm reading all of this, I'm like, there's a giant group of connections here starting to form. Okay. And again, I totally understand. This is unfair for you to be sitting over there trying to look, and it's uncomfortable probably because you're like, well, gosh, I don't want to be overlooking somebody else's investigation, right? I'll just move on. I'll just move on to the other stuff. But I'm okay. I do want to move on to page 10. Okay. On 1, 2, it's right under second Amber Holder interview. I'm going to quote off of it. He's going to quote Amber Holder and it's redacted. So it goes into Rosie. We didn't mark one. And the witness, which was Purdy, I guess. This is A. And then Rosie. Oh, that's marked. Yeah, it's a defendant's exhibit B was marked for identification. By now Baldwin's back up this bat. I'm going to do B here. Ask if you can review that. Put this one back. Put this one back? I think you can just leave it there. That's fine. Okay. Thanks. This is for the record, the polygraph exam that I think from February 1st, 2018, but I want you to review that and okay. Tell me when you're ready to talk about it. Witness complies. Okay. So you were at this polygraph examination, is that right? I was in the building. I was not in, I couldn't hear it as it was going on. She took her back into another room then. So, oh, okay. So, ooh, so juicy. We have to redact it from you people. So there's a whole, another page. It must have been really good. 2 pages of redactions. And we just jump into an answer from Purdy. When this polygraph was given, she had, to my knowledge, she had never mentioned Daniel Nations when we had interviewed before. And I thought that that was something that she just added to it. Sorry. Where did I stop? Where did I help? Sorry. She had, to my knowledge, she had never mentioned Daniel Nations in the interview. And I thought that was something that she had just added to it, just to try to make her look more truthful, right? The other thing was, she said, he kept saying, down the hill, and chuckling. Yeah. If this would have happened before it was on the news, right? That wouldn't have been something that Elvis wouldn't have known that the statement would have meant something, 3 months later. So I just kind of questioned whether maybe the timing. Wait a second. Is he saying it before? Do we know when they told us to down the hill, or they released down the hill? Do you guys know that? Because it sounds like, let me just read that again. Sorry, guys. So after redactions, Roland Purdy, the cop, says, when this polygraph was given, she had, to my knowledge, she had never mentioned Daniel Nations when we had interviewed before. And I thought that was something that she just added to it just to try to make her look more truthful, right? The other thing was, she said she kept saying down the hill and chuckling. Yeah. If this would have happened before it was on the news, right? That wouldn't have been something that, Elvis wouldn't have known that the statement would have meant something, 3 months later. So I just kind of questioned whether maybe the timing of when she actually picked Elvis up. I think she thought, in my mind, she was telling us she thought was truthful, because I questioned the time frame of when this actually occurred. I think in my mind, it occurred actually after this all had been on the news. Yeah. Okay. Shit. Sorry. And I totally agree with you. That was my concern. And that's why it was important for me to locate things that tied him into the crime scene, or to Delphi independently of what media was out there. Is that right? Mm-hmm. Is that you and I share the same concern? Right. Yeah. And although Daniel Nations didn't have a perfect alibi, I'll say I'm fairly certain he was not there, but I could be wrong. So I had the same issues, but then I read that he used sticks to give her horns. What would you, as an investigator, getting back to that question, what might you do to determine whether or not that is an important detail that Mary Jacobs claimed Elvis said? Again, in the initial interview, I think it was more of he was burying her in leaves. And I think Murphy said, and sticks. And she said, yeah, that he was burying sticks too. So, I kind of questioned again. Mary was a sweet lady and very fragile. And I think she wanted us to like her, and she wanted us, but I just kind of questioned 1 page of redactions, 2 pages of redactions, 3 pages of redactions, 4 pages of redactions. Ooh, so they're still talking about sticks and horns, and they redacted 4 pages. Wow. Love to know what that said, eh? So after 4 pages of redactions, there's a question, the remainder of a question, we have no idea how long it was, from it's Baldwin or whatever, the defense. Horns in the Odinite religion. That I don't know. So defendant's exhibit D was marked for identification. Now Baldwin's back up. All right, I'm just going to give you this is just off the internet on a simple Google search. Defendant's exhibit D. When you did a Google search, did you see anything like this? I don't recall ever seeing this before. So do you recall seeing any Odinite photographs or images involving humans having horns on their head when you were doing a simple Google search of Odinism? I don't recall. Okay, all right. I'm next going to hand you, what is that? C? This is D. D, all right. Defendant's exhibit E was marked for identification. Baldwin's back up to bat. I'm going to hand you E. This is for the record. Is what we are calling our firm, the Winters Report, which you had nothing to do with. But if you take a second to review that, and I will ask you questions about that. What? The Winters Report. Is that new? Damn, that sounds new to me. So Boss McClellan jumps in. Do you have copies of any of these for me or Baldwin? Sure. You want them right now? McClellan. Sure. Would have been nice if I had them before the deposition, but Baldwin's, well, I remember for 30 years of doing this, I don't typically do that. McClellan. Good for you. What about all these other exhibits you put in today? Baldwin's. I've got copies of all that stuff for you. They have a discussion off the record. Now, Baldwin, just tell me when you are ready. And the witness, I'm ready. So, Baldwin, Sergeant Dick Holman told us if anybody's new, Dick Holman is an official title. It's one of his titles. He's a DIC. I forget exactly what it is, but he's definitely a Dick. And it's real. It's not alleged. It's one of his real official titles. So Sergeant Dick Holman told us last week that he had seen that these images, this is about the photo leak stuff, that these images that are described on the second page under this, the provided media pictures show unknown young girls, believed to be deceased, with sticks placed over their bodies. It's the fake one the fake photo with the purple dress girl from Holder's social media. And it's from Holder's media accounts, depicting tree limbs on the ground, displaying runes consistent with the Odin belief system. The provided media pictures show unknown girls believed to be deceased with sticks placed over their bodies, and that's the report. And Baldwin says, and I'm going to make this, what number are we? I give it E, blah, blah, blah. Exhibit F was marked. So Baldwin starts new questioning. Same Purdy, I'm pretty sure. 1 sec, sorry. Quick break. Would you guys be okay if I take a quick pee break? I'll be less than 2 minutes, okay? I'll be right back. And we're back. Sorry, guys. Thank you. Sorry. Okay, let's go. Alrighty. Feels so much better. Okay, what's happening in chat? Anyone new? Nope. Ooh, some funny comments. Ooh, yeah, let's call Jerry names. Yes, let's do that. And I'll put it on here so Duckies, if they're still listening, if Duckies people want to know. Where is it? Yeah. All these great names for Jerry Holman. Ooh, let's start with Yotan's Asshole Man. That gets one. And we can go to Kelly Lou Brown saying Dough Man. That works for me. Ooh. And let me see. Nicole coming in with Pork Chop Whole Man. Unindicted. Scientifically verified asshole man, I guess. And, ooh. Yes, of course. I guess we're just going to have to keep it with, you know what? I think we should just leave it with Nicole's. I kind of like to finish with that one. Pork chop guy. Yeah. Nicole gets the spotlight. All right. Sorry, guys. 25 people still. Man, you guys are psychos. Okay. Baldwin. Question. F is on two sides. F is what was contained in the Dropbox that holder in the holder media account. On the other side is the crime scene. All right. So now if it's accurate, that was in a media account attributable, yeah, to Brad Holder, that front side image. Are you starting to become more interested in Brad Holder? My understanding is that photo that he had on his Facebook was from like 5 or 6 years ago earlier. I don't know if it's a common thing with the Vinlanders or the Odinists who do this kind of thing. So it wasn't like it was done after the girls had been killed. Right. So you're not, yeah, if you did it before, that's kind of suspicious. So you're not interested in it? I wouldn't say I'm not interested in it. I'm just saying that it wasn't like an immediate, that he did it right after the girls had been killed. When you were looking into Brad Holder for the period of time that you did you see the, oops, one sec, sorry. Oh. Did you see that image somewhere on his Facebook page? Yes. 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 The others, so the timing of it mattered to you, that it was so old. Is that what you were saying? I won't say necessarily the timing. Again, I think it's everything. We're looking who killed the girls, who, you know, we're looking for someone and not necessarily what they're putting on Facebook. So, you know, it's just one thing that we were looking at. Okay, it's a piece of the puzzle. Exactly. I'm going to hand you G, and it's redacted. So it's probably the crime scene photos, obviously, like the real ones. 2 pages of redactions, 3 pages of redactions. And we start up with the tail end of a ball or whatever, maybe rosy question. Is the tree? I have the tree on the back of this. Just to be consistent, I'll give you this. I appreciate you letting me know that. Tell me when you've had a chance to look at I. Okay. Tell me when you're ready to talk about I. I'm ready. Okay. So we've talked about this already, and even Tony Portwood, the undercover agent, said that could be some type of bad Odin symbol. Is that correct? It could be a hand smear, but it could also be I don't know about a bad Odin symbol. If it's the Fehu, it means cattle or wealth. And I don't know if that was a bad. I'm going to be right back. It'll take me 30 seconds. Oh, Nicole says, wash your hands, Bradley, Rosie. Go ahead and give him the next one. Did you do that yet? I gave him that one. That's the one he's holding. I got this one too. And then there's this one on the back. And there's this on the back. Yes, yes. That's the one marked. Boom. Redaction. One page. Just one page. Starts off. No. Anzus and F is Odin. Hail, Odin. Have you ever heard that? No. Hail on the girls. Odin on the tree. That's not been talked about? Nope. All right. So we are looking at the side by side. Do you see a similarity between the side by side on the tree? The red on the tree and the sticks on the ground? Similarities? I mean, the picture? I mean, this is probably a better picture, but they both look like possibly an F. There's no line going across here. On the bottom line of the F? No. Yeah, and I'm representing you. Oh, sorry, and I'm representing to you, I believe accurately, that the F in stick form on the ground was on Brad Holder's Facebook page. Does that look familiar to you? Yes. Does that, the fact that there are sticks on the ground that form an F, there's an F, well, what appears like it could be an F on the one page of redaction. So just one page of redaction. So if you don't mind, I'm going to come around and mark those K and L. Okay. So I'm marking out the K and putting an L next to it. I'm marking out the J. I've got a J here. So it would be K and L. Defendant's Exhibit K was marked for it and blah, blah, blah. They marked K and L. So Baldwin's back up to bat. So I'm handing you now on the hard sticker K and L. Okay. Tell me when you're ready to talk about those. Okay. So you know what those are, K and L? Pictures. I've never seen them before. Okay. Those were on Brad Holder's Facebook page. Okay. From February 2018. So you didn't start investigating Brad Holder until May or June of 2018? Did you see that image represented by J and K that you are holding right now? Did you see that image on Brad Holder's Facebook page? I don't recall seeing it. And it's K and L? K and L. Thank you. All right. Is there anything of note there that you look at what's represented by K and L as an investigator where you might think, that's interesting. That's something that might cause me to look at Brad Holder as a suspect. I will also represent to you that Brad represents that. Brad Holder represents that. That is a painting that he painted. Mm-hmm. Okay. In February 2018. Yeah, he painted it on February. This is my shtick. Brad Holder painted that painting on February 13th of 2018. 2 plus 13 is 15 plus 18 is 33. And Brad Holder is the one, I wouldn't say something like that, but he's the one who posted a video of him adding up dates to be Brad Holder even showed it. The equation, he wrote it down. He adds the day, the month, the day, and the last two digits of the year. Brad Holder did it on his Facebook page. So if you think about it, the girls were found 2, 14, 17. 2 plus 14 is 16 plus 17, 33. Brad Holder painted this. Is hanging Odin Payton on 2, 13, 18. 2 plus 13 is 15 plus 18, 33. Wait, I got the perfect one. Where's it? So the question is, what was Brad Holder posting? If you guys want to dig into it, if you can find out, did Brad Holder post anything the following year on 2/12 19, 2 plus 12 is 14, and 19 and 10 is 29 plus 4, 33. So that's just a thought I always have. So the girls were found 2, 14, 17, which is 33. He painted that Odin painting, even though he posted it a couple days later, I think on the 17th. He painted it. If you look closely at the bottom of that painting in red, it says 2, 13, 18. That's 33. And I just suppose we guess if he hasn't still brave the next year, did he post anything or any other days that add up to 33? Because he's the one who does this. It's up to, I'm not just saying it as some cycle. So anyways, sorry, I got sidetracked. In February 2018, is there anything about those images of K and L as an investigator that would cause you some intrigue? I mean, it's disturbing photo or disturbing picture, but I don't know that I can really determine that. I mean, I think as I looked at the internet, there was a lot of people with disturbing photos on their Facebook. What about at the bottom? It took me a while to figure this out. Actual Ryan Boucher down in Georgia is the one that posted. Ooh, yeah, they're gonna, those fuckers. That's what they're redacting. Actually, Ryan Boucher down in Georgia is the one that pointed out at the bottom. I guarantee you. What about at the bottom? It took me a while to find. It's in red. Go look at it. And there's clearer photos. Clearly says 2, 13, 18 in red painting on Holder's painting. But that seems to have to be redacted. And then they're going into his alibis. So yeah, that's what's going on here. Why would they need to redact that? What they're talking about Brad Holder. Then they redact the whole page where he's about to point out that Brad Holder's painting, in my opinion, because Ryan Boucher is the guy who was smart enough, who was on to Holder a few months after, and before Holder took all his stuff. Ryan Boucher is the citizen, the regular civilian who screenshot everything Holder posted related to Odin and I guess other stuff like him going to the gym. Ryan Boucher, a regular guy down in Georgia or Florida, did that. And then that Ryan Winters was that other cop who was on light duty. He took the phone call at Unified Command or received the email from Ryan Boucher of all of that stuff. So he's about to tell him at the bottom, figure this out. And boom, it's redacted. Well, they think we don't know, remember? Because I tell it every time. I'm glad I do. I guarantee you. It's all about the date he painted the Odin painting. And now they're talking about an accurate alibi. Do you think that alibi is legit? I'm sorry. Can you repeat that question? Sure. Yeah. Even if Brad Holder's alibi is legit, knowing that Mary Jacob claims that her brother told her that when he was up doing whatever he was doing, that he now had brothers and was part of a gang. Does that cause you as an investigator to think maybe Holder, even if he had an alibi, was kind of the ringleader and had other people doing his business for him? Maybe he's smart enough, Holder is, to actually get an alibi so that he doesn't have this pinned on him. Do you think that's a crazy thought? Oh yeah, because they're talking about the gym stuff. Brian Holder, I bet you they went from the painting, which was painted down at the bottom, to the Ryan Boucher screenshotting Brad Holder's post about being at the gym at 2 a.m. on February 14th of 2017. And he was full of testosterone and adrenaline at 2 a.m. while Brad Holder works day shifts. So you people look at that also. 2 a.m. Holder's posting. He's from, it starts with an A, advanced or something. Brad Holder's posting from a gymnasium at 2 a.m. that he's full of adrenaline and testosterone while he worked that previous day on the day shift and is going into work again on the day shift, I'd assume, right? He's on day shift. Who goes to the gym at 2 a.m. on the day shift? Come on. I've worked shift work and I've worked night shifts. If you're on a day shift, you don't go to the gym at 2 a.m. the very earliest you would get up at, if you start at 7 or 9 a.m., you would go to the gym at 6 and then go to work, or maybe do some cardio in the morning or weights. And if you did again, you went back after work and did some, or your lunch or wherever after work and did some weights. But you know, you're not going at 2 a.m. if you're working straight day shift. So fuck that. I think it could be looked into, yes. As far as the alibi is concerned, that's not on you because you didn't. You came in way later, and they first talked to him on February 17th. But how far is it from Buffalo, Indiana to Delphi? So Buffalo, Indiana is where Holders worked, in Buffalo, Indiana, at a, what the hell was it again? Not a junkyard. It's a, I can't even think of it. It's, or where you, a dump, or I don't know what it was, refuse or waste. I don't know. I'd have to look that up. About 45 minutes. Yeah, it was a distance. Could have been there by 3:30 p.m., but he says he was at, Brad Holder said he was at a gym in Logansport. Do you know if that was looked into, whether he was at a gym in Logansport? That, I don't know. Are you familiar with the sketches 1 and 2 that were released to the public? Yes. So more exhibits. Baldwin hand you at, thank you. So Baldwin handed him a photo or something. Now Baldwin's back up, or if you, whatever. And I'm going to hand you N. Are you familiar with those 2 sketches? Yes. Do you know who Sarah Carbaugh is? Yes. Do you know who Betsy Blair is? Yes. Okay. Do you know which one of those is the Sarah Carbaugh sketch? Yes. The one on the left here. Sketch 2. Sketch M. Did you have anything to do with the decision making on when those sketches were released or which ones were released? No. Is it your understanding that sketch 1 and sketch 2 are supposed to be Richard Allen? It's not my understanding. Nope. What is your understanding? It's just that these were sketches done by possible witnesses. If Dick Jerry Holman has said that both of these sketches are supposed to be Richard Allen, okay. He said that last week. Do you think that either one of those look like Richard Allen? I have not seen Richard Allen, so fair enough. Do they look, those are exhibits M and M, is that right? Yes. Do exhibits M and N, do exhibit M and exhibit N look like each other? No. That's very clear. Yes, but I also thought that there's more than one person involved too. So this cop thinks, he's saying it in his deposition. What? So Purdue, what is his name? Roland Purdy. He was the guy diving deep into Lori and the Odin. He was diving deep into Lori and investigating Holder with Lori about all the Odin shit. So but I also thought that there's more than one person involved too. But no third-party defense. Well, Dick Jerry Holman said that those 2 they look similar to him. Do you think they look similar to you? They don't look similar to me. Do you know who Teresa Liebert is? No, I have a guess, but no. Her husband was one of the suspects. Defendant's Exhibit O was marked for identification. Baldwin's back up. I'm going to hand you O. I'm going to represent to you that Teresa Liebert is on the Weber side of the High Bridge. Do you know what I mean? Yes. Okay. Where the famous video was taken, right? Yes. And Teresa Liebert saw somebody before noon on February 13th, and that's the sketch that came from that. I'm going to represent that to you, okay? Okay. So defendants, well, it's redacted anyway, so he's going to show her sketches of Mailbox Gollum, the guy who looks like Lord of the Rings Gollum, with those huge bags under his eyes. And the Liebert's description of the guy was she didn't remember what kind of jacket he was wearing, but he was wearing a hat. He was not wearing a hat, but in the sketch of baggy-eyed Gollum, they have a hat on him. So do that. take that as you want. Then they redact one page. So it's a continuation of a question from Baldwin. In O and P is a closer similarity than to sketch 1 and sketch 2 are to each other? Yes. Teresa Liebert believes, I've talked to her, she believes that the person she saw that morning on that end of the high bridge where the girls were where the famous video allegedly came from, that she thinks that the person that she saw was headed toward the high bridge and might have been below the high bridge a while somebody else was on the bridge, forcing those girls down the rest of the bridge. What do you think of that theory? Do you have any thoughts of that? I don't have any thoughts on that. Looking at Elvis Fields from 2 hours away in Rushville, Indiana, here's what we know, and I just want your thoughts on this. You have to trust me on some of it because you weren't involved in Johnny Messer, for example. There are 6 ways that Elvis Fields is tied into the crime scene or to Delphi. I've shared with you some of them. Some of them you may not agree with, like the horns that he says he formed sticks into the horns. And we have this photograph. Johnny Messer is a friend of his, and he's also a friend of Brad Holder's. Johnny Messer had blood on his vehicle from being up in Delphi the 13th and the 14th, according to his girlfriend. Elvis Fields says, quote, I'm part of a gang. I have brothers. And then there's the Teresa Liebert sketch, which would be another potential indicator that Elvis might have been up there because it looked a lot like him. Those baggy eyes. Bags under his eyes. Having said all that, do you think it is worth reopening an investigation into Elvis Fields and to Brad Holder based upon everything you've seen today? Well, that would be that wouldn't be my decision to make, first off. Sure. And I'm not sure about some of Elvis's statements because they are coming from Mary Jacobs, and I don't know how much I believed of Mary Jacobs, although she said she was super nice in his last deposition. So that's a tough, I don't know if you mentioned blood on the side of a car. Was that car ever found? Was blood found to be on the car? And was it from the girls? We had a lot of leads of people like that. I mean, you win in some cases as detectives with one page of redactions. Then it jumps into Defendant's Exhibit R was marked for identification. So Baldwin, I'm going to hand you R. Can you identify what R is for me? It says Holder 2. Oh, this is the painting. No, the painting was 2018. It says Holder 217 Facebook post later deleted from his account. Have you ever seen that before? What's depicted in Defendant's Exhibit R? No, I've never seen this before. Could you read that out loud for me? Oh yeah, it's the bodies. Your friends will help you bury the bodies. Your real ones don't judge you. Your real ones don't judge you or ask a bunch of questions. They help you move the body and never speak of it again. So it was like one of those little GIF thingamajigers, whatever they are, meme, whatever they are, of like some Italian mafia guys, I believe, or something like that. Anyways, it's in this deposition at the beginning in those photos of you'll see it. What's the date of that post? May 15th. Okay. Down at the bottom, it looks like he shared it on February 17th. February 17th, 2017. What happened on that date? The girls were abducted, right? On February 17th? Right. I'm wrong on that. It was 3 days later? What the fuck? Sorry, 3 days after the girls were murdered, Brad. Oh, okay, yeah. Sorry. So what? Yeah. So he was taken. Yeah. So it was 3 days after they found their bodies. 3 days after the girls were murdered, Brad Holder puts that on Facebook, posts out, and then deletes it. Does that cause you any thoughts on whether Brad Holder should be investigated and reopened as a suspect? Again, That's a tough. If Brad Holder put this out on his Facebook and the girls were just killed, I'd probably take it off my Facebook too, because it would make it look bad. So I don't know what his thinking was. Well, you do know, because he didn't want to look bad. You said you would take it down too if you were Brad Holder. So you're implying that Brad Holder, maybe he took it down because he felt guilty, like he felt like he was would be implicated. Anyways, what about the thinking to put it on in the first place on February 17th, 3 days after the girls were dead? Yeah, I don't know. So you do know. If you thought he should take it down, you should think he was stupid for putting it up. But you don't want to say that, do you? I mean, I'm not trying to be smart here. I'm really not, man. I'm bothered by all of this. But I'm not sure what was going on through Brad Holder's head. You know why I would think that if Brad Holder killed the girls, he wouldn't want to put anything that looked like an oldness on the crime scene, because it would point right back to him. Getting into the mentality of somebody that would kill girls like that in a sacrificial way. The U.S. Marshals report said that there was no record of sacrifice amongst, except, the U.S. Marshals report said there was no record of sacrifice amongst. Well, didn't the first prosecutor say, what was it again? He said, what's that religious term that first prosecutor used? I'm going to take a drink, and I'm sure one of you is going to write it. I've said, damn it, I know this too. Can somebody write that in chat while I take a drink? What I've said about the crime scene, that it'll be solved easy because it looked like something. Yes, here we go. Oh, hi. Okay, so Precozent came in and unindicted, but I believe I'm showing Precozent saying non-secular first, and I was at the wrong place in chat, so I'm guessing it shows on mine. And let's see what StreamYard shows in chat. Ooh, I gotta go way back. Sorry guys, I was a bit off there. So yeah, Precozent wrote it first. So unindicted, very good. But let's say hello to Precozent, and Precozent got non-secular first at 5:20 a.m. Eastern time. Yeah, I've said non-secular, and Beasley's back, or just awake, or just in chat. Okay, sorry. Getting into the mentality of somebody that would blah 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 use no record of sacrifice. Oh yeah, so then there's redacted one page. Ooh, another page of redaction. So there's 2 pages of redactions after talking about them saying there's no whatever at the crime scene. Cut. No, they're obviously talked about the branches and ruins. So now they're cut with some type of, yes, it looks like it was cut. So then go back to Brad Holder. I'm sorry, Patrick Westfall's S, and I want you to read what is going on in that Facebook post. Cutting ruins. Who's saying that? Brad Holder. Okay. And what is Patrick Westfall doing there? He's got a saw and then looks like he's cutting some. I would say that they're sticks. Okay. All right. Well, now we've got this whole new thing going on. If that is a stick that has been been cut clean using a saw of some type, does that as an investigator cause you any thoughts of, I wonder if they brought their own sticks to the scene, or if they had an organization so organized that they had saws there at the scene? And if I look at this Patrick Westfall image, maybe it came from him, the guy who Brad Holder told his ex-wife Amber Holder was responsible for killing those girls. So my question is, what about Patrick Westfall? Now we get 1 page of redactions protecting poor Patrick Westfall and poor Brad Holder. Don't want to get them. Don't want to tell the public about them. And it's still on Holder, so we jump in after 2 pages of redactions. This is the finishing up of a question. We have no idea how long it is from Baldwin. According to Amber Holder, that caused their friendship to end. I would just think that an investigator would be salivating over that alone, let alone everything else that I've provided you today. Are you salivating over the possibility that Brad Holder and Patrick Westfall were too quickly eliminated as suspects? And again, I don't know what the whole picture is. That's probably more of a question for Dick Jerry Holman of the prosecutor or the prosecutor here, because I don't know that follow-up. I don't know what follow-up would have been done. I'm assuming some type of, you have somebody who says that, yeah, Brad told me he did it. I'm assuming there would have been some type of follow-up. Same way with, you mentioned the blood on the one person's car door. I am assuming there would have been some wanting to check and see if there was actually blood on the car door, try to verify details, so I can't answer. Sure. Sorry. You're good. Again, for the millionth time, I recognize how unfair this is. I'm just telling you, this is where I'm so transparent. I'm giving Nick a lot of our ammunition out of the hopes that somebody is gonna do what wasn't done, apparently, or somebody that explains to me why this stuff wasn't done. That's why we are doing this. We could spring this up at trial, but we're not doing that. I mean, if you were asked to continue to work on this case, would you be willing to do that? I had no coming into this. I was not a homicide investigator. This was actually the first homicide I'd ever worked on from an investigation standpoint. I would definitely think I would want more experience. Looking back, fair enough. Where are we? We are at S. So this will be T. Defendant said Exhibit T. Mr. Baldwin. This is the handwritten notes that I'm trying to figure out that Murph said were not his. I'm going to ask you, I think there's not a date on here, but I believe this was from the January 2018 interview with Mary Jacobs. I'm hoping you can tell me those notes. Those are whose handwriting? Ooh, this will be his. Oh, it's not. They would not be mine. Do they look familiar to you? Nope. Ooh. Because remember his last deposition, he had notes. Baldwin had notes that he, I guess, thought was notes from this guy, but they never talked about it after that. I'm going to include that in there. I'm sorry, I don't have a copy of that. I'm just trying to figure out whose notes those are. Okay. All right. Defendant's Exhibit U was marked. So they have those notes. What they're implying to there, if you're not sure, is they have some notes from a law enforcement officer, I believe, who might have been him or Murphy or whatever, when they went to talk to Holder and took notes. They talked about in the previous deposition of this Purdy guy. So anyways, so I guess Baldwin might have thought he was going to say they were his, but he's saying it's not his handwriting. So Baldwin, I'll hand you now. I have some of these, but not all of them. Single colored photos of Elvis. Brass knuckles I do not have, but that's what you is. Does that look familiar to you? No. I'll represent to you that this is what was given to us in discovery and represented on Elvis Fields' Facebook page. Blah, 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 blah. Now I'm going to hand you V, and this is right out of the discovery that was given to us, talking about connections. I believe it was Ferenczi that put this together, but I could be wrong. I'm trying to figure that out. Mimicking Brad Holder and Elvis Fields mimicking each other on Facebook. If that is accurate, that's an unusual thing. brass knuckles surrounded by different weapons. Would that be useful in trying to determine whether there's a connection between Elvis Fields and Brad Holder? This document? Yes. No. Why not? It's a picture. I mean, each of them have brass knuckles in their pictures. There's knives, and this one's got a gun. That might just be a giant coincidence. Well, I mean, you asked my opinion. Sure, that's what I meant. So I would say just because they both own brass knuckles, I wouldn't necessarily. Those are both posted on their Facebook pages, though. Okay, so does that make a difference? Not that they own them, but they actually each posted those different images on their Facebook page. Would that make a difference to you? I'm sorry, I didn't explain that very well. That's on their Facebook page. And again, I would say no. I find it a stretch that maybe if Brad Holder had the brass knuckles in the middle and he put knives around it, then I'd say, okay, they both did the same, but just both having brass knuckles on a Facebook page, I don't know that. We could probably find a lot of people that have. What happens if Elvis Fields has admitted that Brad Holder was following him and he was following Brad Holder on Facebook? Would that make a difference to you? As far as them knowing each other, make a difference in how? Would that be less coincidental to you, potentially, that they are following each other on Facebook and mimicking if Elvis has admitted that that's what's going on? I don't know. I guess the intention, what does that even mean to mimic a picture of brass knuckles? I'm not real sure. So Elvis lives in Rushville, Indiana, 2 hours from Delphi. Brad Holder lives in Logansport, very close to Delphi. They're posting similar things on Facebook. And if I tell you that Elvis would testify, if he would, that Brad Holder was following him on Facebook, and that's how those images came to be as an investigator, please tell me that would be of interest to you. Tell me that would be of interest to you. I think this is. I think, that he's following him on Facebook. I mean, what does that even mean? I mean, I follow Brad Holder on Facebook. I'm not sure putting brass knuckles on a Facebook page is, the girls weren't hit with, to my knowledge, with brass knuckles, nor were they shot with a gun. But hey, who cares, right? You know, I don't know how either one of these pictures maybe points to who killed the girls. I guess I'm Elvis Fields. I tell my sister I'm now part of a gang. I've got brothers. I have this common friend named Johnny Messer. That's great. Friends with Brad Holder and Patrick Westfall. I'm following Brad Holder on Facebook and I'm mimicking him. I asked a question of Murphy about if I spit on the girls and it comes up, but I have a good reason for that to happen. Will I still be in trouble? Are none of these? I'm just astounded. And I know it's unfair to you, but I'm going to tell you something. This is not the way the world is going to view this case. So he's guilting him into, history's going to be looking back like Russ right now, reading on that he thinks there's no causation, no relation there. Yes. Okay. And if I'm accurate and the world is not going to view it that way, how would it be that an investigator seems to be so disinterested in the possibility that Brad Holder and Patrick Westfall and Elvis Fields are all involved in this? That's what I'm trying to understand with my heart. I'm saying that with my heart. Are you asking if I'm disinterested in this case? Is that what you're asking? No, he's asking if you're disinterested with all of this stuff that you did know, and most of it you did not know. Aren't you going to walk away from here and say, oh my God, this looks like there was a dropped ball here. There's lots of connections here between Elvis Fields and Brad Holder, and Brad Holder putting stuff on his Facebook about stuff that was at the crime scene that nobody else knows about. All of that. Aren't you walking away saying, yeah, something needs to happen here? They need to investigate this. Is that how you're going to walk out of this meeting? But I'm going to walk out of this, I guess, with confidence in my department that if this is as you say, like I said it with the car door, that they would have followed up to see if there was maybe blood on the car door. It would have gone further in things that they could have checked into to verify. I don't know that I'm going to leave here thinking this case is doomed, so to speak, because nobody's looking into this. I'm assuming, that I don't care if the case is doomed for Richard Allen. I care about the truth coming out. That's what I care about. If Richard Allen did this, then let everybody prove that. But I've been disconnected from this case since probably March of 2018. I really can't speak on what's been done since or what background has been done other than what I've been given to access here. And with all due respect, and I mean that sincerely because I know I'm putting you in a tough spot, and I mean that sincerely. I really do because it is unfair for the millionth time, but you're coming off as a guy that's trying to protect the state police. That's what you're coming off as to me. And I think that's how it's going to come off to a jury, honestly. Okay. Do you think that I'm incorrect there? I think the jury is going to get all this stuff. I mean, if you think that I'm trying to protect the state police, you're incorrect. I just can't answer for what I don't know. That I understand, but I was hoping that what we would get is that, wow, when I showed this stuff to Murphy, that was his reaction. Wow. Was Brad Holder ever given a search warrant? I don't know. Not to my knowledge. I mean, I don't know after I left. Here's what the evidence they had on Richard Allen before they got a search warrant for his house. They claim that he was at the scene around the time the girls were killed or abducted. He had a blue jacket. He owned guns and knives. That's about it. There isn't a whole lot more than that. His car, there's some evidence that his car might have been in the vicinity at the time. This is what they had on Elvis. This is what they had on Patrick Westfall. This is what they had on Brad Holder. With all of this evidence, should they have asked for a probable cause affidavit for search warrants for Brad Holder? And that's not for me to decide. What would be for the prosecutor to decide? That would be for the prosecutor to decide. Okay, I understand. Well, I mean, Ligget asked. He's the one that asked for the search warrant. So officers do make those determinations. Okay. Well, let me go through because I don't know these answers. Do you know if there was a search warrant request for Brad Holder? I don't know. Do you know if there was a search warrant request for, so Patrick Westfall's going to be Elvis Fields, same thing. He's trying to think. There was for Elvis's blood. No, he agreed to his blood. Okay. I don't know. I know when they were going down to Rushville, there was a thought that the trailer where he was staying at, I don't know if there was ever a request for a search warrant, so I'm not 100% sure on that. Fair enough. Do you know if there was ever a search warrant for Rod Abrams? Not to my knowledge. I won't even get into that, but Rod Abrams claimed that on February 13th, he was up at Muncie at a hospital and gave some bogus answer. And he also claimed that who was with him? Elvis Fields. And Elvis Fields claims, no, I was in Rushville. Does that cause you any concern when alibis aren't consistent with one another? Does that cause you concern as an investigator? It does. It does. But you got to remember, too, that we're interviewing people like a year or two later. I couldn't tell you where I was February 17th of last year or February 13th of last year. I might have a good guess. The fact that that's a good point, actually. The fact that Rod Abrams was willing to even provide an alibi for that day would mean that he was kind of aware of that day. Just a thought that entered into my brain. Okay, how did you end up not working on this case anymore? My FBI credentials came through. Okay, so I went back to work. Were you ever told not to work on this case? Nope. Were horns, as described by Elvis, had formed sticks into horns, a topic of discussion for anybody in Unified Command or any law enforcement officer that you know? Not that I know of. Did it ever seem to you that Tony Ligget was interested in the Odinite angle to this case? Once you got on in March of 2017? I don't know. I don't know that. I had a lot of conversations with Tony Liggett, so I don't know. What about Dick Jerry Holman? Did Dick Jerry seem interested in the Odinite angle when you came aboard the investigation in March of 2017? Dick Jerry Holman wanted to solve the case, so I think Dick Jerry Holman was willing to look at whatever angles. But I want to specifically talk about the angle, the Odinite angle, because you've also said that Brad Holder, for example, was cleared early on when you started, right? Yes. So with that in mind, was Dick Jerry Holman specifically interested in all of the Odinites angle when you came aboard? When I came aboard as in March 2018? 17. 17, you're right. I don't know. I don't know what was going on. Is it fair to say that at minimum, Dick Jerry Holman was not going up to you and saying, man, there seems like a lot of connections going on here, even at any point in time while you were on it from March of 2017 to, what did you say, March 2018? Yes. At any time during that year that you were on this case, did Dick Jerry Holman ever come up to you and say, man, there's lots of connections between this Odinite Angle and Brad Holder and even those guys down in Rushville? Elvis Fields, man, I think this is where it's at. You need to really buckle down and investigate that. Was there any conversations, even remotely like that, with Dick Jerry Holman? Nope. What about Jay Harper? Did you know Jay Harper? Yeah. Did he have any interest at all in the Odinite Angle from what you can remember during the year that you were on this case? I remember specific conversations. I think we would tell Dick Jerry that we were looking into, but I don't remember specific conversations. Have you ever had a belief that anyone is trying to bury the Odin angle for some reason in law? 1 page redacted, 2 pages redacted, and the end of one of his answers is investigation. In March of 2017, yes. So basically, you can get in there and look at whatever you wanted to look at that everybody else had access to as far as you knew. Not so much the computer. There were file cabinets if you needed to look upon a person in the file cabinets. I think the reports were being printed out. And so, okay. And if I understand you correctly, if I understand you, some point somebody was able to kind of stop that, or they were able to click a box and limit your access, right? Yes, I believe. And did you think that was Dick Holman in this particular case that was doing that? I thought maybe you mentioned him, but Dick Holman is who I called to get access to the reports to prepare for this. I'm not sure who I was just going to say, I'm not sure who, once I left, who stopped the access. So there became a point in time when you no longer had access. So this sounds familiar because in his last deposition, they asked him this, but it's the same topic, but definitely feels worded differently. So it's not like so it feels like we're reading the same thing. It's because this is his second deposition, I'm guessing. And in the first deposition, he kind of asked him that stuff about access, I think you said earlier that maybe you were getting on to look at something and you discovered you couldn't access the file. Yeah, that might have been an explanation as to how you learned that, right? And that could be, I think they called me at one time about a report. And so I got on there to see if I could find it and couldn't get on the report. Was the way this file was managed in terms of access, was it different than in a normal case? I mean, you were able to access it at one point, and the next point you weren't. You say a normal case, there are cases, high profile people, that type of thing, that maybe access is denied where they don't want everybody getting on the case report and looking at it. I remember one thing they had was people all over the state getting on, wanting to see what was going on in Delphi and reading reports. Internally? Yeah. So I think they wanted to. That's a good rumor. So he's saying that a bunch of people from all over because they were just curious, like cops with access. So that's why they started limiting, I guess, access to people. So he's kind of ratting on his other cops or other LE, because it was kind of like if you had access to this system, you could just go in there and read all this, but now only specific people they thought were limited. And internally. Yeah. So I think they wanted to, that was the rumor going around. So they wanted to, at one point, I think crime scene photos were on. Ooh. So there was all these cops and they had access to all the crime scene photos too. At one point, I think the crime scene photos were on the case report. I was just getting ready to ask you that. So at some point early on in this investigation, let's talk about the first month or two. Do you think you were able to access crime scene photographs? If I was, I never saw any, but you heard that that was the case. I heard that at one point they were on there. Yes. Yeah, because that would be how Ryan Winters probably saw them, even though he wasn't at the crime scene. And so when Ryan Boucher, the civilian, emailed Unified Command, all of his Brad Holder's worrying social media posts in just a couple months after the crime, Ryan Winters, the cop who was on light duty, received that email, and he immediately thought that Brad Holder's tattoo on his hand that he had posted, that he received a photo from Ryan Boucher, this cop, Ryan Winters, before it was released in the media, after seeing the real crime scene photos, thought Holder's tattoo looked exactly or enough. His tattoo on his right hand that he posted looked exactly like the real crime scene photos of Abby. The sticks that were placed, the stick placement on Abby's body. That one cop, he thought that. So, did you have any reason to believe after you conducted this investigation that any of these people associated down, let's say in Rushville, just kind of talk about the whole clan, if you will, that they might have had any access to that information? I would have no knowledge. I don't know how they would. I mean, that would be kind of a stretch to assume that, right? Right. Was there any point in time, have you ever heard the phrase scene integrity, crime scene integrity? Yes. Do you know what that means in the law enforcement business? I mean, scene integrity as far as the crime scene area, not allowing people in it to taint the evidence. One sec. Going to take a drink. Okay, guys? 25 people still here. Ducky, you still here? How many people you got? I'm just going to mute, take a drink. I'll be right back. One more second. I'm going to fix my chair again. It's like I start sliding down in my chair and I'm almost laying down. So one sec. All righty, here we are. So what's up in chat? 27 complete weirdos here in chat. I'm just kidding. Thank you all for being here. So is Ducky gone? Did we get a count from Ducky? Or you awake still, Ducky? How many people you got? Okay, sorry, Shibby, but I'm going to be hitting the hay because I'm completely knackered. There's a good way. Let's put that up. So good night, Yotan. Ja. So, Anarch 00141 is Yotan, aka Ja. Okay, sorry, Shibby, but I'm going to be hitting the hay, mate, because I'm completely knackered over here in this weird country, on this weird island known as the UK. Okay, good night, bud. Catch you next time. Thanks for being here. And what else is happening in chat? Nobody new that needs to be said hi to. And still some people talking. That's good. Beasley's in, saying thanks. Kelly Lou. Oh, you saying goodnight too? Kelly Lou? Let me see. Oh, you're just saying goodnight to Anarch, but you're saying goodnight to all, so maybe you are going. So if Kelly Lou is leaving, goodnight, Kelly Lou. And I shall continue reading. 28 people here on my end. And Ducky, I don't know if you guys know, but Ducky and Felonies was, I think, streaming it or something to her channel. And she had like 100 and something people watching. So, like I said, Mom's going to be so proud. Wait till I call her tomorrow. She's going to be so proud of Shibby. Man, 52 years old, Mom. Finally made it. Do you believe in this case, based on your involvement in this investigation, that there was crime scene integrity maintained here? As far as the actual crime scene, yes. I don't know. I wasn't there. I didn't start until later, so I'm not real sure. Did you ever run across any information in the course of your investigation? Like, ooh, we got a leak or we've got a problem here internally. I never ran across that, no. Do you ever recall any discussions between you and anyone else involved in the case that was a concern? Crime scene integrity? No, not that I know of. I can't recall any. I'm going to ask you these questions. Forgive me if he covered them, but I don't think he did entirely. Jim Burkhart? Yes. Is with the ISP? Yes. Do you know where Jim is? Trooper Burkhart is these days? Lowell Post. And Al Martinez, same question. He's a task force officer. He's out of Fort Wayne FBI office. He's a state trooper out of Fort Wayne. Did you talk to either one of them before you came down here? No. Did Dick Jerry Holman or anyone else involved in this investigation ever communicate to you that they had anyone other than Purdue take a look at the crime scene as it related to this? I'll call it to this hate crime. Dick Jerry Holman or the second in command. Harper? Not Harper. We don't really know. No, he's a sergeant over there, second in command of investigations. The guy you were talking about earlier? Yeah, I don't know if it was him or Dick Jerry said that the Purdue University said that they could send the photos to somebody in Germany who might be better off telling them. And I don't know if that was ever done. Are you aware of any other information that was generated in this investigation regarding this Odinite angle by an investigation independent source other than the Purdue report, I'll call it? I'm trying to think if the Beverly Shores, I can't remember if she gave us a report or not. Do you remember anybody else offering you up or you receiving information from any other source other than those two places possibly? I don't recall any other. There was let me think. No, not that I can recall. There were some questions about Anthony Portwood. Do you recall those questions? Yes. Sorry, I'm going to get a little loose with my terms here. You're fine. Is it your impression that Anthony Portwood practices some form of Odinism? Ooh, he's asking him again. I don't know if that's the right word. Adheres to some form of Odinism. Yes. Oh, man. So Anthony Portwood. So fuck you, dude, because you lied. So I don't care if they out you now. It's for sure. It's not even unclear at all. Anthony Portwood is the guy they tried redacting, but then doxed him. He's the 37-year Secret Service, not secret, like You know, he's the one who recruited a bunch of like informants and stuff. He went undercover and did marches at rallies and in the Vinlanders stuff, and some other white supremacist guy, Jim guy, had barbecues and all this. And so this Anthony Portwood, and in his deposition, Baldwin clearly asked him, he even said, that's why we called you in, because we heard you were into Odinism or anything. And he said, nope. He said, no form of it. He's into Anthony Portwood. So now Anthony Portwood, the guy they tried to redact, but then doxed, a 37-year veteran, a secret server, like a undercover agent for Indiana State Police, an undercover cop, was asked by Baldwin if he was in any type of cult or form of Odinism or anything. He said no. Go back and read it. It's in these papers. He said no. And this guy right here, is it your impression that Anthony Portwood practices some form of Odinism? I don't know if that's the right word. Adheres to some form of Odinism. Yes. 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 Are you aware of whether or not Anthony Portwood has ever, I'll say, did any talks or seminars or lectures as it relates to that? Or is that just a coincidence in this case and he happened to be? No, I don't think he does talks. I think he had found out that we were looking into the Odinists and wanted to know if he could help in some way. Oh, yeah, he wanted to help. Wow. So the guy who won't admit he practices any form of Odinism, the 37-year cop, wanted to offer his help, maybe to see what they knew. I mean, just to help, really, obviously, right? Yeah. So he came forward. Yeah, he came forward because I didn't know before that he was an Odinist. I knew him before, but I didn't know that he had practiced. I didn't know him that well. Is this a bombshell or am I? Wow. This motherfucker. Hey, Dave, what's up? You back for a bit? Here, sorry, I'm going to have a quick drink and 1 second. Wow. So let's put, where'd you go? Where did you go, buddy? Get back here. Get back here. Where are you? There you are. Boom. Back for a bit. Hello, Dave. Owl on the prowl. What's up, buddy? So did you guys just hear that, eh? This guy's Portwood lied. So what happens to him then, Anthony Portwood? Because he in his deposition he said he's not. He's not. And this guy is a cop. He's saying he is. I mean, what do you do with that? And he just volunteered his services. He wasn't even. Do you guys understand what just happened there? Do I need to stick with that? If anyone's not clear, let me know. Other than that, I will continue to read on. But Anthony Portwood, who is supposed to be redacted, is supposed to be an undercover agent, clearly said in his deposition that he had nothing to do with it. Even when Baldwin and Rossi said that's one of the reasons they called him in as a 37-year veteran of the police department. He said, nope. And this guy's saying he did. And he's another cop. And he says he came and offered Deard. He came to them. He came forward to help. Yeah. Wow. That's fucked up. Right. Yeah. You agree. What do you think it means practically that he is engaged in that practice? What does that mean to you now that you've worked on this? I think from a religious standpoint, is it a religious group in your mind? I respect Tony Portwood. I don't know anything about his personal life as far as what the practice looks like that his family does, so I really can't say. You never asked him, like, hey, what do you do on Saturdays and Sundays? Nope. When you're engaged in these type of activities? Nope. So you don't know? I have no idea. There were some questions posed to you about Brad Holder and his alibi. Do you recall those questions that Andy asked you earlier? Okay. There was talk about weight rooms, and I think you guys referred to as New Buffalo, Buffalo, Indiana. Yes. Does that sound more accurate? Yes. New Buffalo is where the casino is up in Michigan, right? Okay, yeah. With regard to Brad Holder, did you personally ever vet his alibi? As far as go there and witness I guess, did you ever review any information regarding his alibi whatsoever? I went to his workplace, but it was substantially later, just to find out for sure that he was not working that day or that he was working that day, and they had cameras. But of course, the camera was one of those that 60 days records over itself. Exactly. 60 days. Hmm. I mean, that's possible, I guess, because although if it's a proper security system, you would have, like a 500 gigabyte hard drive, which would, depending on how many cameras hold, pretty long. But I mean, so you were not personally ever able to, I thought somebody said they saw the video. One of the other cops that Brad Holder knew went back and saw the video and said he saw him there, but didn't have the video itself. Could I be wrong there? So you were not personally ever able to, cover or clear his alibi? Correct. And to the extent that you were trying to clear or cover his alibi, for what period of time were you attempting to do that? I guess you're referring to Brad Holder? Yeah, on February 13th. Oh, I was trying to clear whether I read the report. I'm not sure the date that I would have gone to his workplace. Let me ask you in a different way. When you went and tried to clear his alibi, were you looking for evidence that he was at work between, let's just say, 12 p.m. and 3 p.m. on February 13th of 2017? Generally that time frame? Yeah, I don't recall. I don't recall what questions I was what specifically I was looking for when I went. If you found out that he was never cleared from that standpoint, would that have changed the context of your entire investigation? Possibly. Because I've heard today a number of occasions where you said, well, I thought he was cleared, right? Right. That's fair. Right. I think you said that at least 3 or 4 times, if it turns out that he wasn't cleared for that time frame, might that have changed the way you view all of this stuff that you are seeing now? Again, I'm not a homicide investigator, so I probably would have taken it to Dick, Jerry Holman, or whatever to find out for sure what avenues, if they wanted me to go, what direction. It's possible there could have been just being a mistake in vetting his alibi, right? Possible. Or it was the wrong time. Maybe the alibi should have been focused more on the hours of 3 and 10 p.m., let's say, right? Right. But I get the impression that you kind of walked through this investigation. I don't mean that in an insensitive way, that you conducted your investigation basically with the idea that Brad Holder had been cleared early on in the case. It drove what you did in this case. I won't say that it drove what I did, but I thought he had been cleared. So obviously it influenced you in some ways. So you may have done less or vetted some things less than you might have otherwise if he was still on the hot seat, so to speak. Again, I probably would have spoken with Dick Jerry Holman if we wanted Dick Jerry Holman and Jay Harper in the Unified Command. They were the ones more or less in charge. I wasn't part of that. I would have gone to them and spoke about it. You don't recall doing that? Ooh, redacted. So they're going in to talk again. Why are they redacting stuff about more than likely Brad Holder's alibi? Well, So there's 1 page of redaction. And he had, yeah, so they're still talking about Elvis and Brad Holder, because the guy's saying he had new brothers or was involved in a gang. After a whole page of redactions, going into Brad Holder, coming out, most likely referring to Elvis Fields talking about he had brothers that were involved in a gang. So a whole page was redacted from Brad Holder's alibi to Elvis Fields talking about shit. Why? What would need to be redacted? Maybe I'm misunderstanding time frame here. You were suggesting, correct me if I'm wrong, you're suggesting that whatever information her brother told her was information that would not have been acquired from the media? According to her, yes. Were you able to figure out the time frame of the release of this information or the exchange of it from Elvis Fields to his sister? I mean, what she claimed was like the next day, but there was no way of proving that. My thought was that, she was giving us information that Elvis told her maybe at a later time. Okay, but she did pass a polygraph. Yes. So to a certain extent, it helped corroborate what she was saying to the best of your ability, at least. It corroborated that what she gave the polygraph operator was true to her knowledge. We've talked a little bit about polygraphs. You guys use those pretty routinely in your, the state police use polygraphs. Did you use them back when you were working at one of the posts? Once in a while. You usually rely on the results of those things. They're a good tool. They show what the person believes to have happened, but not necessarily you have to verify what actually happened. But you acknowledge that you use those in court. Prosecutors use them in court. Stipulated ones, yeah. And you are comfortable with that process. I don't know enough about the polygraphs, so I'm comfortable enough to get the results and rely on the operator who's more knowledgeable about it than I am. You ever forwarded those in the course of an investigation and suggest that somebody either be arrested or charged? I work financial crimes and I can't recall. I have not polygraphed too many people in my career. You said you spoke with Dick Jerry Holman about, I think you said about a week ago, maybe it was. Yeah. I'll say last week. It was on Sunday because it was at the racetrack because we had to work on the brickyard. Oh, there was a race this Sunday? Yeah. Was that just coincidence that you guys talked at the racetrack on Sunday? Or was that planned? Hey, we are both going to be in the same airspace? He contacted my supervisor and said, bring me over at some point and that we would talk about it. So it was planned. Yeah. Not ahead of time, but that day he said if I was at the race to come over. You said he talked to you about the report that's marked in exhibit, the 12-page, not at the time, field notes? No, he more or less told me that I was going to be deposed. When did he talk to you about those field notes? I called him as soon as I got the subpoena just to find out if I could get access to reports at that point. At that point, I don't think I had access to the case reports at all, and he said he would send me a copy of this, and he did. That report he specifically talked about, not at the race. In the phone conversation? On Thursday, yeah. He said he would send it. What did he say? Just that I'll send you Murphy's notes. And I don't know how much you were involved with the investigation on Elvis Fields. I'll send them to you. Did he say anything about what we had talked to him about? No. Like, did he suggest to you at any point in time that he wasn't aware that those even existed up until we showed him? No, I didn't know that. No, I'm asking, did he suggest to you on the phone at any point in time that he was not aware of the existence of those until we brought them to his attention? No. Earlier, Andy asked you about those sketches. M and N are actually what they are, right? Okay, yeah. Ooh, redacted. So they're talking about some sketches and there's 1 page redacted, just 1 page. And they're going into the remainder of this guy, Roland Purdy's answer. One is being murdered. You would think that there would be, I don't know, some kind of struggle. I mean, I just assume there's more than one person involved. You still feel pretty comfortable about that today? That's what you do for a living. I think it's a fair question, right? I guess, yeah. I think that's a good possibility. And that possibility is at least aligns to a certain extent with some of the stuff we are offering up today, that there could be more than one person involved. Could be. Let me hand you, this will be why. Defendant Exhibit Y was marked. And Brazi was asking questions. Sorry, thanks. Let me hand you what's been marked as Defendant's Y. I think that's one of the slides that was offered up as it relates to, let's just call it loosely, the Brad Holder file. Is that fair? Yes. And so my view is of that is my kind of layperson's view is at some point the date on there appears to be, I want to say 4 or 5 months prior to these crimes. There was a photo uploaded to Brad Holder's site. Is that right? I'm assuming these were on his Facebook. I'm just not sure on that part. You don't know? I know I've seen this picture. I'm just not sure where I've seen it. Oh yeah, it's Brad Holder right there. So this reference to Vinlanders, does that in any way in your mind, is it affiliated or associated with this Odinism that we are talking about? Yes. What in your mind is the affiliation? I think it's a group based out of Indianapolis of Odinists, like a subsect. Yeah. Subcult? You said a group from Indianapolis? Yeah. So, looking at this, do you know which one is McGinney? McGinney? I mean, I may have my suspicions, but do you know which one is McGinney, which one is Holder, Messer, and Westfall? I don't know this one or this one. This one is Holder, and this one is Westfall. So there's a guy here on the left, the first one from the left, if we're going to left to right. Yes. No. 2 would be Holder. And, number 2. Number 2 would be Holder. Number 4 would be Westfall. And you were not familiar. You don't know what Johnny Messer looks like? Right. No. Does the guy in image number 2, the second one from the left, which you say is Brad Holder, look similar to, there's some similarities between Defendant's Exhibit N and Mr. Holder? Yep. And then same question about, in fairness, I'm going to ask you the same question about number 4 here. Yes. Westfall? Yes. Is it fair to say even the other 2 guys, there might be some similarities? Yes. Much more so than in Defendant N, right? Yes, more so. I also noticed here in the first human, in the first human here from the left, which presumably is McGinney, he's holding what appears to be, to me, to be a horn. Is that a fair assessment? Yes. Did that ever catch your eye or raise any suspicions or concerns with you at any point? I don't recall it raising at this point, no. I would ask you all the same questions that Andy did. Does it concern you or does that pique your interest? Is your answer going to be the same as it is with all this other? It will be the same. I would want the total picture. Do you feel like, and again, I would want to take this to someone that investigates homicides and let them make that final decision as well. I'm not a trained homicide investigator. This was just a question that popped in my mind, actually totally associated entirely with another case that I was involved in 20 years ago. Do you know if they retained as evidence the sticks from the crime scene? I don't know. I've never seen them, no. Bothered to look at them? I mean, not bothered, but you've never attempted to? No. I would assume, but I don't know. Was there any discussion between you and Dick Jerry about you doing any further work on this case? No. You mean like even now? Yeah. No. Beyond the deposition? No. Like, we got to put our boots back on. No, I live on the other side of the state, and this was a 2.5-hour drive. So Andy asked you some questions earlier about when you stopped working on this case, right? Mm-hmm. Yes. And your answer was, well, when I got my credentials. Yes. Did someone ask you to stop working on this case, on the case? I don't know if the FBI maybe said that his credentials are here. It was always known that I was on loan to work cases. So when my credentials came, it was a good point. It was a time to close. I know that once I went back to, at the time, I was working out of the Fort Wayne office, the FBI office. I know I went with Fort Wayne Police Department to a search warrant, and they interviewed somebody involving the Delphi case. I went with them on that as well. So, I mean, I was still working on leads when they would come in my way. Do you know why the FBI were no longer involved? Why their involvement ceased? As far as with me? No, with this case. That I don't know. I mean, you're working with some of these people. I assumed they were still involved. I didn't know that they were no longer there. So Rozzy says, I don't have any further questions. Baldwin, couple, very short redirect exams. Damn, I've been on for 7 hours. What the fuck am I doing? This is wild. I'm only here because you still have I see still 26 people on my number. So this is your fault, guys. You're the crazy ones, not me. All right, just kidding. Thanks. Oh, let's take a quick drink. Sorry, guys. Okay, here we go. Anyone new? Anything new? Al and the Prowl still here? Who's on screen? Dave's on screen. Who do we get? What's going on? I got to read what you guys are saying. I should probably go on, but oh yeah, you see that photo here? I'll put unindicted gets the screen. Yeah, as opposed to the Sasquatch in the photo. Did you see that one with the guy? The shadow just makes the guy look like he reminds me of, when I see that, it's either Sasquatch or when you see like the Avengers, there was that fake one of Thor, somebody fighting Thor, and this guy was gigantic. Kind of reminded me of that. That if you're talking about that, I think Brad Holder Facebook post, he was taking photos of the ground and it showed sticks, but it looked like the guy was like a Sasquatch. So I think that's what you're talking about. And if not, well, I'm just going to read on believing that I was right. So this is by Baldwin. Ooh. In talking to Mary Jacobs, did you determine when was the first time that Mary Jacobs, had attempted to talk to anybody about what Elvis had told her? That I don't know. I read somewhere that she had gone up fairly early and drove up with her husband all the way to Delphi and talked to some folks, or tried to. Okay, does that ring a bell at all? It doesn't. Like I said, this is Kevin Murphy would have been the one that would have gotten this tip. Based upon your knowledge of how the tip structure was, the tip hotline was structured and people just walked in and walked up to Delphi. Did you have any knowledge of like where would they go or who they would talk to and what would have been done after that? I think early on, as tips were coming in, they had a group of, I think they were dispatchers or office workers that were there trying to keep things sorted out as time went on. I think it named through Unified Command, or there was, I don't know if the FBI had a tip line or the state police might have had a tip line where these came in. That I don't know. You may not know the answer to this, but I'm just trying to figure out. If I wanted to find out if it's true and accurate that Mary Jacobs did come up, I think it's in a report somewhere that she did come up, or she says that she came up to Delphi to come in person and say that she knew about what Elvis had told her closer in time, perhaps even before that stuff was out in the media. Do you know where I would go to find that? I would check with Dick Jerry Holman. Yeah, he could direct you. Did Unified Command have any opinion on the number of people that were involved in the actual murder of these girls? That I don't know. Did you ever talk to Dick Jerry Holman about that? How many people were involved? No. Or Tony Liggett? No. Mr. Baldwin, that's all. Mr. Rosie, I have no further. Nick, do you have any questions? And further the deponent saith not. Roland Purdy's second deposition ending, on 8:33. Let's write that down. Ends on 8:33. And I think I'm done, guys. So I'll be shutting this down. I have no idea why I stayed this long. Okay. So we finished a lot. Wow. Shall I repeat what I just said the last 7 hours and 20 minutes? Yeah? Okay. Just kidding. Okay, guys. So I guess that's about it, unless you have anything quickly you want to address or say, or did you guys have fun? You got 27 people. Oh my. I bet you like 22 people are like snoring right now. And there's just like 4 or 5 of you in chat. There's like 22 people snoring away right now, slobbering all over their phone screens. So, okay. All right, guys. Well, I guess, yeah, I don't know. I've had enough here. So 7 hours and 20 minutes. Is that too much, guys? Anyways, okay. I'm going to finish up here. Thanks very much. Maybe I'll go on again tomorrow night. I don't think there's any NHL hockey on. And if there is, it'll be done by 10 p.m. my time. So if I do, maybe 11 p.m. again tomorrow night. Well, thank you, Beasley. Look at that. Beasley gets to go out with style. You did a good job, Shibby. Thank you. You have overdone. Much fun, and I appreciate the company. Rest well when y'all do. Oh, yeah, I'm going to sleep soon. You know what? Actually, you know why I'm up today? Staying up so late? Because I slept really well. I think I slept at least, because I have my old iPad I keep on my bed. So before I use an old sleeping app so I can tell how much I've slept. And I slept for like 8 hours and 20 minutes straight, like REM sleep. Or I may have got up like very briefly, but I was like, I might have replied to somebody on Discord and then slept like REM sleep. So that's why I feel pretty good today. You know, when you get 8 hours of, or, you know, good REM sleep, you're like, boom. So thank you all. And be sure. Ducky, if your friends are still listening, guys, thanks. There was 100 people listening on hers. And so I had at least 130 people, including her 100 and mine. So if you guys ever want to come over and comment, like, or sub, there's going to be so much more excitement here. Just come on back. Thanks very much. Thanks, Nicole. Thanks, everyone in chat. You know who you are, all of you. And if you're listening on the replay, well, you missed an amazing show. 7 hours, 22 minutes, and 22 seconds. I'm shutting her down. Good night. Bye-bye.